It was a rather strange meeting because they found themselves in a completely unknown place where no one knew anything. They were completely different. One of them was a mercenary named Molmont Carl. The other was a carpenter from Edola named Riley. The third was the director of a stall in Calcia. His name was Grisha. The girl among them was Jenna. She had lived in the deep forest her whole life. Another one was a farmer named Islat Khan, who also had no memory of how he ended up here. None of them understood what was happening or where they were. They began to think that it might have been a dream. They had strange thoughts that they had been teleported here for some kind of experiment. But one thing was clear: they all lived in Tanya. Suddenly, a little girl appeared before them and said that the master had discovered a rift in space and time and they needed to prepare for battle. Everyone was surprised because it was such a small girl, like a fairy. They began to wonder who she was, but she told them to call her Izel and that she was the guardian fairy of this town. Carl asked rudely why she had brought them here, but Izel replied that it was none of his business. Carla was angry at this answer because she had kidnapped them and was not explaining anything. So he decided to force her to talk. But Izel, sighing, said that if he wanted to live, he had better stop doing stupid things. But Carl didn't stop because he thought Izel was acting too impudent for someone so small. Izel just sighed and smiled, because his action could be considered both brave and foolish. Carl wanted to teach her manners and was already preparing his sword for an attack. But suddenly, his neck was cut open by a wound. In an instant, Molmont fell into the arms of God, and his fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Everyone around was shocked by what they saw. No one could understand how it happened, but he had been warned. If he had listened, this would not have happened. After that, Izel began to radiate terrible energy and said that if anyone else tried to raise a hand on her, they would end up the same way. And it was only self-defense. Everyone was terrified and started screaming loudly because they didn't understand what was happening and what she wanted from them. Amidst these shouts, it was announced that the group had been formed and Izel needed to move the heroes to the vacant lots. The announcement of the groups began, and Izel realized that their master had decided to begin. With great motivation, she said that everyone needs to prepare. She announced that the rift would now open, and a huge door began to open behind her. This door slowly opened, and a bright blue light shone through, and everything around seemed to be made of huge cubes. She named the first participants who needed to enter this door. Izel ordered them to go inside if they did not want to repeat the fate of that mercenary. Before they entered, she was stopped by Khan. He wondered if she would go to the top of the tower and ask the master to choose weapons for them. After all, they were still first star and did not even have the most basic weapons. This meant that she was effectively sending them to certain death. This wasn't the first time Jenna had heard him talk about a tower, and she couldn't figure out what he meant. Izel began to look at each of the participants. Observing their characteristics, she realized that they were indeed very weak and would simply perish. She asked the master to give them weapons to increase their chances of survival. While Izel was sorting through the weapons, the last members began to pester Han, asking if he knew anything about the place. But Han had no idea where they were, just like they did. Jenna was very scared of this guy. She didn't understand his train of thought or his words. Although Khan had never been here before, he knew for sure that they needed to prepare well. It would be best to go to the armory and get weapons, because the beginning was near. However, other people could not understand what beginning and what battles he was talking about together with Izel. None of them knew how to fight, because they had never competed with anyone. First, they had to take the weapon that suited them best. Only after that did they go out to prepare for battle, but each of them was very afraid. While they were sorting through the arsenal, Carl's body disappeared. When the participants asked where it had gone, Izel sternly replied that there were too many words and that the top 5 should be sent away. One of them touched the portal in the door, and his hand began to disappear. The participants were scared, but Izel ordered them to leave quickly. At this time, Jenna couldn't understand Han because he remained very calm in such a situation. Of all the weapons he chose, the shield. and she thought that maybe it would be better to team up with him. She wondered if he knew what was going on beyond the gate and what the weapons were for. She was haunted by the question of where they were and who this little fairy was next to them. Khan thought there were too many questions and briefly replied that they just go to the arena to kill enemies, and everything else is beyond their control. Soon, reports began to arrive that one by one, members of the first group were dying. Jenna couldn't understand what was happening, but Khan wasn't surprised by this result because he didn't expect anything else from the A-listers, although the speed of their demise still surprised him. Meanwhile, Izel was furious because she considered them completely useless. She announced that the next group should go to the portal. One of them, the grandfather, said he had arthritis and couldn't even walk. But Jenna had recently seen him move quite normally. Izel just gritted her teeth in anger. Jenna looked at Han from time to time and couldn't understand him at all. Finally, Khan, along with the last group, approached the portal. Of all of them, he was the only one who remained calm. The last thing Izel told them was that they would definitely make it. After that, they entered the portal one by one. Looking around, they were surprised by what they saw. They could not understand where they were and felt that they were also in some kind of temple. They saw a sign that said this was the main dungeon on the first floor. The task was set from above, to climb to the top and save this world. The gates began to open and they had to get ready. Khan shouted sharply for them not to panic and to move forward. A bright light shone around them, enveloping them. After him, they found themselves on the field. Looking back, they were shocked by what they saw. Their mouths dropped open in surprise, and ants ran through their bodies. Terrible goblins appeared before them, and with them the task arose, to destroy them. The Khan said that he had warned them that if they did not fight, they would die, and he called on everyone to take up arms. But when they saw the goblins in front of them, everyone started to run away, except for Jenna and Han. Jenna began to feel fear, which caused all her characteristics to drop sharply. But she still shouted at that grandfather that he had arthritis. So who was he? Where was he running to? But the old man was so scared that he even forgot that he had any pain. Without even running very far, all three of them, those who had fled, collided with something invisible. Jenna was surprised to see an invisible wall. But not only she was surprised, but everyone else was too, and they couldn't understand why they couldn't get out. After that, they started knocking and trying to break through this wall, but nothing worked. But Khan considered them nothing more than pathetic cowards. Then Jenna sighed heavily and turned to Khan. She wondered if they would be able to get out if they killed all those goblins. Khan confirmed her guesses and said that he would go into close combat, and she would shoot back from behind, after which the two of them were in a serious mood. After which, Jenna asked what would happen to those behind them, but Khan said that they would be of no use anyway. At that moment, the goblins began to shout and laugh loudly, after which they began to attack them. At that moment, Khan was lost in thought. He had never held a sword or shield in his hands in his life, but he was preparing to defend himself. The main character of this story is called Islat Khan, whose real name is Han Seo-jin. And he got caught up in this terrible game where everything depends on luck. It all depended on how far they were willing to go for their lives, how far they are willing to go just to survive. Choose Me is a mobile game from the creator of Mobius. The goal of this game was to reach the 100th floor of the tower. Players had to create items to improve and strengthen their characters and work out tactics to pass each floor. And until yesterday, Khan was just an ordinary man. The night before, he had just sat there playing this game and couldn't figure out if normal events had really been played on a bad card. The maximum rank for heroes is 7 stars, and he had very bad luck. He opened 1,000 cards, but he still couldn't get 7 stars, even though everyone already had them. And on the same day, he came across a dungeon with a small chance of dropping a book of coup that could create a hero with 7 stars, and he decided to try. After all, this game differs from its peers in that it has rather strict rules. All heroes have only 1 life, regardless of the number of stars. It will be impossible to return. But even with this schedule, he still decided to enter the dungeon. And after he entered, he immediately started receiving warnings. He received a warning that all his heroes were feeling great fear, but he could not understand what they were so afraid of. All his players were in a panic, which was very incomprehensible to Khan, but raising the screen higher, he turned his attention to the main boss. It was a level 999 boss, which was kind of a bug for this game. Khan thought it was some kind of system error, but then all his players started dying one by one. They were dead before he saw anything, and it was a futile attempt. Then he saw this monster. He looked very scary. His evil and strong energy was felt even through the phone screen, and it seemed as if he was looking straight into the soul. Suddenly, Han was enveloped in a red light that engulfed him, and he couldn't understand what was happening because the game was already over. Suddenly, Khan couldn't see anything, and the account creation process began before his eyes. The system itself began to choose his name and confirmation strength. Khan tried to understand what was happening. After all, he didn't press anything, and the system chose everything for him on its own. But suddenly, Khan came to his senses and opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the body of the character Islat Khan, in the city of Tanya Krai, where people lived together with other races, and an unknown magician attacked their lands. He had to climb to the top of the tower if they wanted to save the world, and many more heroes had to help him. After which Khan turned back sharply. At that very moment, he was given the task of destroying all the goblins who had invaded the city. Khan began to shake with fear. He couldn't believe this was really happening. But he didn't have time to figure out what was happening because the goblins started attacking him first. But Han began to try to defend himself, his body instinctively starting to hold the goblin so he wouldn't be killed. After that, another message came through indicating that the battle was taking place automatically, and he had to watch the high-end combat AI equipment. After that, Khan, having gained strength, threw the goblin's weapon in the other direction a few meters. Then he started screaming loudly and attacking the goblin. There was a lot of blood, and Khan didn't want to remember it because he couldn't accept the fact that he had killed another creature with his own hands. After that, his task was completed. He was able to raise his level, but he still couldn't understand what happened and how he ended up inside the game. He looked ahead, and his eyes widened in surprise. After all, in front of him was a scene from the game, Choose Me. He started screaming loudly, trying to understand what was happening. A gate opened before him, from which bright light poured. And then a super rare hero appeared, Shay. Khan couldn't understand what had happened, how she had been summoned, or what was happening to him at all. Shay opened her eyes and wondered who had summoned her. They greeted and introduced themselves to each other, and Shay said that she was the knight of this game. After that, they were sent to the dungeon. Unlike Han, who had never held a sword in his hands before, she dealt with the goblins with ease. There was a big difference between their characteristics. She had 3 stars or more, and he only had 1, which caused serious problems. The Master's characters were well differentiated, so they decided to move on to the final part of the training. It was a synthesis, a way to power up heroes. Opening the synthesis tab in the menu, they had to choose, but Han realized that he was finished. Ezel began to urge him to enter synthesis more quickly because the Master was waiting for him. Khan looked at her with a displeased expression on his face and simply remained silent. Then he wondered if it was really Ezel. She confirmed his suspicions and asked how he knew her. She recognized his name and began looking for him in the player list. She noticed that even the icon was different, and he did not look at all like his previous appearance. Khan asked to bring him home. She wondered if he was from Earth, and Khan confirmed her suspicions. She started screaming loudly because she didn't understand how this was even possible. Then she threw him with all her strength into the middle of the synthesis and closed the door behind him. Shay was only unhappy that it was too loud. Their synthesis has begun. Khan looked nervously at his hands and couldn't figure out what to do in such a situation. He was very scared. His whole body was covered with ants. Synthesis is the strengthening of heroes through union. One of the heroes sacrifices himself to strengthen the other. One absorbs the other. The problem was that he only had 1 star and she had 4, and no adequate player would ever sacrifice Shay for him. He resigned himself to the fact that this was the end and he would simply perish in the synthesis. But after the synthesis was completed, Khan did not disappear. Instead, Shay began to dissolve in the bright light. He couldn't understand why she was disappearing because it made no sense. She had 4 stars. But she had accepted her fate, and she was the one chosen. With a warm smile, she wished him luck. After that, it disappeared as if it had never existed. Khan stood in confusion and could not understand why everything happened the way it did. And so he lived to this moment. Meanwhile, one by one, his comrades began to die. Han and Jenna started fighting the goblins, while the rest of the players just tried to escape. Khan understood that he had to fight because it was the only way to survive. The synthesis was done by dragging and dropping characters. You choose the one you want to merge and move it. And Khan was very lucky that the master turned out to be such a moron. But even so, this game, in his opinion, was real trash. Han asked Jenna who was left alive. She said she had killed one, the others remained, and Han was sure they would be dealt with later. At that moment, a goblin attacked him from behind and began to bite his shoulder. He didn't know how he ended up inside this game, but he definitely understood that he, Han So-jin, had been called a star hero. After which, he hit the goblin in the face with all his strength. And right before he got here, a level 999 monster was looking at him with its eyes and just laughing. This, in his opinion, could not be just a coincidence, and this monster had brought him here. He believed that the monster had contacted the wrong person to mock. After a while, they completed their task and killed all the goblins. Jin started to worry about his hand, but Han said that his hand would heal once they returned. Players had almost no control over direct combat, as their battles automatically ended, and even so, the game gained millions of downloads. And the reason was that it was an opportunity to observe the world like God. He looked at the eye in the sky. Smiling, he realized that this person was having fun. After all, he himself was exactly the same player. Item creation, tactics, hero leveling, and hidden opportunities, these are games. Loki, top 5 players, choose me, master of all masters. Then he wanted to prove that he would go all the way. He received a notification that this stage had been completed, and they had received their rewards. And the most valuable player in this game was Khan. He had come to terms with what was happening now, and crying was for losers, personally. He couldn't give up. This world is a choose-me game, and he found himself as the star hero in it. There were 2 types of death in this game, on the battlefield and during synthesis. And he seemed to have no chance of surviving, but he survived. But still, he believed that 1-star heroes were useless and were just ballast for this game. After all, they had weak characteristics, slow leveling, at such a pace they would simply be wasted. Therefore, he was obliged to become stronger in order to survive, take revenge, and return home. He didn't know how events would develop further, but if he didn't adapt, he would be doomed. He would be eaten if he didn't accept the rules of the game. He needed to strengthen not only his body, but also his spirit, because his chances of survival would decrease if he could not control his emotions. He was used to growing up without anyone to take care of him, so he needed to return to that same state. Therefore, he trained day and night on his body and moral state. Gina saw these daily workouts and wondered what he was doing. But Khan was rude to her because she didn't understand why, because she was just looking for him. She fell silent and just looked at him. All night she thought about what to do next and how to get out of here. Her father was a hunter and taught her how to shoot a bow so she wouldn't be a burden. She didn't think anything would change if she just sat there and cried. She asked him if he knew how to survive in this world. After that, he asked if yesterday's battle was her first. She did not confirm his guess and said that she was more or less proficient with a bow. After that, Khan glanced at her to see her characteristics. He noticed that she had gained 4 stat points yesterday, and although she was weaker than him, she had the skill and should have no problem killing goblins in her first battle. She quickly moved on from other people's deaths and was able to set clear goals. He considered her a diamond and decided to help her. She held out her hand to him, as if to make a contract. After all, her father had always told her that relationships were an important part of life, and she believed he was right. Khan just looked at her hand in silence. Then he extended his hand, and they shook hands. After that, Khan began to call Izel. Isel arrived, although she was very angry because she was busy when he called her. She decided not to answer his questions, after which she ordered him to go up to the tower if he needed anything, because all the answers were there. But Han asked if he was the only one who could see the status window. This question shocked Izel. When she tried to pretend not to understand what he was talking about, he called her level. Judging by her reaction, Khan concluded that only he could see the system's messages. After that, he asked what would happen if the master left or quit the game, but Izel said it was better not to think about it. The synthesis of Han and Shay was a pretty serious mistake. He drained a 4-star hero, the chance of which was 1%, and he wasted such a successful character on Han. He also noticed that the account was hard-linked to the phone, and starting over wouldn't work. He continued to ask his questions. He wondered if the movement of time in the game was different from that on Earth. Izel said she wouldn't answer them anymore. Judging by her reaction, he concluded that she was different. Then he thanked her for her honesty and asked her to continue in the same spirit. He understood that she could do nothing, because interference was only allowed when subjugating a master for self-defense. This way he could learn more about the rules of this world, otherwise he would be finished. When Jin asked what they were talking about, Han stated that they had to go up 100 floors of the tower. After all, there was the same master who gave them orders through Izel, and these were the tasks they were obligated to complete. Only then would they be able to get out of here if they reached the top. Jin wondered if they would be alone for that long, but Han said that the master could summon other players, so it was unlikely that they would be alone. From that moment on, they had to make all decisions carefully, even if their lives were still in the hands of the master. After a whole day of training, he learned another interesting feature of this world. All essentials and food are refreshed daily, so you can get other things by just thinking about them, and they'll appear in your fireplace or closet. But that doesn't work with in-game items, weapons, or money. The results of the training were also different. Now, he knew mechanics that he had not even guessed about when playing alone. For example, even among heroes of the same star class, there are more talented ones. They are distinguished by character traits, hard work, endurance. After all, training does not increase characteristics or level, it helps to acquire and develop new skills. He also understood that soon the master would begin to sort heroes according to 3 criteria. The first was fortitude, because the master did not need heroes who were prone to panic on the battlefield. The second is skills. High-ranking heroes are summoned with skills, while first-star heroes require hard work to unlock their potential. And the third is physical training. It was the last point that he had been working on all this time. On the 3rd day of their training, the master finally came into play. After that, Han said to get ready because the master had arrived. Jin was no longer surprised, and Han couldn't understand why, because it had been 3 whole days. The master summons the heroes in a group that can consist of 5 people, but this time 3 were supposed to pass. 2 people entered through the portal, looking around and unable to understand where they were. Jin told them to prepare for battle, and then they would explain everything. First, they had to survive. The portal began to open. Han and Jin took their weapons and began preparing for battle, as they had little time to prepare. There were no weapons for the newcomers because the old equipment was left with the fallen heroes. The new players started screaming to be sent home. Jin tried to calm them down, but Han said it wasn't worth wasting time on. They would figure it out on their own soon. The players tried to find out from Izel what was going on. Jin was worried about them, worried that they would simply be killed, but Han thought that it was none of their business and that they shouldn't think about it. And Izel simply beat them, after which they began to apologize to her. Then she led them into the portal. Waving her hand with a smile, she told them to have fun. They reached the 2nd floor, whose task was to conquer the objective, to destroy the enemies. The new players didn't know what was happening and were very scared, but Jin and Han were ready for battle. Goblins and wolves of the third or fourth level appeared before them. Upon seeing them, the new players' faces changed, and they were overcome with fear. At this moment, Han looked at Jin, and seeing her characteristics realized that she was also feeling fear. He turned to her to dispel this fear a little. But Jean jumped aside abruptly with a loud cry, for she was frightened. She asked him not to scare her, to which Khan replied that there were 2 goblins on her and he would deal with the wolves himself. After that, he saw that Jin no longer felt fear, but the newbies were useless. At this moment, wolves and goblins began to attack them. One wolf looked very scary. He had a huge mouth, which he opened wide and began to growl loudly. But Khan also started yelling at him and attacked back. He killed one of the wolves with a powerful forward lunge. But I realized that one blow was not enough, because they had very weak weapons. Then he started twirling his arm and weapon very quickly. Even the fact that they had weak weapons could not be a hindrance to Khan. The wolf was finished. But before he could even recover, he suddenly heard heavy running behind him and turned sharply. It was a wolf that attacked him from behind. Khan managed to defend himself. He began to hold back his defenses so that the wolf wouldn't touch him. Then he swung his other hand at the wolf in order to attack it. After that, he prepared the next attack, and his eyes were full of self-confidence. After that, this wolf was finished. Khan was very angry and determined to get through this floor. After that, he turned to Jean and asked what was happening to the goblins, whether she had finished with them. But looking around, he saw only dead goblins next to them. Seeing such a picture that they were all covered in arrows, Khan joked that these were no longer goblins but porcupines, and asked how many times she had fired. Seeing her excitement, he told her to stop worrying because he was already finished with her. After which a message came that this floor had been cleared and they could return home. They exited the portal and were greeted with the second floor being cleared, and they ascended to the third floor. But suddenly, the ground around them began to shake violently, and they could not understand what was happening. Khan realized that the master would continue to rise. At this rate, what will happen next? Will the third floor be cleaned immediately? Then came a message that the master had left the game, after which Khan took a deep breath. Izel stated that she was very tired, but Khan could not understand why, because they had done all the work. After that, Khan began to count in his head the days until the master would return, from which he concluded that it would be in 3 days. Intelligence dropped by 1, but strength increased by 2. And stats only increased by 4, but overall leveling speed improved, and he was getting stronger, which reassured him. The master was in no hurry. If they kept going straight up, problems would arise. The first star heroes were ordinary people who had never been to war and had never fought. But they had to fight to survive, and that was very important. Now it becomes clear why they are considered consumables. After all, high-ranking heroes do not hesitate in battle, unlike first-star heroes who panic, while 3-star heroes are always ready for anything. And Han was sure that Shay must have known something about it, and he was sure of it. At that time, Jin tried to talk to the new players normally and explain everything, but Han didn't understand why he was wasting time on it. And Jin believed that if they understood everything, they could become their allies. But Khan believed that they would soon die, and decided to see how things would go from there. Even if they don't die in battle, they'll just be synthesized, so he said to just fight the 2 of them and not bother anymore. After which, one of them turned to Khan with questions. But Khan turned around, not wanting to waste his time on him. But this player was very impudent and grabbed him by the collar. But Khan, without giving him a proper answer, punched him in the face with all his strength. Then he said that they were hiding behind their backs while they were fighting. After which he and Gina left, and he asked if Gina was happy now. The next day they continued their training. After physical training, they began training in weapons, although it's hard to call it any special training. They were just waving a wooden sword, and he wasn't shooting from a bow. And those 3 new players didn't even show up, and it seemed like they were looking for a way out, but there wasn't one. Every day, day after day, they continued their training. Jin improved her bow skills, and Khan continued to practice his sword skills. But one day, Jin accidentally hit Han with an arrow right in the leg. She asked if he was okay, but Khan told her not to worry. After all, this place was different from the real world, and now he could easily recover. They weren't going to stop, and pain wasn't an issue here. So they kept going, time after time. And the pain meant he was still alive. Time and again, they acquired new skills. Exactly 3 days later, as Khan had predicted, the master appeared. A message came that the master had already appeared, and they needed to quickly gather at the square. Jin was seriously psyched for this fight because, after training, her hands were itching. Han was surprised that she was getting used to this world faster than he was, but Jin just wanted to let off steam. And then there were those 3 new players who started asking to be brought back to the real world again. But Isel was already starting to get really angry with them. After all, she's already fed up with them, and she'll beat them up right now if they don't apologize. After that, she started beating them hard to give them orders. After which, she ordered them to quickly go inside and go upstairs. After that, they went to the 3rd floor, and their task was also the same: to subdue and destroy all the goblin enemies. Their strength and skills became much better. She didn't have to worry and act like she did in training. But, as Khan had thought, the 3rd floor turned out to be easy for them. But after a while, they cleaned up the floor and received awards. And they just kept standing, but Han didn't care, because they needed to gain experience. After which they received a notification that the master was directing them to go through the first dungeons again. After which they found themselves on the very first floor. But it wasn't all that bad because they were the same monsters as before. But after a while, this floor was also cleaned. After which they were directed to go through the first floor again, and Khan realized that the master was not going to give them a break. So they went through the floors again and again. Jin said she was very tired and hoped the master wouldn't send them there again. And she was tired of guarding them and didn't know how long it would last. But Khan assured her not to worry because it was just for today. Jin said that the master simply didn't pay attention to them, but Han countered that he just didn't want to mess with insects. They were simply being prepared for synthesis, and Khan understood that. But suddenly the synthesis process started that same evening. But the newcomers couldn't understand what was happening. But Khan looked at the trio and realized that they had never taken advantage of this chance. After which the gates for synthesis began to open. Khan understood that they had a chance, and not just one. Although most of the details are not shown on the wizard's screen, he still has a general understanding of what is happening in the world. He knows about the achievements of the heroes and sees who fought and who just stood by. But Isel ordered Jin to go inside the synthesis. Jin began to worry, but Han reassured her that everything would be fine and nothing would happen to her. One of them asked what would happen to him if he went there, but Khan said he would get what he deserved. He started shouting that he had been brought here against his will, but Khan said that no one was interested in his opinion. It was interesting to Khan that the man really thought he could hide behind others forever. Even though he didn't know how to fight, it was enough to at least try. After that, they entered the synthesis building, and the door closed behind them. After which this man started shouting loudly that they couldn't do this and demanded that he be released. After which, the flask began to disintegrate in the air. After which, the synthesis was completed. Jean could not understand what had happened, because the man simply disappeared. But Khan said that this world just gets rid of useless heroes, and now it's his turn. Then he looked at the 2 men who remained. They wondered who would receive such an honor. And then Isel said that Han and Toby were next. Yu started shaking with fear and he didn't want to go there. But Khan was very calm and went forward. Toby started laughing nervously and was sure he would be sent home, but Khan assured him that he could believe whatever he wanted. After which Toby disappeared, and the synthesis was complete. After which Khan exited the synthesis and headed towards the last remaining man. As he passed by him, he thought he was just lucky. Jin said that the master, if he no longer needed the hero, would simply disappear into this room. But Han could not understand why she was surprised, because she herself wanted them to disappear, and she complained that she was already tired of them. Jean began to worry that she might one day become useless too. Tahan said that there was nothing he could do about it, because with each new monster and new heroes the Master summoned, he had to become stronger. Either he would die in battle or during synthesis. Tajin was surprised, because she realized that he had known this from the very beginning. But Khan said she would have listened better to what her father told her. We had to stick to people, and that was the best decision. The next day, they continued their training. Jin approached Han and said that she was counting on him, but Han couldn't understand what that meant. But Khan himself had said that if she stuck to people, it would save her life, so they wanted to make it clear that now she would be counting on Khan. Khan didn't understand such strange behavior, but told her to do what she was told, and then she wouldn't have to worry about her life. After which the last man who remained of them joined them and asked to be allowed to join them. He apologized for being so foolish and causing them problems. He realized that he had been a coward, doing nothing and just leaving everything to them, but now he wanted to change. Khan couldn't understand why he should trust him, but he began to beg, literally on his knees, for them to help him. After that, he asked Han if he had ever fought monsters, but Han answered in the negative because he didn't know anything from the very beginning. But he didn't understand then why Khan was fighting so confidently, and Khan said he just wanted to survive. Then Khan told him to take the spear, but he was unsure. Khan explained that for a beginner, it was the simplest weapon. He needed to work with it. Then he asked if he knew anything about close, medium, and long-range combat strategy. After that, he was happy because now all positions in them were closed. For 3 people with no training, it was the best combination. After which, Khan handed him his weapon and asked what he was waiting for. After that, the newcomer started to get nervous and didn't understand if he needed to be taught something first. Khan began to attack, saying that he himself had never held a spear in his hands, so he was learning as he went, and told him to do the same. After which, he asked if the other person had a sparring partner, and he only had a scarecrow. But the newcomer realized his predicament and didn't know what to do. So with his eyes closed, he began to scream loudly and attack Khan. But Khan began to teach him that one should not close one's eyes in the middle of a battle. After that, the newcomer felt sick, and Khan didn't understand if he was even capable of anything, because the monster would have killed him long ago. Jin wondered if he had overdone it this time with his training, but Han said he didn't need ballast and wouldn't waste time on someone who was incapable of anything. After which, he asked if the newcomer had anyone, and the newcomer said that he had a younger sister. Then he put a wooden sword to his neck. Then he told her to imagine what would happen to her if he didn't return. Then he added that if he was going to die, he'd better not go near the monster. They'll kill him to pieces, and synthesis isn't that painless. If you can't muster the strength, don't start. Then the newcomer got motivated and gritted his teeth. Khan was pleased to see such an expression on his face, and he really liked the look the newcomer had at that moment. After that, the craftsman entered the game and chose to build a level 1 arsenal, a forge. Khan was glad that they now had a forge available. Khan called out to Izel, but she didn't understand who he was to order her around. But Khan said she had come up with something new, because her answers were like fortune cookies. After that, he started asking if she was creating messages with advice, and they were similar to messages from the game's forum, or if maybe she could go online. She confirmed his guesses, and Han realized that she had access to a forum with strategies. First the training center, then 10 weapons, and then the forge. But she couldn't understand how he knew all this. But Khan asked why he wouldn't know, since it was one of the most popular posts on the forum, and he had written it himself, especially since he was a player too. But Izel started bragging that now Han is a low-level character on the lower floors, and Master Loki is the master of all masters, and he would definitely be in first place if he got 1 hero out of 7 stars. But Han couldn't understand why she liked him so much, and Izel believed he could make the impossible possible. She was sure he was definitely playing this game, and that was the base. After which, she began to praise the master. After her story, Khan apologized to her. But Ezel couldn't understand what he was apologizing for. But he said that he was the same Loki. But Ezel couldn't believe what he had just said. After which she nervously started saying the account number just to check. But Khan began to explain that to prevent hacking into the game account, it was known only to the owner and manager of the server. After which he said that she could check this information, or he should have told him the email. But Ezel still couldn't believe it and didn't believe it could even happen. Then she fell silent and her expression changed. After that, she started asking him for an autograph and thought she would be the coolest person in the club. Han started to sign an autograph and didn't understand what fan club she was talking about. But Ezel said that it was Loki's fan club. They believed he was the master of all masters, and she would become a top-level member if she got the autograph. But Khan heard nothing about it. But he was still a one-star hero now, and who cares? But Ezel couldn't understand what would happen to Nilfheim without him, and Han had no idea. Nilfgaard was his character's settlement, 13 floors of a large fortress that could hold 20,000 people, and most of the buildings had been upgraded to level 22 with major upgrades, but he understood this because he was the settlement master and was here now. Ezel could not understand at the time what would happen to the inhabitants, but Khan said to dissolve the settlement and take care of them. But Ezel couldn't do that. Han knew that, because she was just a mid-level moderator who dealt with small things. Akuting, the master of this account, was also a man of the earth, and the heroes summoned here were not of the earth at all. But Ezel confirmed his suspicions. But the master himself didn't know. He was just an ordinary player who liked to play. For him, all the heroes were ordinary consumables that could be used to pick up any dangers. Then he asked if he could return home if he climbed to the top. But Ezel did not know this information. Then he asked another question. Who moved him here? But Ezel couldn't answer that either. After which she apologized and Khan said it was okay, because he could have found out when she would be ready. But Ezel could give the master advice, open and close buildings, and help with choosing something. After which, Khan asked if the craftsman's settlement looked the same, and Ezel said that some were different, but overall, yes. After which, Khan realized that there were millions of such worlds. The Mobius Call is a system for creating an infinite number of heroes, with thousands of different skill combinations. Tales of Quantum and other systems were also a hoax, and the heroes turned out to be not an advanced machine, but real people. The roguelike system is endless variations of content across millions of different worlds. And who would have thought that what was happening in the game was reality? It was necessary for Khan to think that concessions in the past had doomed many people to death. Then Khan said that Ezel should obey him in everything if she wanted to get upstairs. But Ezel obediently obeyed him. But that didn't change the fact that they trained every day. Han considered Jin a genius, as she was growing at a rate beyond that of other players of her level, and this was her first time holding a dagger, but she had become accustomed to it so quickly. But you can't say that about Eren, because with such success, he will most likely die on the battlefield. Jin started bragging after the training that she was giving in to him, but it didn't help him. Han asked her not to confess. But Ezel started arguing with Jean because she didn't address him like that. After which she started to be rude to her, but Khan grabbed her and asked if it was time to work. She started yelling at her, then couldn't understand what was wrong with her, but Khan said she wasn't paying attention. Ezel said she could open the building, and Khan asked her to open the warehouse. After that, she opened the warehouse, and they went inside. Then he asked Ezel to open the forge, and Jin didn't understand what he was up to. But Han said that he couldn't work with such a mediocre sword forever. From his conversation with Ezel, he realized that he was half hero, half master. He wondered if he would be able to enter areas accessible only to masters. After which, Ezel began to wonder what he would create now. After which, he began to create various objects. He started creating extreme hell, but Ezel said there were triple penalties, after which Han said she was just watching. This was a minigame for masters. It is usually skipped, although the rewards are solid. After that, a minigame was launched, for which he had 3 minutes. But for him, it was not a problem, and the game had to start. Isel was very happy because she saw this legendary movement of 1,000 hands. Khan's speed was impressive. It was incredible. After which, he was able to complete the minigame and received a high-rank forged longsword. He also received a balanced short bow, a sharp long spear, and a strong iron shield. Khan realized that in order to obtain a high rank, the quality of the materials is important. So he could attract attention with anything, but he didn't need it to make the master guess something. Then came another day of hard training. The Khan gave the latter a new weapon and they tried it out. Now Jin's weapon could kill a goblin with one arrow. Jin was pleased that the bow's tension was much stronger and that someone would want to steal such a bow. But Han said that she used the personal weapon function to prevent that from happening. They also thought the master was very strange, because he sent them to fight 3 at a time, after which the monsters began to attack them. Aaron used his power very chaotically because of fear. Han didn't like this very much because he could see that Aaron was feeling fear, which caused his stats to decrease significantly. After which, Jean started approaching him from behind. After that, she gave him a slap on the cheek and told him to get ready. She asked him to understand that his life was at stake, and if he stumbled now, it might be too late. Khan also said that he pulled himself together and ran forward. After which, the 3 of them began to fight with all their might. After that, the floor was cleaned and Aaron began to breathe. After which he said that he was just getting in the way again and he didn't understand what would happen to him next. After which there was a message that Aaron had been added, and Khan said that as long as the master was alive, he had added him to favorites. Aaron was very happy and proud of himself because he had done it. She said that at first she, as the first subordinate, achieved success thanks to him, and now the other one is there too. But Khan was very moved by these words. But if you consider them your subordinates, then most likely it was Cirrus of Nilfgaard. There was a group of 5 people, 6-star level 99 heroes, each with their own divine and other powerful skills, and he was still able to meet them. This was an AFC group, so Cirrus, the vice master, could completely handle the management, especially since she was insured by Yornet, and the 2 of them were so smart that even he wondered if it was really her. But now it is clear that these were real people. At that time, Cirrus was talking to Yornet. Yornet asked her if she was really leaving, but Cirrus said that every minute was very important now. Yornet said she couldn't help and would leave the investigation to her and wished her luck. And she hoped that Yornet would find a master. At that time, Khan and others were improving their conditions. They improved the dining room where the heroes could get higher quality food. They also improved the training area where training efficiency was increased. They also improved the thorny, blacksmith, and metalworking workshops. The area was also improved for the 2nd level. Jenna was shocked by what she saw. Aran was also shocked and couldn't understand if this master was really a great sorcerer, how such a thing was even possible. But Khan, as if nothing had happened, said that he had simply invested money because he seemed to like the game. The lively behavior of the characters and the realism of the battles, Khan thought that this was all a YouTube thing. As if the characters were living people, not cardboard figures, they were actually real people. Isel also melted the crystals and was glad that she was lucky that this was not some poor student and that he had enough money to buy a set. Unlike other games, this one does not reward the player with crystals at all for winning tasks. Other ways to earn them within the game are complicated. Then a message came that the master was summoning 10 new heroes, and they were curious to see who would come to them. After which the gates opened and lit up with a bright glow, and the invocation began. There are 2 ways to summon, summoning for internal and summoning for crystals. Of course, the second way is much more effective, because you need to somehow force players to invest real money. After that, 10 new players came through the gate, not understanding what was happening because, a second ago, they were at home. They started whispering and asking each other if it was a dream. And it was like that, and no one understood who even knew what was happening. After that, Khan held a sword to the throat of one of the men, which greatly frightened the man. Khan said to keep quiet, and he wouldn't explain anything further. First, they had to survive, and whoever remained would be explained. Then Ezel spoke up and said that if there were carpenters, they should go there, and pointed to the opposite side with her finger. Next, they needed a blacksmith or a second metal worker. When people started arguing with her, trying to understand what was going on, she said they all fell silent. After that, Jenna asked what she was doing, and Khan said that she was just distributing roles because new vacancies had appeared in them. If those who died earlier, people were summoned now, then their fate would have been different. This settlement is starting to change. After which, Khan said that they gave it their all. If they had few stars and useless people did not get raw potatoes. The master will decide who is useful. The first star ones go to the dungeons. If they can't adapt, they will die. And most likely it will be the first floor again. After which the doors and gates began to open again. But Jen still thought it should have been more specific. But Han said there was no point in wasting time on those who wouldn't even be able to survive on the first floor. Then came the news that 2 had died and 2 had survived. After that, the 4 remaining people went to battle, but they began to panic, thinking that they would fight monsters and they wouldn't be able to cope. Aaron said he would go with them, but Ezel asked him not to go anywhere he wasn't asked to. But Khan told Ezel to let Aaron join, as his skills were far from those of the novices. After which, Khan turned to Aaron. He was glad that Aaron was taking the initiative and wanted to help, but the experience... At that time, Jin wanted to go home, and that was fine. After that, Jean turned her attention to the sky and said that it was very bright, as if someone was watching them. Like a god who saw and heard everything. After Han's words, Jin's skin felt goosebumps. But Khan told her not to worry because he couldn't hear their conversations, and what was happening here was heavily filtered and sent in short messages. After which they all returned and were all alive, the floor was cleared. And they started to go back and hope that they would finally eat something new. After which they went into the dining room. Everything looked much better. If there is a dining room now, then the food should most likely be varied. If the master saw a benefit in them, then he did so. After which, Aaron and Jen started to cheer, without even hearing what Han was saying. After a while, they were finally given food, but it was new potatoes. Han and Jen were disappointed in this. Khan was angry because Adolf said that he had been a cook in a past life. But Adolf looked at Khan with fear. After that, Khan looked at Adolf and realized that he didn't even have such a skill, and hoped that maybe someone else did. After which he turned to Chloe and said that she was now their new chef. Her face showed excitement and a little worry. After that, Dolph started shouting that he could cook something else, but Khan said that he adapts quickly, but it's better not to lie if I understand that you can be easily exposed. After which he said that he would turn a blind eye to such a thing only once. After a while, Chloe prepared dinner. It was very tasty. None of them knew that you could make so many things out of potatoes. After which, Khan said that they should listen to him because he would not repeat himself. And they should tell newcomers the same thing because their lives depend on it. After that, he spent some time explaining what was happening and where they were. Then they still couldn't understand the truth, whether it was real or not. After that, Yannick asked what was on their account. And Khan said that he and Chloe were carpenters and cooks, and they had the opportunity to help in other ways. Adolf began to lie that he could also be a carpenter, but Khan reminded him that if he lied again, he would be the first candidate for synthesis. Occupations in the settlement are safer, but still, don't relax. The number of places is very limited. If a character appears with better skills than theirs, they will be removed from their position and sent into battle. After that, evening came and they went to bed. And the next day, the peaceful life ended, and only 3 people showed up for training. It was Hyde, Hansen, and Daika, the guys who joined. They were around 20 years old. Aaron had a bad influence on them, and they began to be called Hannahune. Although their difference in 7 to 8 stat points was the difference between a child and an adult on Earth. Such a small increase in strength would have been impossible. Jenna's basic sound shooting skills have already reached level 5, and her dagger skills have reached level 2. Aaron's spear skills are also level 2, but they don't improve any further. He trains more than everyone else, but he has no skills. The 3 who were the owners of the first level swords, their development is very similar, perhaps 1 century apart, but they are still better than those who are better at home. Soon the master summoned 10 more heroes, this time Oren, and the last one managed without him. And during this very selection, only one person died. Jin asked Han why the master didn't take them to the 5th floor, because it had been so long since the last cleaning. Han thought he was a fool because level 5 would have a sharp jump in difficulty, and the master hadn't yet decided who to add to the group. Every 5 floors, the difficulty increases dramatically, something like boss levels. In such places, even he cannot be sure that he will survive. Despite selection, training, and so on, many may die, and it's better not to know how much Jenny's difficulty will increase. After which they continued their training with the monsters. They continued their training and hoped for support from Jane, Aaron, and Khan, but Khan convinced them not to worry as they had a bow and spear behind them. After which, the newcomers from the big pennies shouted loudly and began to attack. Once they started, the weaklings have their own path to victory. And this required teamwork. Instead of personal dominance, use a combination of everyone's strengths. In this way, they were able to acquire new skills. Tahan wasn't going to fight. He could have cleared the floor himself. They didn't get any teamwork experience then. He didn't know what to do. They were offered a task on the 5th floor, among all the options, that he wouldn't be able to complete alone. After that, the 3 of them happily cleaned the floor and were very pleased with themselves. Han and Jane thought they did very well, and it got better each time. Khan noticed that the master was entering the game less often, and from the second pack of 10 heroes, he pulled out a blacksmith, a leather worker, and a carpenter. They began working in the workshop to create tools. These were mainly mice and shields of rank, which were given to novices, which significantly increased endurance. And the main group received high-quality equipment. 3 useless heroes went to synthesis. They never showed up for training. They said they were with Bagudi. At the first opportunity, Dolph was among them, who lied about his cooking skills. After a few days, the newcomers wanted to go further than the 4th floor. After that, Khan asked Izel if they would go to the 5th floor today, but Izel herself didn't know for sure. But Han said that this wouldn't be an ordinary floor sweep, so they had to keep practicing and not relax. After which they headed to the next floor. They found themselves in some abandoned place. It was immediately clear in this city that there had been no people here for a long time. They arrived and found themselves on a city street. There were no monsters to be seen here, and Khan told them to form a line, and first they had to reach the very center of the city. Han was confused that there were no monsters or people here, so it definitely wasn't a purge. After which Aaron started shouting loudly and called Khan. He was surprised by the skeleton sitting in the middle of this street. They could not understand what kind of city it was, because it was completely empty, and they saw only dried traces of blood. This city was completely different from the previous one. After that, Khan ordered Jenna to climb the tower that was next to them. Jenna, without slowing down for a second, climbed the top of the tower and said that she could only see the city. But after that, her eyes widened, and she wanted to believe that she was imagining it all. After which, Aaron began to ask what she saw. But Jean couldn't believe that everything could be like this. She saw large goblins, a horde outside the city, coming towards them. There were literally thousands of goblins. But Aaron asked again if 1,000 goblins were real, because they don't joke about such things. Aaron was scared, but Khan calmed him down and said he wasn't scared because this wasn't a floor grab, but a survival mission. They had to hold out for a while. One of them started suggesting that they just hide, but Khan said that everyone surrendered and couldn't go in. We had to get out of there. Aaron asked how long they had to hold out. Tahan said 10 minutes after they encountered the enemies. But it wasn't that long, but they were still out of luck. After all, judging by the pattern of the previous floors, the chance of such a task appearing on the 5th is about 3%. And in the absence of an exalted player, the heroes are simply destroyed in lowly cities. Khan stated that the goblins would not break through wherever they were, and they did not have time to look for another place. They will maintain their defenses in this place where they are now. The passages in this city were small, so it would not work to break through them with a wide line. So it didn't matter even if there were 1,000 of them. Behind Khan was the left passage, behind Aaron the right. Gon and Hansen were behind the rear, and they decided to fight in turns, using every minute of rest wisely. And he ordered Jenny to stay in the center, save arrows, and shoot only on his command. After that, they started building barricades until the goblins arrived. If they broke through even one wall, they were finished. Still, Han thought 30 minutes was a long time. He wasn't sure if that was game time or real time, and the report would start at the first contact with the goblins. At that very moment, a goblin monster began crawling across the floor towards them. Then the goblin noticed them and prepared to attack. Time passed and the goblin began to attack them, but Khan was very confused because they did not have time to build barricades. After which, Khan hit the goblin with all his strength. After that, one by one, the goblins began to attack them. After that, Khan shouted loudly that they were changing their plans. The barricades would be made of their corpses. After which, they began to attack them one by one and could barely defend themselves. But the goblins poured down on them like a river. After which, Jenna reminded her that she only shoots on command. Khan had a simple tactic: block and strike. The goblins began to rush towards them closer and closer, shouting louder. Aaron asked again if it was really only going to last 10 minutes. Khan began to convince but Khan was sure that they would never die in such a place. In the abandoned city, everything around was surprisingly noisy. The goblins screamed loudly and tried to attack Han and the others. They resisted them as best they could. Khan ordered Hyde to switch sides with Hansen. When Hyde wanted to say that he could still fight, Khan yelled at him and said that he should just silently follow his order. But Khan saw that he lacked stamina. Not only was the work uneven, but his technique was also weak. He himself was getting overexcited and wasting too much energy. One hit was one monster. It was the most effective method: hit, block, and hit again. The problem was their numbers, and they couldn't figure out if they were afraid of anything at all. After which the Khan ordered to change again. The boys obeyed his every order. After that, Hannah told Jenny to help Hyde and try to pick up the arrows he was using. Jenna was just waiting for this order. After which she began shooting the goblins with her arrows. After which, Aaron told Khan that he said there would only be 10 minutes of fighting. To which Khan replied that only 5 had arrived. Then they began to finish off the goblins one by one. Jen started yelling at the goblins to stop climbing and killing them. After which, one of the goblins wounded Hyde, and he began to bleed. But Khan told them to forget about Hyde and hold their ground to stop the goblins. Khan said he would recover when he returned. Hyde began to cry and feel fear from the pain. He continued to beat them. Khan protected Hyde so that he would not be harmed in any way and the goblins would not get further. After which, Khan ordered Hyde to pull himself together if he didn't want everyone here to die. After which, he ordered Jin to stop the bleeding and Hyde that if he didn't start fighting, Hansen would die. After which, Khan felt someone approaching behind him. But he reacted sharply and hit the goblin with all his strength. Then he pushed it in the other direction and it flew several meters away. But there was no end to the goblins. After that, Hansen started having problems. His sword became dull. After which he asked Hyde if he could fight, and Hyde was sure that he could. After which he ordered Hansen to repair his sword. This was expected by Khan, as they had simple iron swords. After which he said that goblins could be killed with a sword without a blade. And if the sword is no longer available, you can use shields. After that, Han ordered Aaron and Jenny to switch. Aaron wanted to say that he could still fight, but Jean told him to rest until he could stand it. After which, Khan started shouting loudly for them to hold out for another 3 minutes, because there were still 3 minutes left, and he could understand why half an hour was so long. After which, Han abruptly told Jin and Aaron to change again. Then he said that Hansen should change too. Then he ordered Jenny to help Hansen with the arrows. But there was a problem. There were only 4 arrows left. Khan realized that there were very few of them left, but said that she didn't have to save money because it would still be the end if they broke through. After which she realized what Khan had said and began to attack. She shot several goblins and they fell to the ground. But one of the goblins' eyes lit up because the arrow missed. After which, one of the goblins began to take out his arrows and laugh loudly. At this point, Hannah told Hansen not to change. But at that moment, one of the goblins stabbed him with a knife. After which, Hyde began to spit blood. At this moment, Jean killed the goblin who was near Hyde. After which, Hyde fell to the ground. Hyde was on the verge of death. His life was in danger. His body and face had turned pale. Khan began to scream loudly and run towards Hyde. At that time, Jean approached him and couldn't figure out what to do and had a panic attack. And that wasn't the only problem. Hansen started to lose strength and asked Hyde to replace him for at least a minute. But the goblins did not end. They attacked one after another. But one of them tried to wound Khan with a spear. He was able to quickly raise his hand. After that, with the same hand, he was able to grab the spear and strike the goblins who were ahead of him. After that, Khan ordered Hansen to go to the left flank, and he himself would deal with it here. Hansen obeyed the order and went to the left flank, after which the message came that Hyde was dead. After that, Han began to shout loudly for Jen to kill Hyde because there was no way to help him, and without her, they would not survive. After which, Khan began to defend himself. At that time, Jenny's fast movement skills awakened to the second level. Jen asked how much time they had left, but Han said it was better to spend their energy on the goblins if she could still ask about the time, because he thought she wouldn't be needed if they all died now. Then came the news that Hansen had begun to bleed and was about to lose his health. Han began to scream loudly. Hansen began to beg Han to save him because he did not want to die, and a lot of goblins had already started running towards him. He started screaming his name very loudly and crying in fear. But Khan, gritting his teeth, didn't know what to do. At that time, goblins had already begun to attack Hansen. After that, Han told Jin and Aaron to follow him, and they would mourn them when they got out of there. Then the news came that Hansen had died, and they ran and came to an abrupt stop. Jen asked if they were going to die too, to which Han said she wasn't kidding. After that, he ordered her to climb the wall behind them. After that, Jen thought that Han wanted her to escape alone, but Han tried to convince her that they would go with her. After that, the goblins began to approach, and they would have to beat several at once. Khan understood that one goblin per blow was very little. After which, he began to destroy the goblins one by one. At that time, Jen had already climbed the mountain and started shouting to them that they were also climbing. Khan could jump high up the mountain by himself, and he had more stamina. But Aaron had almost no strength left, so it was very difficult for him to climb the mountain. Jen reached out and grabbed his hand. But at the last moment, goblins began to grab his legs and stab him with knives. In order for Jen to be able to lift Aaron, Han went down and started killing them and ordered her not to let him go. It was a very difficult situation, and Khan couldn't figure out what to do about it. The situation was very difficult, there was no time, so they decided to cut off his leg. Aaron began to scream very loudly from the pain and bleeding. Aaron was already on the verge of death. His life was in danger. They began to lift him up the mountain, but the goblins began to climb with them on the heads of others. After which Han told Jin to keep the goblins away from Aaron, and he said that she didn't let the goblins get up because they had nowhere else to run. After which, Jin accidentally dropped the spear from her hands and couldn't figure out what to do. Han said she was just kicking them. Aaron started shouting how much time was left because they couldn't hold out any longer. Khan said they only had 30 seconds left. But this time, Khan wasn't lying to them because they really only had 30 seconds left to hold out. The goblins were creeping closer and closer to them. One of the goblins was next to Khan. Khan swung to attack her. But before he could do anything, the goblin stabbed him right in the stomach with his sword. After which, he began to mock him loudly. But Khan began to wince in pain and grit his teeth. His body began to shake with pain and tension. He tried to hurt the goblin, But before he could do anything, the goblin struck him in the stomach again with his sword, and Khan began to scream loudly. Khan began to bleed, and gradually his health began to fail. After which, Jen was also injured. She also started bleeding. They were surrounded, but Khan thought it was the end. Khan couldn't believe he was going to die in a place like this. It was all pointless on the 5th floor. Why was he going through all this pain? If he had been on Earth, he wouldn't have encountered something like this. After which he kept wondering why, and his eyes lit up with red and intense rage. After which he began to kill goblins. A very evil, angry energy began to come out of Khan, and he didn't want to be killed because it was only the 5th floor. His eyes lit up with hatred and self-confidence that he would never die here. After which he continued to attack the goblins one by one. But the goblins continued to attack him anyway. But every time they were defeated because his speed was incredible, and he killed. Blood was flowing, and everything around him was covered in blood and the bodies of dead goblins. And at that time, Han discovered a new skill called Berserk. Although it was difficult for him to breathe, he continued this battle. Every fiber of his body screamed in pain. He was breathing heavily and sometimes couldn't control his breathing. But he was still motivated and angry and ready to remove every obstacle that came his way. He was confident that he definitely wouldn't lose. He killed the goblin one by one. His energy was felt very strong and evil, but at the same time, he had incredibly strong energy. He hit with incredible fury. But at some point, his sword broke into small crystals. The goblins began to scream loudly, but Han was confident that even if he had to fight with his bare hands, he would do it. He took a big step forward and started running towards them. After all, nothing could stop him at this moment. He started running at them with his bare hands, but at that moment, time ran out. All the goblins stopped the moment the time ran out. The hand of one of the goblins stopped right in front of Khan's face. The goblins all froze in one place with their terrifying expressions on their faces. But not only did the goblins freeze in place, what was happening around them stopped. Even in front of Aaron's face, the goblins' hands stopped, followed by a message that the floor was protected and they raised their levels. They began to be congratulated for clearing the 5th floor, and now the daily dungeons were available to them. After which, they were moved back into the portal and they dropped their weapons. After which, they all started breathing heavily and fell to the ground. Khan, in a state of shock, began to breathe heavily. And Aaron was unconscious, lying on the floor. Jenna, realizing it was all over, was initially shocked by what had happened to them. After which, tears began to flow from her eyes, and she began to laugh through her tears. At that time, Khan stood in complete shock and was breathing heavily, trying to regulate his breathing. After that, Jenna turned to Khan to give her a hand, because she didn't have the strength to get up. They were very happy that they were able to survive, and they couldn't believe it all because their lives were at stake. They were in the waiting room. Jenna wondered if every floor would be like this now, and Han replied that this was a special occasion. In such tasks, the survival of the entire group depends on the actions of each member. If Hyde and Khan were a little stronger, they could survive with them. For a well-coordinated group, such tasks are usually not a problem, but it fell on them at the most inopportune moment. Jenna didn't understand this, but she was still just sad. After that, they exited the portal and headed into the city. They were greeted by one of the people who lived there and said that the Pines had prepared food. After which, Khan said that Hyde and Hansen were dead. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His body froze and he was very shocked because he had not expected this. After that, the master began to collect the heroes, and everyone whose names were called had to pass. After which, they were all sent to their rooms. Khan fell onto the bed trying to rest. He wasn't too concerned about the deaths of others, but on the front lines, conquering the Tower of Death quickly becomes indifference. At the same time, he received Berserk. But Berserk and composure were incompatible, and it was clearly some kind of glitch because composure helps to remain calm in any situation, or heart is the complete opposite, exchanging reason for combat power. Maybe it was because he was half hero, half master. There was still so much he needed to learn, but he was ready to do it today. He will have much more to do tomorrow. But now he decided to rest. The next morning, training continued again. Jenna continued her arrow training. Han couldn't understand why she came so early, since she usually sleeps until lunch, but Jenna said she just wanted to survive. Han was very proud of Jenna because she was very talented and hardworking, and yesterday she gained a new skill. While Aaron does not receive great rewards, even for his hard work. Khan's current ceiling is skill level 5, and usually only 3-star heroes grow at this rate. He has almost reached the maximum level of 10 and will soon need to level up to 2 stars. Then, when Han was practicing hand walking, Jenna started holding his stomach, but Han said she removed her hand. With this behavior, Jenna surprised Han more and more, and he couldn't believe how quickly she had recovered from yesterday. But Aaron never showed up for practice. He needed some alone time, since he was closer to the two of them than they were. But Aaron used to come to training before everyone else. After which, Khan turned his attention to those who were training next to them. After all, against the backdrop of Aaron, they simply pretended to be busy with something so as not to go to the synthesis, and only run to training when the master is here. And at that time, Hyde and Hansen had potential, they were good, but there was not enough time to reveal them. It would have been better if one of the people who were training next to them had died instead of them. After which, Aaron came to them and apologized for being late. Aaron was very depressed and humiliated himself, because he understood that if he were stronger, he could have protected them. Khan believed that they died simply because they themselves were weak. It's been a month since Khan got to this place. In the real world, it's been about 10 days. During this time, he figured out the frequency with which the master entered the game, the difference between game time and real time, and the master entered in the morning and at night. In combat, the game time coincides with real time. The survival task would last not half an hour, but an hour and a half, and then they would definitely die. At that time, Issei began praising Han, because clearing the 5th floor with such weak players in the group was almost impossible, and he was definitely the master of all masters. Then Jenna started wondering how he did it, and why it was acting so strangely. And Han said it was a company secret. Izel started yelling at the other players that she was working so hard and the others were slackers, and she wasn't going to put up with it. After which, the entire 4th group was created. It was a group consisting of Han, Jenna, Lewis, Joffrey, and Owen, and all the heroes needed to be taken across the rift in time and space immediately. So that she wouldn't worry, it was much easier this time. After which, the dungeon, which opens daily, opened. As Khan had expected, they finally became available. One of them began to ask if they would really fight alongside them. Khan asked what his name was. The man said his name was Owen, but he was sure they were unlikely to be able to help them. Tahan reassured him and told him not to worry, because they wouldn't have to fight. After which they moved to the Kendert Forest. This was a daily dungeon, and they would gather materials and return after the time was up. Jenna was ready for battle, and couldn't figure out where the enemies were, or if this was really a special mission again. Khan started touching her seraphs and found her funny. After which he explained that this was a daily dungeon task in which you had to collect materials. After which, a small portal opened near Khan's hand, and Khan told them not to think of it as a storage place, but to consider it a dump. He said they could throw all the collected materials they found in the trees there. The warehouse will store them and make new items. Jenna was glad there was no need to fight, but Han said it was none of her business, so they went hunting. After that, they went forward. Jenna was next to Han, and he did not let her rest at all, after which she began to wonder who they would hunt. After that, they headed deep into the forest. They saw a deer in front of them, and Jenna was very happy because she could already taste the meat. She shot at the deer and hit it right in the neck. She said she would deal with it herself because she had watched her father do it for years. She began to tell me how she would do it. Khan said that when she was finished, she should leave nothing behind and throw everything into the rift, and he would go about his business because he was also tired of eating one potato. After that, he went to the waterfall. Khan saw that there was only half an hour left, and he would automatically return to the settlement when the time was up. He found many deer in front of him. Then he saw the queen of the forest in front of him. In forests and dungeons, you can find such rare monsters as her. From them, you can get materials to upgrade heroes. Low-rank attribute stones of such monsters do not always appear, but if they do appear, it is not very difficult to find them. After which, Khan made a sharp leap forward and attacked the deer. The deer didn't even have time to blink when Khan killed it. After which, he headed towards another deer and dealt with him at the speed of light. After that, only the queen of the deer remained. Seeing this picture, the deer queen became very angry with Khan. Tahan told her to attack him now. He was ready for that. At that time, people in the forest continued to collect materials. One of the people began to shout loudly that there was a monster in front of him. From a distance and in the darkness, it looked like a giant spider with long arms and legs and eyes. But when they looked closer, they couldn't believe their eyes. Looking closer, they realized that it was Khan, carrying the head of the deer queen, after which he threw her to the floor with all his strength. Jenna was surprised that it was a giant deer, but Han said that he had no strength left and she had to help him. Then he asked how much she had caught. Jenna had only caught 2 boars and 2 deer, which should be enough meat for everyone. Jenna could understand why the deer's head was needed, but Han said that he needed a horn that couldn't be pulled out of it. It was a feminine identity that defined Jenna, as she had lived in the forest for a long time. Jenna had a new skill, which surprised Han very much. After all, he couldn't believe that she was raising her rank so easily. After which they returned home after such a hard day, and evening came. After which they all sat down together to have dinner with very delicious meat. Everyone was very happy that they had eaten the whole deer, but Khan said that if she was finished, they should go. Daily dungeons are a mechanic where the dungeon changes depending on the day of the week. For example, Samuel Plateau was available today, and you could also get attribute stones there. Then the next day they went to the dungeon with Jenna. Jenna wondered if they could really become stronger in these dungeons. But Han said that they needed attribute stones, and they just had to find them. Then they took a step forward. A very beautiful view of the west and the forest opened up before them. Tahan turned his attention to the foot of the mountain on which they stood. He saw the flowers of life on the walls of this foothill. He had seen them before. It was the basis of the health potion. They needed to gather very little. After that, they went downstairs to find the attributes. At that moment, a huge wolf monster attacked them. After a while, they were able to defeat him. Jenna was incredibly happy that they were able to defeat him so easily. After which, Khan told her to hurry up because other monsters might come upon the smell of blood. She asked what to do with the fangs and claws, to which Khan replied that she simply cut them out. Jenna noticed that it was very quiet here. She wishes it were always like this, just hunting and gathering, because there would always be enough food and blood. This would have been a real paradise if it weren't for the master. These words hurt Khan. She wished he would never come here again. Khan wondered if the people of Nilkare thought the same of him, then asked Jenna if she wanted to continue fighting. After all, she didn't have to do this all her life, and synthesis was no longer a threat to her. She replied that she wanted to find a quieter occupation, but for her it all depended on the situation in the settlement. She didn't understand why he was offering it to her if he wasn't going to leave the front line himself. Hearing these words, Khan only smiled warmly. Several days passed in a row. Then came the reconnaissance task. They had to explore an unfamiliar location. At that time, Dean joined them and said they could count on him. Aaron noticed that this was not an everyday dungeon, to which Han said that it was exploration, and there might be unusual tasks here as well. Aaron didn't even see the enemies and was afraid that everything would be like on the 5th floor, but Khan told them not to make any noise and not to stick their heads out. After that, they all lay down on the ground together, and Lugan said that playing on the ground was not necessary. He assured them all that everything would be different, that they didn't need to worry. If they did everything right, they would be able to pass this floor without any problems. Level 8 goblins appeared before them. But these were unusual goblins. They had horns, which meant that help was nearby. After that, Jenna climbed a tree to scout and saw a goblin settlement there. There were quite a few of them, about 100, which meant it was a trap, and they would definitely be surrounded if they entered the battle. After that, Han began to give orders. The goblin on the right was left to Jen, and Aaron was to attack the second one when they were distracted. After which he began giving tasks to Dean, who silently awaited orders. He gave him orders to simply cover for them if anything went wrong. After which, Jenna's arrows flew into battle. Her blow was so accurate that it hit one of the goblins right in the head. After which, Aaron began to attack the second goblin from behind. He hit him on the head with his weapon with all his strength. After which, the third of the goblins tried to blow his horn to call for help. Before he could do anything, Khan hit him on the head as well. Then a message came that the floor was secured, and they received a reward. But that wasn't all, and Khan knew they needed to look around. After all, there should have been a clue about the next floor. Exploration tasks can help find out information about what awaits them in the future. And although all events are mostly random, some little things can be predicted. After that, he headed to the fortress where the goblin settlement was located. There, dogs were barking loudly, being held by goblin monsters. Khan tried to understand how large this settlement was. But while he was trying to figure it out, one of the goblins sensed his presence. By the time he turned around, Khan had disappeared from their sight. After which, they found themselves back in the portal. They didn't ask why he had run away so suddenly, but Khan said he was just looking around. Such clues, according to him, appear quite often in dungeons. This is a part of the quest that begins with exploration and ends with a flow, and it depends only on the attentiveness of the master whether he will understand the clues. It annoyed him that the master saw the same thing he did, because it was too early in the flow and things were happening faster than he had thought. Chloe began to distract him from his thoughts. She said that some strangers had come, and Khan saw this as a problem, because they often came to their place. These were other strangers, they had weapons with them, and they were strange in their own right. Khan immediately realized that these were high-level heroes. He asked Izel if the master had invested the money again, and Izel confirmed his guess. So Han thought that they had been called in to clean the 5th floor instead of him, and then told Chloe to go back to the kitchen and they wouldn't do anything. They were just a little special. After that, he said that their group could relax for now and that, in general, nothing would change from the arrival of the newcomers. Evening had come, and silence reigned in the city. One of the new high-level heroines stood with her elbows against the wall. Jen approached her and started to greet her. She greeted her and gave her name, asking about the name of the new high-class heroine. Her name was Edith Coven, after which Jen introduced her to Khan. Khan noticed that Edith was immediately obvious as a 3-star hero. She was a typical Boro, with low strength and health but high speed and agility. After which Khan asked if they could talk. They all headed to the tavern together, and Edith asked Han if he knew anything about the place, but Han knew nothing. He asked her if she remembered how she got here. She said she didn't really remember. All she knew was that she had been called here to fight. Her head ached as she tried to remember the details. Khan asked if she knew anything about fusion, and she replied that fusion was the amplification of other people. She used to be part of the group Wolf of Destruction. She remembers being at work in Hutsa and then finding herself in the game. Not only did she have 3 stars, but she also had the skills to match. Jen said it sounded very interesting. Edith relaxed after her words, stopped being nervous, and her expression changed. But before she could say anything, the master arrived and began asking them to go out into the square. They heard a loud thud on the street. It was some giant man who began to wonder who had summoned him here. Edith said that the master had called them and they had to go. But this man started eating meat because he hadn't eaten it for a long time and he needed to find out who this master was. After that, he slammed the door with all his strength and left the tavern. The needle heard him say he wanted meat, then took a whole piece with him, and they could have fed their people with it. Jenna thought they should have made him take the food back, but Han said they were going to the square. After which, the group was formed and they had to be moved to the free slots. After that, a main leader was appointed in their group. But the other players thought there was something clearly wrong with them because they had weapons. But Khan said it was nothing because he had one too. Everyone around him tried to convey their concerns, but Khan understood them perfectly. The reason for his fear was clear to him. They simply didn't look like good people, and they were also stronger. After which he asked what Jenna thought about it. Didn't they say that Edith seemed to be fine? But she couldn't say anything about the latter. After which Khan asked what was required of him. But Khan didn't want to protect them for nothing. After all, they themselves were constantly skipping training, and now they wanted help. Only those who were capable, in his eyes, were begging those who were stronger than them. After all, none of them even came close to Dick's strength. They just pretended to be in front of the master, and then stole the meat that Jane brought. And they had plenty of time to learn some kind of craft, to start being useful. But the only thing they thought about was how to escape the synthesis. After which, he began to chase them away while he got angry. After that, Khan and his company began to look at the new arrivals. Khan began to tell Aaron not to feel sorry for them, because while he bled out, surrounded by goblins, they simply ate and slept in comfort. Then he asked Dick if he had been fighting with anyone, but Dick couldn't understand how he knew, but his face showed it all. But Aaron said that it was a normal duel and that he himself asked for it, but Khan only sighed and said that they just went to rest. After which, he turned to her because he didn't understand why she was rubbing against him. After that, after a while, the entire floor was cleared, and the elite players returned. But the leader of this group began to ask Khan who he was. But Khan only smiled sarcastically. After which he replied, what business did he have with him, because he was just sitting on a bench. One of the members of this group didn't like the answer. He started saying what he was thinking about himself, but Jean said that they themselves spoke to him. After which the leader greeted him and said that he was Avent de Jacques. He was the captain of a group of mercenaries. Then he said that he was Islat Khan, and he was, of course, a farmer. But Avent only immediately asked him if he was really a farmer. He then asked if all the locals gather in the square when the call to prayer begins, and Khan confirmed his guess. After which, Avent only looked at Khan with suspicion. Khan saw that 10 simple invocations had occurred at this point, and he was curious about what the master was up to. After that, 10 more people came into the city and started asking again what was going on, what kind of place this was. After that, Iseli told them to go into the synthesis room. But one of the elite heroes grabbed him by the neck and started scaring him. But Jean thought it was impossible, since they had just arrived. Avent said he hadn't forgotten about the second one before the synthesis. Hannah wondered if everyone with real money appeals would be like this. But Jen started screaming that it was wrong, and they didn't even give her a chance to survive. Khan also believed that the master was making a big mistake. Although there was a lot of garbage among the first star ones, diamonds also came across, but he even tried to check them. People began to scream loudly for mercy, and they could not understand what would be done to them. Avent gave orders to his group not to give them a chance to escape. After that, he turned to Edith, because she stood aside, not wanting to attack the others. After which, Edith sighed and closed her eyes because she didn't want to attack anyone to scare them. After which she began to take out her weapon to carry out the order. But Khan told Isley to send advice to the master that it was better not to merge heroes without some kind of verification. After all, we had to go through so many situations, and upon arriving here, we had to start a completely new life. Jakin started yelling at Han to stop bothering them, but Han simply gave the master some advice. But Khan wondered if it wasn't as fun as it used to be. After that, he couldn't help himself and started beating Khan. But at that moment, one of the arrows flew at him. She warned him that the next arrow, if he continued to do so, would be in his head. Avent was angry, because he realized that they had just attacked him. After which, he asked if Khan knew who they were. But Khan considered them mere trash in his eyes. Then came the news that a feud had broken out between Khan and their group, and the master had to pay attention to the relationship between the heroes. Then Ezel came and started to stop their quarrel. But Khan started saying that this wasn't in the rules. After that, Khan wanted to talk things over because he immediately realized that they were not mercenaries. But Avent said that was just nonsense because they were just ordinary mercenaries and did the work for a fee. But Khan then asked them to stop confusing him, because what stood before him was an ordinary gang of bandits. Avent proudly began to say that he was dressing up for Khan with patience, and the Khan replied in the same way. And then Khan told Ezel that such heroes would only get in the way, and rank is determined by rank, but character is not determined by stars. But they will constantly cause chaos in settlements and reduce overall efficiency, ballast that needed to be gotten rid of. After which, Khan decided to challenge him to a duel. But Avent couldn't understand what he was trying to achieve because he didn't understand why they had done this to him. But Khan said he could think about him whatever he wanted. But he knew people like him very well, because he asked if all the residents were in the square in order to understand whether the settlement could have someone stronger. And when they realized that there were no strong people, they lost their fear. And the newcomers who have just been drafted will not be enough for them, so he proposes a duel. It was all very simple. If Khan wins, they will promote Avent, and if the opposite happens, they will train Khan. But Avent, without thinking twice, accepted the duel with a smile on his face. He found it fascinating fun. After which, Khan, with full self-confidence, wanted to start a duel. But Avent also did not hesitate for a moment and agreed to this duel. Hannah wondered if the master was scared at this point. And after Han told Jenny that she had taken the people back to the residential area, Jin wondered if he would handle it himself. But Khan was completely confident in himself and believed in his abilities. After which, a duel between the heroes, Han and Avent, began, and they decided to fight until one of them fell. Arena completely said that he still needed to be alive for synthesis. After which, Khan told Ezel not to let anyone interfere with them. But Arena immediately started attacking and thought he was a complete idiot, because he didn't even draw his sword. But Khan saw that from some of the characteristics, it was clear that Arena had good potential. He was only level 2, and his strength was already almost 20. And his basic fencing skills were level 3, but he was still stronger, albeit not with such strong characteristics. After which he entered his berserker power, which greatly surprised Arena. Khan found him very cocky for someone with a very low level. Ari tried to attack him, but Khan was much more agile and got behind him. After which he grabbed his hand and began to squeeze it tightly. And then with his other hand, he grabbed his head and started to pull it down. Then he hit his head on the asphalt with all his strength. After which, Arena's entire body was filled with pain. After which, Khan spoke so that Arena would better understand the difference between them. Then he started hitting him with a knife and said that if he didn't twitch, it wouldn't hurt. After which he forced him to say that the Arena was surrendering. But Arena began to scream in pain that he was surrendering, but Khan asked him to say it out loud because his screams could not be heard. One of his men began to beg him to let him go, but Khan was getting ready because they were not going to keep up with those people and were doing everything they could to stroke them in the synthesis. But he thought it was the same thing he was doing now. But Khan spoke with complete confidence that if he said so, then he meant it. He couldn't understand what he didn't like, because they both agreed to the duel, and it was up to them to decide how it would end, and the loser would simply have to surrender. After which he said that if Arena remained silent, he would continue. And it was none of his business what would happen to him, so he told him to go to sleep or do something else. After which, he said that he would not repeat the same thing, after which he asked if they were really mercenaries. Edith said that they really were mercenaries before, but now they're just... After which, she didn't have time to finish. But Khan considered them just a bunch of robbers or bad people who robbed their own employers. After which, he asked her why she was still with them, and Edith said that she was at her father's request. Khan told her to think carefully about her decisions, whether she wanted to stay with them or switch to Khan's side. Edith was shocked by this, but one of these mercenaries started yelling at her, demanding that she switch sides. But at that moment, Aaron began to try to reach the sword with his tense hands. And then the same mercenary started shouting, asking if she understood that he would still be with her if she handed them over. After which, Khan said that they were just trash and they should be silent. After which, he pierced that shaking hand with a sword. After which, he told Edith that she was choosing, and they just needed one more person. After that, they all started to press on her, and her whole body started to shake. But first, she closed her eyes tightly, then opened them and made a decision with full confidence. She left the group, after which their group was disbanded. And then Khan said that he didn't care about the latter, after which he chased them away. And Arena literally started moaning that he was giving up. But Khan said that he was sure that he wanted to give up because everything ended with synthesis. After which the Wolves of Destruction began to attack Khan altogether. After which Zelly appeared, stopping the duel, and they could no longer interfere. But nothing could stop the Wolves of Destruction anymore, and they simply wanted to kill Han and try to harm Zelly in order to move on. But they could not even imagine that they had fallen into Khan's trap. After which, Khan got angry because she warned them, and they climbed down with fists and swords. After which, she began to harm and kill them. After which, the entire pack of Wolves of Destruction went to the embrace of the Lord. After that, she asked Khan if she had done everything correctly, and he praised her, which greatly surprised Varen. After which, he said that he gave up and was ready to go for synthesis. After which, Han went out of berserk mode and into his normal mode. His head hurt a little, and he couldn't tell if it was a berserker, but it was better not to use that power again. Han was sure that the Master would definitely want to cancel the duel, because if he had known from the beginning that it would turn out like this, he definitely would not have agreed to it. He was sure that the Master had not yet figured out this system. After which, Khan hung up his level and said that if he were that weak, he would have quit the game after synthesizing for a 4-star hero. And on the other hand, he felt sorry for him, because he had crouched down so much, done everything, gone to synthesis, but they were ballists. Every time we try, it becomes more and more, in the future the Master will understand, but now Khan was sure that the Master was out of his mind with rage. But Han was already level 10. His stats were very close to a 3-star hero, but he was the most valuable hero in most battles. And if the Master didn't pull himself together and synthesize him, he would never make it to the top of the tower. After that, it was interesting to see how the Master acted. After which the Khan said that the Master should just try to give it up. After that, Khan went to one of the city's taverns. After which he stood silently, without saying a word. But people, fascinated and delighted, began to look at him. In Dina's eyes, he was simply incredible. But Khan started to get upset because he asked not to say anything about this situation. After which, people began to thank him for protecting them, because those people were threatening them with weapons. Khan sighed heavily and said that they didn't understand something. But they were sure that he would say something now, because they were not that unscrupulous. And since they now owed him their lives, they simply wanted to thank him. He said he was the only one who saved anyone. They were the newbies. And it didn't concern them in any way, so they couldn't understand what he was talking about. Now the Master was very angry, after which people began to be sent to the synthesis zone. Khan said that the Master quickly understands the situation and makes decisions very quickly. But one of the men tried to reassure the others that they just needed to kill a few goblins. And why do you need 6 people for a group if there are always only 5? And then Khan said that these people were needed for synthesis. After which they started screaming loudly and panicking. But they couldn't understand why they were being sent for synthesis because they were trying. After which Khan called Arena and Dick to ask. And he asked if they really thought these people were really trying and what they were doing while they were pushing themselves to the limit. Then he asked if anyone had helped with the hunt, and Jenna replied that they had already dragged the meat she had finished. Khan believed that even an animal could handle such a thing, and their lives were not equal to the lives of cattle. But when one of them began to resist, Khan kicked him sharply in the face and told him to shut up. And after that, Isel asked if they could hear her and for those she called to come out onto the square. They began to beg Khan to help them, because the master would definitely listen to him. Jin asked who they would go with, and Han thought it would be Vadis, because she was new and her level was very low. After that, they all started shouting together that they wouldn't go there, and that they had been given one last chance. But Isel was already very angry. But after that, they still went to synthesis, and all the newcomers disappeared in a bright light. But at that time, Edith had increased her level and gained a new skill. After which Khan said that it has always been like this and will always be like this. After which he said that they were not sitting on their necks and no one would give a damn about them and no one would protect anyone. If they wanted to survive, they had to prove that they would be useful. After his words, everyone began to tremble with fear. But most of them couldn't even fight, and their hands shook at the mere thought of it. After which, Khan spoke to Chloe, Enoch, Alter, and Patrick to teach others their craft and help them. But Enoch said that learning blacksmithing from scratch is quite difficult. But Khan said they were motivated enough to learn. If they thought they could handle close combat, they just had to go for it. If they wanted to learn how to hunt and divide their prey, they had to ask Jen. And if they wanted to learn carpentry, they had to ask Enka. They had many ways to survive. They just had to want to and try. After that, Jen told Han that he was very kind because he explained everything to them in detail. He couldn't help but agree with this because if they listened to him, they would be able to escape a stupid death. Although today's synthesis was just a visit to the master, who simply needed to beg for dust. The situation with the word of the heroes could happen again. After all, they were already approaching the 10th floor, and they needed a second group. But this was not just a bunch of people, but a team capable of replicating the main one. The next morning, everyone started going about their business. Khan visited the tavern where Havoya was already cooking. Khan started asking what she had cooked today, and she replied that it was the bread she had baked today, as she used to be a baker. But he asked how she was able to bake bread if they didn't have flour, and Havoya replied that she just ground potatoes. Khan praised her because it was a good variety in food and it reduces stress better. After which he left the tavern. After that, he met Edith on the way and said that they would go to the training arena together. Walking into the training arena, they saw that Jen was already training there. After which, Khan said that he had already arranged a sparring match with Edith on daggers. But it wasn't considered that she was only good with a bow, but Khan said that she was just following orders. After that, they began training with daggers. After which, Jen began attacking Edith. But even though Jen could only practice with a bow, she was very skilled. But Edith could barely dodge attacks. But Edith couldn't understand where the scientist got so much strength from. But Jen considered herself quite grown up and continued to attack Edith. They decided to see which of them was stronger. They attacked each other at the speed of light. After a while, Edith could breathe easily and tried to regulate her breathing. She had previously denied this assumption as she was an ordinary hunter's daughter. But they weren't like that from the start. Most likely, they were weaker than her, but gained strength through training. If the Wolves of Destruction had focused on training instead of fighting from the start, Han would have had problems. Edith was weaker now, but she had far more potential than any first-star hero, and she would make up the difference between them when she rose to the next level. Everything depended only on their efforts, so we shouldn't forget about training. And in general, it didn't matter who she was before. After that, everyone suddenly started practicing for several hours all day, and Khan couldn't figure out if it was because of yesterday's performance with the synthesis. There are more players, although by personal choice, they will still have to increase their attributes to survive. But still, there were fewer people than there should have been. Even if the last ones wanted to go to support, there would only be 2 free places left, and someone would not be lucky enough to go to synthesis. After which, Khan turned his attention to one of the people who was training. After which he turned to him and asked what his name was. He greeted them and said that his name was Usher. He had been summoned here by some creature, the so-called Master, so that they could fight. He remembered Khan's words from yesterday, after which Khan asked who he was before he got here, to which he replied that he was a rapist. Khan said that he was well suited for such a position, to which the man replied that he himself wanted to become a mercenary in the future. After which, Khan smiled with a sly smile. After which, he said that he had attacked him and would look at his potential. That same evening, they began to weed out the newcomers. The master did not care who among them wanted to become a support and who did not. Although Oren constantly participated in battles to increase his level, only 2 people were chosen. The others died. Usher was empowered to use synthesis. He rose to level 3. And all the latter went to the daily dungeon, and the mines from which you could get fire attribute stones were still closed. Then, a few days later, Khan woke them up at dawn. They couldn't understand why he woke them up so early because they still wanted to sleep. After which, Khan asked if they knew why he had gathered them here. But they had no idea why he had gathered them. After which, Dean voiced his guess that it was for a gathering of group members. But Jen asked if the master should decide this, to which Han replied that he could advise him on options. And he was sure that he was unlikely to refuse. After that, he suggested that they determine who would be in which group by drawing lots. But they were shocked by this decision. But Khan was confident that this way he would be able to decide who would be in which group and with whom. After that, they decided to split into 2 groups. There would be 6 of them, and each group would have 3 people. But Khan told them to relax, because there would be no losers here. After that, they decided to appoint a leader in each group. The first group was Khan, and the other was Edith. But Khan was sure that she wouldn't be able to handle it. But he couldn't understand why he was so sure, because she was no worse than Edith. Edith couldn't understand why they needed to split up, to which Khan replied that it was dangerous to focus on the resources of just one group, because if it were destroyed, big problems would arise. After all, they didn't have enough people anyway, and the master himself would distribute the remaining slot. A prime example is the 5th floor. The difference in abilities was very large, and the lag of a couple of people could lead to the death of the entire group. If all floors could be cleared at the same time, then dividing into groups would make no sense. But soon, the number of people needed for clearing will increase, including on special missions where hundreds of heroes can participate at the same time. It will be a disaster if a weak one remains among them, and the second group will become insurance for the settlement while the first one is serving. After that, Khan said that their groups would be equal and that they should not be upset if they did not get where they wanted. After which, the drawing of lots began. And finally, they were divided into 2 groups. And in the first group, along with Han, were Jen and Aaron. And in the last group, Dean and Usher and Edith were left. It was clear, judging by the looks on their faces, that they didn't believe her at all. Then I tried to calm her down and come up with some excuse so as not to offend her. But Edith was new here, and she had much less experience than Han, so their reaction was completely obvious to her. It was clear to everyone that their combat skills were at different levels, but nothing could be done about it yet. Khan could only say that they should catch up with them as soon as possible if they did not want to be left behind. But Edith was serious, because after yesterday's synthesis, they definitely wouldn't lose. After that, they began daily training in front of the 10th floor. After that, they headed to the 7th floor, where the task was to destroy all enemies. They were preparing for a goblin attack to clear the 7th floor. Aaron was in a serious mood because he thought they were very lucky and he would handle it. But Khan told them not to interfere, he would deal with them himself. After which they found themselves together and began to attack Khan. But Han just took a deep breath and began to go into berserk mode. He abruptly changed his count and began to glow with a bright red light. With this, his speed and strength increased greatly, and he attacked the goblins one by one. After a few minutes, almost all the goblins were on the floor. But one goblin remained, just standing there, shaking with fear. But Han hid his sword, after which Jen spoke about finishing him off. Han understood that there should have been clues to the flow on this floor, so he thought it best not to complete the task. He said that they had left that goblin behind. He hadn't done anything anyway, and it was time for them to explore. From the very beginning, Khan started taking all the clues. First, there was a heavy downpour. Secondly, there was a second clue that a river flowed here, which is why he noticed that the platinum was broken for the third time. After that, they cleaned up the floor and finished their training, after which they went and discussed who would do what. After which Khan stopped abruptly and fell silent. After which he sharply told Aram to stay. Then he ordered Jenny to bring the full from his room, which was on the table. And Aaron was ordered to be led to him by Edith. After all, newcomers are about to appear again. But for Han, it was expected, as the master was the type who didn't usually buy anything but couldn't stop once he started. Once Han signed up, he was amazed at the level of observation she had of the other heroes. It was a lot of fun. After all, new users were attracted by the combat synthesis system during floor clearing, and the behavior of the heroes, observing living people, brought a lot of pleasure. The new actions of the support heroes attracted attention. Following commands and instructions, various strategies, battle tactics with other players, and as the difficulty increased, new content was opened. After that, new people emerged from the synthesis, summoned by the master. They were curious to see who would appear this time. It was the hero Roderick who began to ask who the girl who had arrived with him was. The girl named Molka sweated with fear. But before she could answer, she took a step forward and fell through her long dress. Jin asked who she was and why she was on Earth, to which Han replied that she wasn't paying attention, would be up soon, and was just wearing very uncomfortable clothes. To which Grace replied that she was simply an aristocrat. Grace had worked so much for the Umshiks that she definitely understood people, and she was curious about what this lady had forgotten here. Rodrin understood the concept of a summoning and synthesis master, but he had no idea about levels or skills. He was a true guardian of a large city, although he looked like an ordinary normal person if you forget about some feelings. It felt like he had to do something. It was like hypnosis, like there was an enemy he had to deal with. To which Khan replied that he was right and he would explain everything. After the drawing of lots, he and Edith were to draw lots. Blue would take the old man and red would take the girl. A guard, a veteran with great experience, or a young aristocratic girl, the choice was obvious. After which the Khan ordered her to bring them the lot. Khan immediately realized that the case would be a red one. Then he saw Edith smile and realized that she saw it too. After which they had to choose. Khan rushed forward sharply to pick up the left lottery ticket. But at the same time, they began to move forward at the speed of light. Molka just watched silently at such a pitiful sight. After which she let Han feel her fire magic. But they and Edith grabbed the same selection tape. After which they started arguing about who would let go and who would take the piece of paper. After which Khan asked Molka if she was really a magician. After that, she demonstrated a little of her strength and finished, because she thought that would be enough for an introduction. After that, they started arguing not over the guard, but over that girl with the power of fire, because warriors, thieves, and other classes can be obtained in a large number of ways, but mages are completely different. They were very rare and could only be obtained through a summon for a donation, and the chances were decidedly low. What they heard, they wondered what they were doing, and Hannah said that they would decide who would get them. Molka couldn't understand what had happened. It had happened suddenly and terribly, but she thought, well. After a while, she began to think about what had happened to her now, and then it hit her, and she couldn't understand how they could manipulate people like that. Jen told them not to worry this time. Everything had to be slow, with luck and justice. They agreed to leave the mourning behind and made up immediately, without resentment. After that, the drawing of lots began, and they began to pull out pieces of paper with the person she would take into her group. After that, they started looking to see who they had finally gotten. But the draw still showed that Molka would be with Khan. After which, they threw them an invitation to join their groups. Izel began to drag one of the residents towards the synthesis. But he started shouting loudly that Khan had told him that they wouldn't be harmed if they worked hard. But he couldn't fully master the support skills, so he told Molka to obey Izel in everything. if you didn't want to be the next one and share that person's fate. After which the synthesis ended and Molka increased her level. After which Khan told her that the same thing would be done to her if she didn't make it in time. It is impossible to escape from synthesis in any case, and it is better not to bring it to this point. You need to work hard. The guard thought it was a nightmare, but Khan said he was next, and they were the synthesis materials. After which the synthesis ended, and the guard Roderick increased his level. After which Ezel said that the acceleration of space and time should open. After that, the screening of the newcomers began, and the second group was told that they were going into the rift. Eddie said she would take the guard out, and he would be the main character of this fight. After which, Khan asked Molka what magic she possessed. She couldn't understand why he needed to know that. After that answer, he started pressuring her and told her to answer his questions, and the girls started to get scared, unable to understand how she ended up here. Han was surprised that she was not given any information, because all heroes should have basic information at 3 stars. Molka said that why should she fight with incomprehensible creatures for no reason. The Khan said that if she did not obey, she would simply be sacrificed. These words frightened Molka. After which he asked her again what kind of magic she possessed. She replied that she possessed fire magic, and the most powerful thing she could create was a third circle memory. Khan said he had seen it before and asked if she had anything else, like teleportation or support magic. She replied that any 3-handed person could learn it. She was sure that if he saw her strength, he would be amazed by her abilities. Khan thought that, unlike the attack, the defense system here was larger but less functional. But he asked the question because she didn't have a skill window, and there was a chance they would still awaken. But either way, mock is mock. After which he said, whether she liked it or not, from now on, she would have to fight alongside them. Edith and her team had already passed the next floor for the test, and Han's team was next. The first group was told to go to a rift in time and space, and they went there. They were told to climb to the top of the tower and save the world. Khan was sure they were going to the 4th floor for a test. The next stage was not yet available to them. If they wanted to test her magic, the 4th floor was enough, because there were harpies and goblins there. He just needed to find out what type of magic it was. Khan said that when the battle began, they would simply stand aside, as they needed to test Molka's skills. Each of them could walk up the 4th floor by themselves, and no one knew about her abilities yet. He thought she doubted herself because of her low level. He began to press on her weaknesses, saying that just recently she had said that she would fall when she saw her magic. With doubts, she said that he should wait a little. Then he would be amazed by her magic. After that, they said goodbye to Edith and sent her for a test. Her expression changed, and she said goodbye to Khan. He turned his attention to the task and was horrified. They began to be sent on tasks, and Khan began to curse the master. They were sent to the main dungeon on the 8th floor, after which Khan began to shout loudly for everyone to draw their weapons and concentrate. Khan couldn't believe that what had happened recently was still going on. He hinted that the 4th floor was very boring for the test, after which he shouted loudly for everyone to lie down on the ground. Molka was unable to react quickly, and an arrow was already flying at her. Her entire life flashed before her eyes as the arrow was almost near her eye. Khan quickly grabbed her, lowered her to the ground, and told her that she had underestimated the enemies and should have reacted faster. Thank God the arrow flew between them. Khan realized that the task was almost the same as it had been on the 5th floor. 300 goblins rushed at them with weapons more powerful than those on the 5th floor. Jenna began attacking and shooting at them. The hit was as accurate as possible, and she hit one of the goblins right in the head. Khan gave Aaron the order that when they reached them, he should move to the side and attack. He turned to Molka and tried to give an order. But before he could say anything, he heard heavy footsteps and turned around. It was the goblins who started to attack, and Khan extinguished them with his sword. He felt someone approaching from the other side. It was another goblin attacking him from the other side. Khan had time to react and ducked right before the blow. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared to attack. With all his strength, he hit the goblin, shattering it into small pieces. Even behind him, the goblins were already approaching. The goblins attacked too quickly, but Han was able to dodge each attack. He called out loudly to Aaron. Khan ducked, and Aaron sharply attacked the goblin. The goblins continued to shoot arrows. Aaron and Khan barely held back the onslaught, and Khan said that Mulka had started casting. She was very scared, but Khan said that she was a mage and could destroy everyone. She needed time to focus, 1 minute, and Khan said she was already casting. He swung his sword at one of the goblins with all his strength. He hit him with multiple blows. Meanwhile, Mulka was concentrating her forces. She began to chant the spell, and her whole body felt like it was on fire. Khan ordered Aaron to block all the bolts flying at Jen so she could focus on shooting. Aaron heard him and began to carry out the order. At that time, the goblins tried to attack Mulka, who was casting a spell. Khan didn't understand that the first priority was to eliminate the mage. He could buy time, but blocking everyone would be very difficult. Khan understood that a magical shield would be needed. He turned to Mulka so that she could make a shield. He asked if she couldn't hear him or if she simply couldn't answer, but Mulka didn't react. Jen started screaming that if she stood there, she would definitely be attacked. Khan couldn't believe what he saw. They needed to forget about the barrier, because there was no question of it. She couldn't even cast on the fly. The goblins continued to attack. One of them headed towards Mulka to harm her, and almost hit her. At that moment, Khan managed to intercept her and take her to the other side. Khan considered her a complete fool because she didn't even use any defense. She asked if he had even seen the amount of firepower she had used. Khan replied to forget about it and change locations, after which they ran into the forest. Jen said it was probably blocked, to which Han replied that they would think about it when they got there. Khan told Mulka to start casting as soon as they reached the forest and use magic to bombard the area. The goblins kept up and ran right after them. Jen ran in first and said she thought they could come in. Khan began telling Mulka to cast faster, to which she replied that she didn't understand this attitude towards her. Khan pulled her with all his strength and pushed her forward. He said that no one would treat her badly if she died. Khan stopped abruptly, and the latter said that he had gone ahead because it was dangerous. But he said they were moving forward, and he would soon use his berserker powers. Khan didn't know what the consequences would be when he went berserk for the second time in a day. Although he wasn't very tired, he still needed to buy time. At that time, one of the goblins began to attack him with arrows. Khan managed to protect himself with a shield. The goblins did not stop and attacked one after another. Khan noticed that one of the goblins was very fast. This goblin attacked Han at the speed of light. Khan abruptly got to one knee, shielding himself from an arrow to the head. He fell to the ground with all his strength, protecting himself from the last arrows. He realized that he was being attacked from all sides. He had to come up with a tactic to attack them. He stepped back with all his strength to speed up. With the speed of light, he decided to take away the mobility the goblins prided themselves on. He began attacking the goblins one by one and damaging each one. His speed was incredible. He literally flew at the speed of light. After a few blows, he stopped abruptly. Not noticing the goblins behind him, Aaron began to loudly call out to Han. Before he could do anything, one of the goblins hit him on the back with all his strength. One of the goblins was already standing over him with his wolf monster. The goblins swung to hit Khan. Khan seemed to be in a hopeless situation and did not know what to do. At this moment, Khan was able to strike them both with his sword with his last strength. The goblin and his wolf were killed. He took his sword from the wolf's mouth. At this death of the wolf monster, the other goblins became very angry with him. Aaron was ready to go down to fight Khan. Khan shouted loudly to stay out of his territory, to regroup, and deal with those coming his way. At the same time, Khan wondered if Mulka was ready to cast. At that moment, Jen started shouting that they had finished their training. After that, Khan began to run forward from the goblins with all his might. Then he jumped forward with all his strength. In this way, he was able to dodge the blow of two goblins who were trying to hit him. Then he kicked them both in the face. After that, with all his might, he began to run forward towards Jenna and the last ones. After which, Jenna began to use her magic to destroy them all to the last. Her body was literally on fire. Her hair and everything around her seemed incredibly hot like flames. Also, everything around started to burn and heat up. At that time, Khan reached them all at the last moment. After which Movka used her spell, after which a large, fiery vortex began to form above her. It seemed to pierce the heavens and began to pull all the goblins inside. It was an incredible force that destroyed all the goblins in a matter of seconds. But she began to destroy everything around them. Khan was surprised that she had such incredible power at just the first level. Her power was incredibly strong, creating a huge fiery whirlwind that was straight into the sky. She started screaming, "Is this really magic?" Because they were all very surprised. After that, Khan said that there were a few more left and asked Aaron and Jenna to help him, and they needed to finish. After which they all started killing the goblins together, the ones that remained. Han had little strength left due to using his berserker powers twice and being pushed back. But he decided that if he couldn't defeat them with force, then he would do it with skill. After which he began to attack them with his iron shield. But suddenly an arrow flew out of nowhere, helping Han kill the goblins. Then Jin said that their arrows were a very useful thing. After which one of the goblins began to attack Aaron and he began to crumble. But still, he was able to block Khan and said that he could count on him. Khan said that he had already learned to contradict him. After which they killed the monsters one by one. After which, Jin jumped high above the ground above the goblin. But the goblin still managed to get it and even tried to hit it on the leg. At that moment, Jenna abruptly pulled out her dagger. Then she hit the goblin on the head with all her strength, and he fell backwards from the wolf monster. At this moment, the goblins began to attack Movka herself. At that moment, she couldn't do anything because she was completely focused on the spell. The wolf and the goblin didn't have time to do anything because an arrow flew straight into their heads. It wouldn't be fun if they broke something. Movka should have finished by now and run. But she didn't finish, but continued to create her fiery lair. She was so focused on this goal that she didn't even hear what was happening around her. After which, Jen started shouting loudly that they were all running away because the magic wasn't ready yet. At that moment, Movka's eyes began to burn. After that, Aaron and Khan began to run sharply in the other direction. After that, Movka seemed to have a fiery bundle, which she directed towards the goblins. After that, she took the goblins into the fiery dome, where the temperature was high. After which this dome burst into bright and scorching fire. After which this dome began to demolish everything in its path. Khan was worried that at this rate, she would be able to kill them too. After which, Khan got up to see if everything was over. Standing up, Khan was surprised by what he saw. The goblins didn't continue attacking them as if nothing had happened. After which, Movka began to go out in a tan. After which, the fiery whirlwind began again engulfing everything in its path. This whirlwind was the very sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Jen could barely hold onto the tree to keep from flying into the whirlwind herself. This whirlwind didn't even spare the trees themselves, burning everything around. After a while, the entire forest turned into a fiery inferno. After that, this vortex continued to spin around Movka. She stood and looked at it, not moving, not saying a word. Khan was surprised and at the same time frightened by what he saw and felt. After all, right next to him was a large hole made by that same whirlwind. At that moment, they turned back, but everything was cleared, and Oren and Movka had raised their level. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, because 20 goblin riders were killed at once. Movka only began to laugh out loud, for such was the power of her fire, and she warned that if she showed all her abilities, they would be shocked. Such was the soul of the Reville witch. She didn't have time to finish anything when blood started flowing from her nose and she fell to the ground. Khan realized that she had used up all her mana and was at 0. Khan decided to draw conclusions. She couldn't use any magic for a few minutes while she was casting, so until then the group members had to protect her. She couldn't use support magic, but her wolf strength and stamina were at the level of a first-star character. When he was a master, he didn't have many mages, but he knew how to use them. He hadn't met anyone like her. He doesn't mean they don't exist, they're just very rare. Mages like her were like tanks that needed to be stripped of their armor, a multitude on the way to development. In essence, you could say they were built for war. Jen lifted her onto her shoulders and began to carry her. Khan realized that her power was something to be reckoned with. He thought that the time would slowly come when he would no longer be able to be in the center of events. The next day, the first thing the master had to do when entering the game was to elevate the magic center. The research magic laboratory has been completed. Research skills have been unlocked. Also, the alchemical laboratory was completed, and now they could synthesize various items. The library was also completed, and now they could expand their knowledge. 3 overlapping training groups after the Trust Magic Laboratory, Chemistry and Library were combined into a new complex with Almeja. They continued their training, and Mavka was almost exhausted. She couldn't understand why such a high-ranking person had to do these tough workouts, because she was one of those who worked with her brain. In most cases, she just needed to learn how to dodge, including those moments when she cast spells. When they were training, Khan said it was much nicer to see her in a work suit rather than a comfortable dress. This is a dress or magical item that increases the power of fire. Movka's dress was custom-made in her family. Although they call it endurance development, regular running is easier than light running. 3 laps without additional weight at a low speed every day is nothing compared to his training. Khan motivated her by saying that if she didn't finish her workout properly, he would tell Chloe that she wanted potatoes for dinner. After that, Khan turned to the master because he was doing nothing at all, just watching. They were lucky to get a mage, or they were very close to the 10th floor, and the magic was built. Thanks to the Israel mines that opened yesterday, they managed to get all the materials from the 3 daily dungeons. All the materials they collected in the storages await further distribution, and it's time to craft consumable items like potions. After that, Han walked away and told Jenny to follow her so she wouldn't run away. High-level specialists or alchemists, but both making equipment and potions are done without skills through a minigame. After which, Han headed to the Hall of Magic for the first time. Khan started reading books, but didn't understand anything written there. He saw the cauldron and decided to start creating the potion. After that, he began to throw in all the necessary ingredients for the minigame. The minigame began, and Khan completed it with great success. He completed each of the games with the same success and created many potions. Izel was delighted with what she saw, and Han thought that he had created 6 healing potions and 2 magic ones, and thought that the master would probably suspect something, but still decided to leave it. It was better than dying. Evening came, and he returned to the tavern. He told Aaron and Jen that a magician had officially joined their group, after which he asked if Aaron had any idea why he had brought the roasting pan here. After which he said that they followed closely with their hands. Jen and Aaron were wary of what he was doing now. After which, Khan began to hold the hot coals in his hands. Khan believed that if Mavka used fire, then they needed to get used to it as well. After that, he began to hold the coal and count in his head. What they saw left Aaron and Jen speechless. Khan continued to hold the coals in his hands. Then he took out his hand and his entire hand was burned. But he assured me that he was fine. After all, he now had the ability to instantly heal in his forehead. The Mavka used fire and they had to fight alongside it. If they seemed unsuited to fire, they would die before their enemies. Jen asked fearfully if they really had to do this now. Arena was only interested in whether he could stop in time to avoid burning his hand completely. Khan said they should let it go. Then they should deal with this madness until they get the skill of resisting fire. After which, he reminded them about the 5th floor and what had happened because of their safety. Arena, with great fear, but at the same time motivated, reached out his hand to the fire. Khan stopped his hand. Then he said that he should train and practice when no one was watching. For his bad habit did not include watching the screaming people in the carriage. He was only setting an example. Jen still didn't want to do it. Khan grabbed her hand and offered his help if she didn't want to. If they held hands and let them go together, it wouldn't be so hot. Mavka could not accept shields or teleportation magic. If they did not protect her, she would die. If they didn't want the mage to die, they had to get used to the fire when they entered the 10th floor. Khan had a separate task for Aaron. He had a task to develop resistance to pain. But it was not necessary to do this. He could use any suitable method that allowed him to tolerate and endure the pain. Healing potions can heal wounds, but they come at the cost of excruciating pain. If they wanted to fight together, they would need the skill of resisting pain. Jen asked if she needed to do that too. Han said no. She sighed, but she would need it in the future anyway. For now, she needed to learn how to switch. This skill will allow her to quickly switch from dagger to arrows at any time at short or long range. She will be able to fight and switch. They will no longer be able to run during close, medium, and long-range combat builds. From now on, they will use triangulation information with Mavka in the center and begin training the next day. It wasn't exactly Jen, but she and Aaron would no longer be able to protect Mavka alone, and she would have to team up with them. It was to protect the princess, but it was also to ensure that she used silence to its fullest. There were no other options. The most effective group included 2 mages, and it would have been nice to have another mage for support, but unfortunately they didn't have one. The 9th floor hadn't been completed yet, and the chance of them going there was very small. They would most likely choose the second group so that it could gain more experience. Surviving subordinates, guarding, breaking through, retaliating, defending, besieging, pursuing, and escaping. They had all the clues. There is a mission on the 10th floor in which at least 2 groups can participate. Since this is not a joint task, the level of danger is not comparable to what they have seen before. They had to carefully prepare for anything that might happen. So Khan continued his training with fire. After some time, he acquired the skill of resisting fire. The next day, Khan said that Mavka was not needed right now. Therefore, if the power of attacks were reduced, the spell casting would have to be accelerated, and Mavka began to resist because she thought he was insulting her. After which, Khan, with a stern look and a scary tone, asked if she really didn't want it. The speaker had no choice but to agree with him. After which, she ran to practice fire magic. She had a first-class village fulfillment, a second burning explosive flame, and a third melting explosions in their variations. The higher the class, the more mana she spent. Her magic was indeed powerful, but to use it effectively, they needed to increase the combustion. They were approaching the 9th floor, and every second from morning to night was filled with training, so it had to be done repeatedly. Usually in sparring, arrows fly straight, but now he has thrown away his shield and is adding additional conditions. Jen began to praise Khan because his level had increased significantly and he had become stronger. Khan said they were working out and he didn't need compliments. After that, Khan gained a new skill, protection from projectiles. Jen began to attack him, trying to hurt him somehow. Khan could easily repel any of her attacks. After which, Jen began to take arrows out of her purse. Khan was very impressed when he saw her trying to master the switching skill. She was stellar at first, but now her potential and learning speed were abnormally high. If Han had no gaming experience, Jen would have remained underdeveloped. After which, Han praised her and Jen was very happy. After that, Khan split up and wanted to make everyone ask her where the scars came from. In his opinion, Agarn could be called a typical 1-star. At the moment, mastering a level 3 spear was his peak. For some time, he didn't even show up for training, but instead recorded himself in the room and tried to master a new skill to the point of pain. Mavka, as Han had told her, continued to practice at the special training ground in the magic hall, even restraining her magic. She was very limited by the special circumstances, mainly using first-class magic. There were some random 1-star fighters training in the corner of the training hall, but they were of no use. Although they couldn't fill even one group, there was no question of the second, where the maximum number of fighters was 5. The master didn't seem to be planning to call anyone up. Khan wondered what the master was thinking, and whether he wanted to add these boys who were training to them. The next day, Edith's group returned after passing the ninth floor. Khan noticed that someone's limbs had been shortened and wondered what the point of the task was. Edith replied that the essence of the task was to conquer a village of goblins, the number of which was about 50 units. And Han wondered if they had seen anything else, especially in that location. She told everything that seemed strange to her at that moment. It turned out that what was strange was that the earth and soil were as if they had been raining for a long time. And a lot of dirt and nothing else came to her mind. After that, Khan's team began to be called into the portal. After a while, they easily passed the test and cleaned the floor. Han realized that they could no longer use the fourth floor for training. He was now on level 10, Jen on 8th, Arrow on 6th, and Mavka on 4th. With the current floor limit on other levels, they went up as far as possible. Equipment production is working. The group has improved their equipment, the rank's husky leather armor has been upgraded to iron plate armor, and they and Aaron have daggers. Two of the guys who had been training on the platform joined the first and second groups. Although they were far behind the ladder, there was nothing you could do. It was a very long time before they started to reach the 10th floor. Izel began asking Han if he could determine what the next task would be, and if he could solve such a difficult task. To which he replied that if he were God, he would be able to foresee everything. But she asked about every little thing. A master is a master, but the truth is that he was a high-ranking user. Climbing to the 88th floor would have been impossible, as dozens of groups would have been wiped out due to the unpredictability of the game elements and traps. The master knows what failure is, because in this situation, the moment of their failure will be his death. The next day, the entire square was filled with players who could fight. Mavka noticed this and asked what was happening, whether the little fairy had ordered them or not, to which Khan replied that they would be called soon, and that she should not be so nervous. Half an hour had passed since the master had appeared online. His inaction spoke volumes about what he was thinking. After which a message came. Does the master want to go to the 10th floor, or wait a little longer? The last member of the group hasn't been trained yet, and hasn't even been promoted to the level 10 limit. He's still having problems. If he leaves them for another week, he'll level up his skills to the maximum allowed. After some time, the master made his choice. To open the space-time rift and go to the 10th floor. For them, it was reality, but for the master, it was just a game. If he was destroyed, he would simply get new heroes. Khan told one of the new recruits that if he entered the fight, he should just hide somewhere. Khan was sure that the newbie didn't know how to use the tactical station, as it was a rather complicated scheme for a novice. But he still ordered Isela to get him his things and equip him from the storage room. They had 6 healing potions, and each group could receive 3. After that, the preparation was complete. Khan told Edith that they would likely be split up differently, and that they might have to regroup quickly. They had to move quickly to the center if they couldn't immediately identify it and find high ground. Izel began to threaten that if Edith interfered with Han's feat, things would get bad, and she was watching them. Khan told them not to worry and that they didn't have to go to the tower. They were finally sent on their mission. They came to the city, where one of the men began to shout loudly that everyone was going to die. He shouted that they would not win, and everyone, children, women, would be spared. Khan hit him on the back with all his strength. The man looked as if through Khan. It soon became clear that this man seemed not to have seen them and was most likely an NPC. Many times during the mission, game characters appeared. Interacting with them is laggy, but that's how it was done. Khan found it strange that the city looked so familiar. Arno was also surprised, because he had also seen this place before. It was a little different, but still recognizable. Realization dawned on Khan, but he couldn't believe it. It was familiar to him because they had been here before. This was the same city destroyed on the 5th floor where they fought the goblins and almost died. The differences were that now the city had not yet been destroyed. Jen asked how this could be, to which Han replied that this was not the only anomaly, and they would discuss the details later. More importantly, they had already been called to survive and had a mission to complete. The mission hadn't started yet, so they had time to rest and gather information. He gave them 5 minutes, and they decided to meet at the place where they arrived. If they were late, no one would wait. They set out to search the entire city. Khan climbed one of the churches, which, in his opinion, was the best place to observe the development of the battle. He noticed that the soldier next to him had low morale. There were thousands of goblins in the northern forest, and Khan wondered if there was an assault ladder there. It was a relief because there were no cockroaches in sight. The river they encountered on the 7th level had thousands of goblins, but no siege engines. There were fewer goblins than on the 7th floor. They outnumbered the manpower gathered outside the castle by 10 to 1. Even at first glance, it's obvious that there's no worse scenario. The mission's objectives haven't been announced yet, but if the goal is to survive, the chances of success will increase. If they were given a time limit, they would easily make it through this floor. The 5th floor was full of NPCs that could be used as bait. If they still had a mage sitting around defending the area, the wheel of fate could turn. A second group joined them. A triple alert began, signifying a high level of difficulty. The type of mission was determined. It was defensive, and the task was to prevent the fall of the city. Khan began to come up with a plan. He figured that if they combined the first and second groups, they would have about 10 men. And with the 3,500 BCs, that would be about 360 soldiers. All of them would have to face thousands of goblins. After they exchanged findings, they decided to discuss the details of the mission, goals, and roles. They tried to talk to people in the city, but no one answered, and they couldn't see or touch them. They couldn't hear or notice. Arun said that the refugees are moving towards the city center. The goblins are not coming from the north and east gates. There are no exits to the south and west, so there is no flow of speech. If the attack comes from outside, everyone will be killed. Edith wondered what they should do in such a difficult situation. To which Khan replied that their goal for this month was to defend themselves. And the mission was to defend the city. And they didn't have to let the enemy break through. They had to destroy all opponents. Edith began to be afraid and tremble with fear because it was impossible. The guard said that if they left the city, they would be able to monitor the situation and not end the partisan raids. To which Khan replied that no. After all, he suspected that the conditions for the successful completion of this task were the destruction of the invading army. Otherwise, they would fail. After which he turned all their attention to the central tower. The statue was shining. They were the twin goddesses, an item that sometimes appears in special missions. It didn't matter if they killed all the goblins or not. If this statue was destroyed, it would be the end of them. But the guard considered this absurd, because if they needed to protect her, how would they escape from the enemies? But Khan said he would have to do it. After all, in all other cases, they would simply die on this task. After which the guard said whether they would all die if they escaped, to which Khan replied that he was thinking correctly, because where they were, there would be no exceptions to escape. In a word, they were just the same in the game, and even if the mission is not completed, there must be a strategy. Then Khan said that there were many goblins, but they only had a ladder as siege equipment, and that was only in the army in the north. This meant that if they were careful, they could buy themselves enough time. Edith's group was to go to the north wall and help the soldiers do everything possible to destroy the ladders that would lead to the castle walls. After which he said that if she had any objections, he would listen to her point of view. To which she replied that there were only 5 of them, and she did not think that this increase to 300 would make it possible to defend the city. Tahan understood why she thought so. But if you count the strength of the second group, their strength is only 50 soldiers. And so far, the goblins did not have other equipment like battering rams. And the only thing they could use to besiege the walls was assault ladders. If we get them, the effectiveness of their defense would probably increase many times over. But Edith didn't mean that at all. She meant that even if they won for a while, victory would be far away in that case. To which Khan replied that he understood what she was thinking, because if 2 groups fight, the result will be the same. Yes, they were able to hold out a little longer in this case, but in the end, the goblins would still break through. Their numbers were too great. The difference between the enemy and them was as much as 10 to 1. Even with their full count, it will only be reduced to 5 to 1. If you mention the fifth floor, it is unlikely that the exchange will retreat from the point of view of common sense. Your battle will not be won. But he was sure that the clue existed, so he said that a river flows to the east of the city, after which he told Jenny to remember what it was like on the seventh floor. On the seventh floor, it was pouring rain like a bucket because of the breach, and the water channels were overflowing. All the clues from the fifth floor to 10 pointed to the dam. He was sure that the game had not just sent them to this place, but as a breakthrough that could affect the goblin attacks so far away. He couldn't understand this. After that, he clenched his hand and started to get angry because he didn't have enough data and it was bothering him. After which, Jen seemed to become clear. After all, she remembered hearing a gallop near the river on the seventh floor. When it was very quiet and only the rain could be heard, she paid attention to strange sounds. But somewhere near her, further in the forest, the sounds of horses could be heard. After that, Khan seemed to understand, and he came to a conclusion. It seemed that Edith also understood what Han was thinking. But Han began to get angry at Jenna for telling him such important things only now. After that, he ordered Edith to buy some time, so that if the outer wall fell, they could move to the inner one if necessary, using the refugee soldiers as bait. If it weren't so difficult, we would have to close the gate and hold out until they returned. But Edis's team had a more difficult task so that they wouldn't expose them to worms. After which they said goodbye and promised each other to give it their all. After that, they left, but Jin began to wonder if this was the whole plan, and if he was being too careless, what was their task? Han replied that unlike Jin, Edith was smart and grabbed everything on the ice, after which he ordered her to take her weapons and go to the east gate and leave the city. To which Aaron asked why they needed to go beyond the walls, because there were 1,000 goblins there and it was too dangerous. But they were forced to do it. After all, in the worst-case scenario, if they stay here, they will all die. On the seventh floor, the platinum had already been breached. If the sound Jenna heard was coming from the reinforcement, then that was the reason why this garden collapsed on the fifth floor, because the help simply couldn't cross the channel through the breach. In that case, they had to go to the east bank and kill the goblins. Their task was to keep the dam from breaking. After that, Jenna understood everything that Han had said. They had to kill all the goblins so that they wouldn't destroy the dam. After which, Khan and his team moved everywhere. Refugees within the inner walls. Mocha said that she could barely squeeze through the paths, and replied that if there were only inner walls, the real problem was ahead. After that, they ran to the gate that led outside, after which Han told Jenny to go upstairs and take a look at the situation. Arena said that he was ready to open the gate, and Mocha had to start casting spells when they opened the door and use second-level magic. After that, the Khan, who was with them, did not know what to order him to do. After that, they ran to the gate, and Khan told Aaron that he started pulling and the gate started to open. But the guards guarding the gate did not see Aaron and thought that the gate was opening by itself. But Jen began to worry that there were so many goblins gathered on this side that if the gate opened, they would trample them with their entire mass. But Han said it didn't matter, and that if she went down, Mocha would open the passage with her magic, and they couldn't let the soldier interfere. After that, the soldiers started screaming because they didn't understand what was happening, and they tried to stop Khan and his team and give their lives for it, but they couldn't stop. But Jen slowly began to stop them. At that time, Mocha began casting her fire magic. When the gate began to gradually open, an arrow began to fly from there. The arrow flew very fast and sharply, straight towards Mocha. But Han managed to abruptly stop her, protecting Mocha. And in the doorway, there were goblins already waiting to go inside. After which, he damaged the goblin with the same force. At that time, Jen continued to prevent the guards of these gates from reaching them and closing the gates. After which, it started to rain. That it's all just as they predicted from the clues. But Han was worried about Mocha and was curious, hoping that water wouldn't be her fire. Then Oren, with loud cries, made a final push and opened the gate. But at that very moment, the goblins began running towards Mocha. They were already preparing to attack her to kill her. But at the last moment, Mocha used her spell and began to burn each of the goblins with her magic. Tahan told her not to burn the gate, and that they should break out and she should be strong. After which, a fiery explosion was created that blew up almost all the goblins who were near the gate. A very strong fire started and began to burn everything around. After which, Han ordered Jenny and Aaron to run forward. But Mocha at that moment started drinking a potion to restore mana, to which Han said that she drank one every time she cast a spell. After which, Khan wondered if she would be able to handle such pressure since they had just started. To which Mocha replied, "Who does he think she is?" And she was sure she would be able to handle it. Shirin, who was with them, began to tremble with fear and his face turned white. After which, Khan asked if he still planned to follow them because he was afraid his stats had decreased. After that, he told Sharon to go to Edison and tell him what to do. If he stays alive after the battle, he will receive Khan's recognition. After which, the gate guards began to close the gate back. After that, even knowing that they couldn't hear them, Khan told them to be patient and lit all the bolts. After that, he understood the gravity of the situation, understood that there was no way to retreat, and that there was only forward. After that, he was confident that he would defeat all the goblins who would be in his way. After that, they stood in their fighting position, and the battle began. Khan told Mookie that the first level of weak firepower should try to spread their fire across the area to cover as much as they can. After which, Khan said that the rain was getting heavier and so the goblins wouldn't be able to get fire from anyone and attack. And Mocha had 20 seconds left before the spell could be cast. So they needed to hold out and do everything they could to protect her while she cast the spell. After which, the goblins began to attack them one by one. Khan, killing every goblin in their path, began to count the seconds. But the goblins at that moment were firing arrows at them from their weapons. But Han protected Mocha so she could finish her spell. He attacked each of them to somehow harm them. But Aaron and Jenna were not far behind him. Jenna finally started using not only arrows, but also a dagger. They defended Mocha on different flanks. It was a very difficult battle because they not only had to defend Mocha, but they also had to defend the entire city. But Mocha's spell was literally seconds away. But they still continued to protect her. Then they noticed that Mok was being targeted, and Han said that they were changing positions. But at that moment, Mocha used her spell and finally completed it. A fiery whirlwind began, killing every goblin in their path. Han started shouting that he, Jenna, and Aaron were running through that fire. Although the fire and heat penetrated everywhere through the leather armor, it was bearable. They were lucky that Mocha joined their group. If it weren't for the weather because the rain was putting out the fire barricade too much. After which, Khan told Aaron to support the left flank and leave the goblins on it. After that, the hard battle began again, and the hardest 20 seconds. But with only 2 seconds left, a goblin began attacking Han from behind. But Han noticed this immediately, turned around, told them to change positions again, and killed that goblin. After which, Mocha started using the fire tornado again. After which, Khan began to shout loudly for them to use the fire as a shield and move forward. After which, they began to change their positions again. This was repeated in a circle. First, they defended Mocha, and then they moved forward. They had to repeat this until they reached the river. But there seemed to be an infinite number of goblins, and they didn't know how much longer they could hold out. And at the end of their journey, there was the same one at the top, like the Goblin King. At that time, on that side, this Goblin King was watching everything that was happening. He looked very majestic and very strong. He stood much taller than ordinary goblins. After which, he raised his dagger and began shouting for his team to listen to him. After which, he started shouting loudly and gave an order. At that time, Khan and the latter continued to attack the goblins, first with fire, and then continued to make their way further. Khan started shouting that he needed to charge, now! But the goblin seemed not to be afraid of any fire and walked through it. He then began to attack Khan, but Khan was unable to instantly dodge his attack. But in that very second, with his quick reaction, he killed the goblin. After which, Khan noticed that the goblin's tactics had changed. They had just used fire magic, and they immediately went on the offensive. After which, Khan continued to attack everyone. But in an instant, he destroyed dozens of demons. But after he destroyed them, he paid attention to what was happening at the end of all the goblins. He saw that on the hill above them all was the Goblin King, who ordered the goblins not to retreat or wait until they were killed. Han immediately realized that the goblin knew there was a delay between Mocha's attacks, so they didn't embellish their attacks and couldn't break through. He realized that the goblin had figured out their plan. Khan didn't know what to do, because this goblin was too smart. Although Aaron and Jenna looked good, they wouldn't have lasted long. They found themselves in a situation where they were surrounded by fire, and there was too little oxygen. In addition, the skill Resistance Boganyuk allows you to transfer it, but does not give immunity. And then Khan had a new plan in mind and began calling everyone to him. He said he wouldn't repeat himself, that they had listened to him carefully, that they had one chance, and that they could fail. Aaron couldn't understand what chance he was even talking about. Tahan said that they needed to tear that same main goblin into 1,000 little teddy bears. But at that moment, the Goblin King began to shout for the last goblins to go forward and not stop. Their first goal was to kill the magician as quickly as possible. But the king ordered them to kill her at any cost, regardless of what would happen to them. At that time, Mocha began to create a circle of fire around Han and the others. But the goblins did not try to pass through this fire. But Khan and the latter delayed them as much as they could. They killed one goblin after another. But there seemed to be an infinite number of them. They simply did not end, and attacked again and again. But Han and the latter protected Mocha as best they could, and Han wondered if she could still cast spells. After which, Mocha used her spell again and created another fiery explosion. After which, a fiery whirlwind was created, which again began to knock out everything and destroy everything around. But the goblins still ran no matter what. Khan thought that perhaps one volley would not be enough to kill them all. But Khan was still confident that they could, because they weren't finished yet. The goblins began to fear such a whirlwind of mana and fire. After which the fire began to explode again and again, destroying everything around. Even after seeing such a picture, the Goblin King began to shout that they should not retreat and only move forward. The last ones were holding on with their last strength and could barely stand on their feet. But they protected each other and fought for their lives. After which, Jen focused her gaze to catch the Goblin King. After that, she released an arrow, which began to fly towards the goblin at the speed of light. He started screaming loudly and tried to dodge. But he didn't succeed, because Jen hit him with an arrow right in the head. At that time, Mocha began to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. At that moment, someone's hands grabbed her. It was Khan who started holding her in his arms and told her to be quiet. Khan understood that her magic was strong, but she was not capable of killing everyone. If they continued to press on and not give them time to think, they would be finished. In any case, their ultimate goal was the fortress. They were just an obstacle in their path. Han wondered if they were going to risk their lives for the sake of their original goal, or if they would decide to remove the obstacle. Since their commander had been killed, Khan wondered what their next move would be. But at that very moment, complete silence began. Everything around literally began to tremble from such tension, because no one could understand what would happen next. It was interesting what they chose, to remove them from their path or the fortress. Even the air seemed very heavy for a moment. After that, it started raining even harder, and it seemed like everything was over. Khan said they've dealt with that. They've become uninteresting to the goblins, so they're just moving further towards the walls. The reason they survived was the death of their leader. If he had been alive, their master would have gone to hell. After that, Khan said that they would rest a little, since they would each have one bottle left, so they didn't need to waste it. The northern wall was under siege, but the outer one was still standing. It was very interesting to see whether Edith's group would break through or not. But for each of them, this was just the beginning. After all, they needed to protect the dam at all costs so that it would not be destroyed. At the same time, the goblins, focused on destroying the dam, had already begun to advance towards it. Khan realized that this election would not allow them to relax at all, after which he ordered to prepare for a difficult battle. At the same moment, a very heavy trampling sound began to be heard behind the goblins, much heavier than the trampling of the goblins themselves. When Orin heard and saw what was behind the goblins, his body began to shake with fear. But Khan was sure that the party was just beginning. Behind them stood a monster that was twice their size and roared loudly. Khan said that they had brought a bigger friend. It was a level 23 ogre. After that, Han began to distribute roles. Mocha said that she should create a fire arrow and stop the goblins, and Gowron should protect her. Mocha said that the goblins were not a problem at all, but what to do with the monster, because her tribe would not stop it. Tahan said they were stopping reading in tongues and that he would deal with this mess himself. After which the goblin began to attack first, but Khan was able to dodge the attack. At that moment, Khan realized that if he missed even one blow, he would die. The orc's strength was incredible, and a plus was his heavy hammer, which demolished everything in its path. A shield or the like would be of no use against such a large force. A forward attack would take longer, but there were no other options. After that, Mocha began to form a circle of fire around the orc, and Han, along with Jenny, began to attack him. Then Khan stopped abruptly, and the orc tried to grab him, but he failed, because Khan abruptly struck him on the arm with his sword with incredible speed. Jen was not far behind either, and her speed and agility were incredible. She began shooting arrows at the orc, hitting painful spots each time. After that, the orc began to scream loudly, and Han and Jenna thought they were able to harm him. They understood that the orc was much larger than the goblins and easier to hit, but he could not dodge. When arrows started falling from it, Jen said she was taking her word back, because killing goblins was easier. He doesn't need to dodge because he only gets hurt by hits to his weak spots, so you have to be careful with arrows. After that, Jen started screaming loudly that everything was very bad because another orc started running from the other side. But Khan couldn't believe this was happening, and he understood how dangerous it was. At that time, Aaron was still busy with the goblins, and the distribution of their forces failed due to the appearance of a second orc. Khan understood that the longer this continued, the less favorable the situation would become for them, so he decided to take a chance. After which he began to block the orc's blow with his shield. He could barely stay on his feet from the powerful blow. I decided to simply ignore the pain that was coursing through my entire body. Then he struck the orc with all his strength with his sword. The orc began to scream loudly in pain. Khan found the orc's weak spot and struck him. This made the orc very angry, and he hit Han with all his strength, but missed, and Han was able to dodge the blow. Khan began to hit all the weak points with all his strength, after which he focused on one point to bring down the orc with his sword. This point was the neck. By jumping high, Khan was able to strike there, but the wound was shallow. But in this situation, it wasn't that important. After all, he had somehow harmed the orc and continued to attack, driving his swords into him. Blood began to flow from the orc like a river. He became less active and stretched out across. Khan realized that one orc was finished. He, full of confidence, decided to tackle the next orc. The second orc walked confidently towards Mocha with Aaron, after which Han told Jenny to attract his attention with her arrows. Jen started shooting at him to distract him. On the other hand, Aaron began to try to harm him with his weapon. Han realized they were too late, and the orc was already trying to step on Mocha. Khan started shouting loudly so that she would hear him and run away from there. Mocha saw and heard everything herself, after which she suddenly jumped forward with loud screams. She noticed the orc and couldn't figure out what it was. Han had a dubious thought, because the dam that collapsed on the 7th floor seemed to have crashed into it. But the unarmed goblin didn't have enough strength to destroy the walls and castles. After which, Han immediately realized that the same dam on the 7th floor had been broken by an orc, and they had to quickly go to the dam. Jen abruptly lunged at the orc to distract and detain him. she began to strike him with her dagger right in the neck, screaming loudly. After which Khan started running behind her, unable to let this happen. He was very angry and seriously determined to harm and kill the orc. After which they began to attack the orc together. But he started to crunch loudly. Then he fell to the ground with a loud crash. From such a roar, the water rose very high above the ground. Khan understood that it was very close, but they were barely able to save the dam. But as soon as he thought about it, the orc's hand began to appear out of the water, and the orc began to growl loudly. Khan couldn't understand how this was even possible. What was happening? The orc got to his feet and began to move the dam. Water began to leak from different sides, and the boards began to break into small pieces. Aaron started shouting that they had killed the remaining goblins, and what should they do now? But Khan just stood there silently and didn't say a word, because he didn't know what to do. After that, Khan realized that they had failed and lost this floor, because the information and tip they had received were accurate. There were reinforcements behind the dam that were supposed to pass through the forest. But now that the dam is destroyed, they will not be able to cross the river. And in this case, 10 people from 2 groups, along with 3 soldiers defending the fortress, will have to face more than 3,000 goblins. In this case, Khan didn't know what to do and had a panic attack, not hearing what was happening around him. After all, this time he really couldn't understand what to do in such a difficult situation. After which, Aaron pulled Khan out of his thoughts and asked what they should do in such a difficult situation. But for the first time in a long time, Khan found himself in such a difficult situation and gripped his weapon tightly. After which, he said that they had to go back because they needed a new plan, but he couldn't figure out if it even existed. After which, Mulka asked them to stop. She began to use the power that was in her bracelet. And after that, everything around was in her aura, which was very strong. After that, she began to turn the giant stone near them with her magic. Khan was surprised by what he saw and could not understand what was happening. After that, Mulka lifted him high above the ground and moved to the site of the dam. After which she screamed loudly and waved both hands in the other direction. But this stone fell with a loud thud into the place of the dam and held back the water. That is, this stone was in place of a dam that prevented water from passing through. Everyone just froze in place from what they saw. But Mulka began to boast that this was only the end. This was the basis of the basics of magic. And Khan began to reproach her that she should have told him earlier that she could do such a thing. To which she replied that she thought there was no need to talk about it because it was basic magic. After which Khan thanked her because if it weren't for her, they would have already lost. But at that moment, an army of goblins began running behind them. Jen shouted sharply at Han to pay attention to what was happening behind them. After all, the goblins did not retreat, and there were a lot of them. There were 1,000 of them there, and they could not believe that they had brought reinforcements with them. After which they began to attack them with their daggers. But Khan was able to easily and instantly dodge the attack. After that, Khan hit the goblin who tried to harm him with all his strength. And since the launch of the floor, enough time has passed, but there has still been no hint of help. Khan began to worry that he had been wrong in his thinking. He began to think that perhaps there should have been no help in the first place. But after that, Khan continued to tell Mulka to drink all the remaining potion and use second-level magic to try to harm the goblins. But at that moment, as she was drinking the potion, one of the goblins started running towards her. After which he slipped past Aaron and tried to attack her. Khan understood that he would never be able to help her in time and began to shout loudly in the hope that she would dodge the attack. But she simply didn't have time to even somehow turn away so that he wouldn't hurt her. But at that moment, a knight on horseback appeared ahead and protected her. After that, he removed all the goblins who were near her and could pose any threat. After which they stopped abruptly on their horses and stood. The goblins began to laugh loudly because they did not expect such a turn of events. And at this time, Khan began to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, reinforcements had arrived for them. The knight who protected Mulka. Khan began to look at him and could not believe that reinforcements had really arrived. He was a knight of the Iron Lion Cavalry, and he had to prove his valor. After which he began to attack all the goblins that were in their path. But Khan was confused by the word cavalry, because he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where or what it meant. Then a loud clatter of hooves and noise began behind them. Behind them, a lot of knights began to run, rushing towards the goblins. But even in such a situation, Eren didn't need to relax. They had to run to Movka and protect her. After which, a great battle began between the goblins and the cavalry. There were about 5 horsemen in total in the cavalry. They were still outnumbered, but each of them was significantly stronger than the ordinary soldiers guarding the garden. They were much more experienced, and their combat experience exceeded the others. Within minutes, they began to break forward. It was a human cavalry of unknown caliber. They were beginning to think that their work was done here, and they could just lie down and rest. But Khan didn't want that either. After which, he asked if they knew how to ride a horse. But he decided to learn right now. The master did not have the opportunity to directly participate in battles, but could influence them indirectly. For example, the mage book request is basic horse riding, one of the expected combat item books in the store. But Khan could not learn skills that were not directly related to battles, yet he could obtain the initial ones this way, after which they all abruptly mounted their horses and set off forward. It had seemed like Khan didn't know how to hold on to a horse, but now he did. After all, Khan was able to learn this skill right on the go. At that time, the soldiers began to break through the thousands of goblins because the time for revenge had come. The goblins had gathered on the north side, and they didn't pose much of a threat as long as the gate was intact. The greatest danger lay in the north, where they were besieging the wall with ladders, but the cavalry also understood this and headed there. If they followed the cavalry, the mission would be successful, and Khan hoped it would be that simple. But Khan understood that this game would not allow them to relax so easily. After which, he said that their plan was changing. They had to go their separate ways. Eren didn't understand why the plan had changed so drastically. Because weren't they supposed to be defending the North Gate? Did Khan seriously think that would be enough? And Khan abruptly changed his direction of movement on horseback. They decided to retreat to a safe distance and move towards the northern forest away from the battle. Fortunately, the rain stopped in time, and they all went towards the forest together. Finally, a spark of hope flashed through Han that they would be able to get through this floor after all. After all, the goblin riders have set up an ambush in the forest, and if they can stop it with the help of Mavka's magic, they will thwart the attack. But at this time, the orcs began to head towards the city. They began to growl loudly and stamp their feet. They were ready to attack and destroy the city. The Khan drew attention to this and said that it would be bad if the wolf riders entered the battle, because the cavalry alone would not withstand such an attack. Khan asked Mavka what happened to her mana supply, to which she replied that she could add more, but the firepower would not be as strong. And then he told her to focus on the area of damage instead of power. They had to go through the entire forest so that she could set it on fire properly. At that time, goblins began attacking the city from other sides and tried to break through. Eren tried to defend the goal as best he could, but the goblins were getting bigger and bigger, and one of them grabbed him by the collar. After which, Eren began to fall down and scream. But Edith was able to kill the goblin at the last moment so that he wouldn't throw her down. After which she told him not to get distracted, and Eren thanked her for saving him. Then she saw something incredible, something that seemed fantastic to her, and she couldn't believe it. Reinforcements also arrived, and they began to defend the gate together. And these warriors who arrived had to prove that they were worthy and capable of something because they were the cavalry of the Iron Lion. And they began to oppose the goblins and orcs together. Edith was incredibly pleased because reinforcements had arrived, which meant that Khan was able to cope. But still, they couldn't relax. They had to kill all the goblins who stood in their way. Edith asked her team to hold on because victory was very close. At that time, Mavka began to prepare her spell. She lit everything she saw around her and everything she could. But at that time, the forest began to burn with a great flame. The orcs and wolf monsters began to scream loudly and tried to escape from the fire. But that was where Mafka's role ended, because if she summoned magic again, her reserve would be completely exhausted. Most likely, the forest would have been charred, but no one cared because the defense continued. Or even better, because this part was a place where goblins lived and bred, and the fire cleared the territory. And on the north wall, about 100 soldiers survived. Many died defending the city even after the cavalry arrived. Half of the reinforcements fell under the onslaught. And after the battle, they marched on, stopping the rest of the goblin riders who had joined later. But if Mafka had opened fire again, the cavalry would have been destroyed as well. At that time, the abilities of the Khan's horsemen were truly impressive, and their qualitative advantage more than made up for the lack of quantity. And they killed more than 500 orcs, although they were outnumbered. At that time, the mission was over, and they began to shout, "Glory to the goddess!" They were glad that the floor was cleared and that everyone was alive. It was finally over. And the Fi began to sound all around. Khan opened the gate and saw that everyone was alive, and he had not received any report of the death of any of them. This could not but please, because they were clearly different from those who died on the 5th floor. It was obvious that they had made progress since then, but Jen wondered why they hadn't turned back. Was the mission not yet complete? And then a realization came to Khan. He turned around sharply and began to panic. Indeed, their battle was extremely fierce and difficult. But they killed all the monsters on this floor with a 100% guarantee. They received support, and with its help were able to complete the mission. But the message about cleaning the floor never appeared. Khan couldn't understand why, because there was nothing else for them to do here. After that, the loading suddenly began, and the whole world suddenly stopped. Khan began to panic even more because he didn't understand what was happening. Some kind of recovery began, and it was impossible to understand what it was. And suddenly Khan started getting messages saying that an error had occurred and he had been disconnected from the server. After that, a message appeared saying he had to wait. And everything around, people and the environment, froze. But suddenly a terrible voice began to speak, and the spirit ordered him to turn around. Turning around, he saw 2 people behind him. It was an unknown, level 999 character. Khan began to tremble with fear and did not understand what was happening. And then, memories from the past began to surface in him, because he realized that this was the one who had dragged him into this game. And it was because of him that he ended up in this game, as in the real world. And he will never forget that terrible smile and laughter. Khan began to get angry because he realized that it was the same one. They were the first in Korea to break through the 88th floor and ranked 5th in the world rankings. Choose Me is a game about luck, skill, and battles. And the heroes fight on their own. The master could only give basic commands, and they decide among themselves what skills they will use. Most of the time, it was a coincidence that the characters were somehow unable to fight. But if everything was decided only by the essence of the game, he would not be able to go so far. And he was made dependent on this game by luck. He may go astray if his skills are not good enough. And now this person, who had dragged him into the real world of this game, was right in front of him. Khan couldn't even consider his level, because it couldn't be, since the maximum level is 99, including 7-star heroes. After which, Hannah became very angry with him. After which, he turned his attention to him. Next to him stood another magician in some kind of black cloth. It was a level 15 dark apostle standing behind him. After which he spoke sharply and said that he would be waiting for him on the 100th level of this game. At which Khan began to shake, and sweat began to flow from his face. After which the level 99 heroes and the apostle turned their backs on him. After that, they simply began to disappear from his field of vision. They began to disappear as if in flames, leaving behind a trail of incomprehensibility. After which, the recovery was completed and the connection to the server was established. Jen started asking Han what happened, because he looked very strange. But Khan began to shout very loudly for them to quickly head to the castle. He really scared Jenna with this. She couldn't understand what was happening. After that, they all headed to the castle. Aaron tried to ask what was going on and what happened, but Khan ignored their questions. He realized that nothing was finished yet, and they had tasks to complete. And he mentioned this dark apostle because they had never before encountered information that this monster could appear on the lower floors. His ability was very strange and at the same time very complex and special. One of the knights guarding the place noticed something strange. The knight who died began to grow in size and began to be covered with terrible skin and large black scales. After which he stood up and began to attack the knight. The knight began to tremble with fear and did not know what was happening. After that, his face turned pale from fear, and he began to scream loudly, but it was already too late. And the goblins also started to get up, as if no one had killed them. Aaron couldn't understand what was happening. But Khan said that they were ignoring what was happening and should run back to where they first came out. This was the resurrection of the dead. They could raise corpses that met certain conditions. Zombies will attack them until they split their skulls. In any case, this is not the kind of monster that should appear on the 10th floor. After which, they abruptly ran to the castle and began to close the gates. They were able to quickly slip inside Aaron and Gino on horseback. After which, they stopped abruptly inside. But Han and Molka remained inside, and Jenna couldn't understand why they stopped. After that, Khan lowered Molka to the ground and said that he was leaving her to Jenna. Then he ordered them to protect the statue of the goddess with Hades. This should work. If the gates were closed, they should hold out until he returned. Jen started screaming loudly, calling for Han. But Aaron also started screaming, because he didn't understand what those monsters were, and he started shaking with fear. Then Khan stopped abruptly and called out to Aaron. After which, he told him to pull himself together. But he asked if he wanted to come back alive with him or become food for these monsters. After which, Aaron fell silent abruptly and began to shake and sweat. But, gritting his teeth in fear, he said he would return with him. After which, Jen started asking if Han would come back with them. But Khan only smiled after her words. But, full of confidence, he declared that he would return with them. But Molka also told him that he didn't die. But Khan only smiled and said that they also did not die before his arrival. After which, the gates to this fortress closed behind the Khan. After which, he began to take out his weapon and sighed heavily. After all, he understood what a difficult path he had to go through now, and he was preparing for the incredible battle that was about to begin. They looked very disgusting, but they shouldn't be complicated, Khan thought. After that, he decided to deal with them alone and began attacking them. But he understood that if he faced everyone at once, he would be finished. While Khan was thinking, one of the orcs began to swing at the fortress gates, and he began to try to break them with his huge hammer. Khan considered this a real problem and did not understand whether the gate would last long. But at that time, wolf monsters began to run after Khan. They were literally a few meters from Khan. At that moment, they started shooting arrows at them. It was Jenna, shooting at them from the top of the tower. Khan realized it was her and looked at her with a smile. At that time, the goblins, together with the orcs, began trying to break down the gate. The guards guarding these gates began to tremble very much with fear. But at that moment, the gate had already been torn down. It broke with a loud crash. The guards began to scream loudly because they understood that at that moment, they were finished. At this moment, a large orc walked inside along with other goblins and wolf monsters. The guards couldn't figure out what to do and just started screaming and running away out of fear. Khan heard these screams and realized that the gate had already fallen. But he only needed to get to the apostle to kill him. Khan knew that he had disappeared into the forest among the fires and was waiting for him there. Then, gritting his teeth, he made a big decision. He decided to get to this apostle and kill him. There were two options for the goblins and orcs to take action. The first was in the destruction of the statue of the goddess, and the second is in indulging their lust for living flesh. They have lost most of the skills and physical abilities they had in life, but the thirst for flesh increased 100-fold. The stronger these zombies were in life, the more dangerous and irritable they became after resurrection. An unpredictable random move could lead the riders to defeat. They made Khan want to cut off their heads. But Edith's command exceeded all of Khan's expectations, as she handled herself very well and, despite everything that was happening, held herself extremely confidently. Their top priority should have been the defense of the statue. And if the lower walls fell, they had to build barricades around the inner gates. If Jenna and Aaron used their experience from the 5th floor, they could hold out for a while. At that time, the people who lived in that city began to scream loudly and run away. They begged to open the gates so they could be released and saved. After all, they had nowhere to run, and they begged to be saved. But at that moment, orcs and goblins began to run after these people. It didn't matter. This side had to hold out as long as possible. After all, everything depended on how quickly Khan could eliminate the Dark Apostle. And when Khan began to walk through the fiery forest, his skill rose to the 2nd level. At that moment, fire zombie goblins began to attack him. But Khan tried his best to prevent them from touching him. At the same time, he began to drink the potions he had prepared before the battle. After which, he reached the regional border of this map on this floor. Khan was sure that the Dark Apostle was here. And then messages began to reach Khan that Meekin and Shern were in panic and feeling fear. But after some time, a message came that Meekin had gone to be with the Lord. And then a message came that Edith had started bleeding. Dick also experienced fear, and his characteristics were lower. At that moment, it seemed like a dark arrow began to fly towards Khan. But Khan could barely defend himself with his shield. After which, this seemingly dark, fiery arrow pierced the shield and began to harm Han. The Dark Apostle wasn't very effective in combat, but he's one of the monsters that should appear on the next floors. This meant that this apostle was relatively stronger than them, as they were still on one of the initial floors. After which, dark, fiery arrows began to fly at Khan again. But Khan could barely dodge each of them. He tried to attack with a sword and defend himself with a shield. But after a while, those fiery, dark arrows began to break his sword. After that, these arrows left him without one arm. Han would have died already if he didn't have the defensive skill. The situation looked very bad, and he continued to inhale the fumes. He didn't have time, he couldn't leave his group, and before he passed out, and before his group died, he had to come up with something. But this apostle said he just wanted to talk. But Khan couldn't understand what they could be talking about. The apostle believed that Khan was very different from everyone else. But when the apostle began to speak, Khan, hearing where the sound was coming from, threw his sword at him. In a split second, he hit right into this apostle. After that, he began to take out a dagger and tried to throw it at him, but the apostle also shot arrows at him. After which, Khan entered berserk mode, and with great speed he began to run towards him in order to attack him. Khan was very angry and realized that he had very little time left. But he gritted his teeth, despite the pain that pierced him, and continued on. After which, he began to throw daggers one after another towards the apostle. At the same time, the apostle also kept up and created dark arrows one after another. But Khan could not dodge all the arrows, and they began to damage his body. After which, Khan was almost dead and would have died right now. But Khan began to shout loudly and attack this apostle. The apostle could only defend himself and attack him in return. After which, the Khan began to wound the apostle with all his might with a dagger. His eyes were full of fury and self-confidence. After which, a lot of blood was shed. But after that, Khan began to destroy the apostle, and the apostle reached out to him with his hand. After that, the apostle was already lying on the ground covered in blood, and the Khan was standing over him. Khan began to literally suffocate from the pain and from inhaling carbon dioxide. After which, Khan began to spit blood. He leaned against a tree and sat on the ground. He wondered where the notice about the floor being cleaned was. Khan began to groan in pain. He had lost a lot of blood and believed that this was not over yet, that he would still live. But he didn't understand if it was all over for them, because he didn't understand anything anymore. After which he began to lose consciousness. He was sure that he would die before the statue of the goddess was taken down. And he considered his death useless, because he was involved in something incomprehensible, and after all the exhausting work, he would die like a dog. He couldn't accept it, but he couldn't do anything about it either. And at this time, the last ones remaining in the fortress did not surrender to the last. Jen and Aaron fought with all their strength, barely able to stand on their feet. At that time, Molka was already lying on the floor, losing consciousness. A lot of players died in this battle. Some were left without a body at all and died. And some were only at death. There were also those who did not give up until the last moment because they needed to survive and protect the statue. At that time, the beautiful statue that had been there from the very beginning was covered in blood. After some time, it began to shine brightly and illuminate everything around it. She began to enlighten everyone present at this task. She began to shine light on Khan to teleport him into the portal. Then a message came that the floor had been cleared. They were greeted with a cleaning of the 10th floor, and the foreman changed the name of the lobby in honor of this. After some time, Khan woke up and regained consciousness. He couldn't believe it was reality and saw the familiar windows of his room. And then he realized that he was still alive. Evening came, and he went downstairs. There sat Aaron, just staring at the table in silence. Then Khan spoke up behind him and asked what was wrong with his face. Aaron's whole body shook. He told Khan that he was glad that he had woken up, because everyone was so worried about him. But Khan wondered who had brought him to this state. To which Aaron replied that he wondered why they were fighting at all. Aaron's body turned white and his eyes darkened as he remembered that day and everything that had happened. Khan concluded that the NPCs had died after all. And then Aaron, without finishing, said that he was going to bed. Khan wondered if he would see that expression on his face again tomorrow. But Aaron said that he would be completely fine tomorrow. After that, he went to his room. Khan was left alone with his thoughts. The next morning, they went to the tavern. Chloe prepared many delicious and healthy dishes for them. Jen couldn't believe they were going to eat this now, because the table was set so beautifully for breakfast. Han asked if she liked it, to which Jen replied that at least it was always like that. At that moment, Khan began to look at everyone who was on the battlefield that day. Jen and Aaron were perfectly fine. And even Molka seemed to have come to her senses. But Dick was still recovering from his stress levels, and it took some time. That same day, at lunchtime, the Master entered the game. The hero who needed exaltation was Khan. After which, the Master decided to build a room of exaltation, and now he could bring his heroes back. After that, he decided to start synthesis. After some time, the synthesis was completed, and they received a regular ascension stone. Izel began to greet Han with this stone of exaltation. But Khan was unsure if he could reach the maximum. After all, if everything were that simple, Grayness would have been a 7-star hero long ago. He put so much effort into this, but he couldn't even get a character with 7 stars. After which, the new addition to the synthesis room was completed. He had 2 stars. If he went inside, he thought there were stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The exaltation is something that was inaccessible to the Master's eyes. If you add the necessary materials and heroes, the room of exaltation is activated. Some time passes, and the Master has no idea what is happening inside. After which, Khan placed his stone inside the magic circle. And then this magic circle began to glow brightly. When it reached a certain point, it stopped abruptly and began to shine into the sky. Khan was blinded by such brightness. But after a while, he found himself in an incomprehensible place. Opening his eyes, he saw a woman sitting on a chair in front of him, trying to calm her child. Khan began to ask who she was and prepared to attack. But after a moment, he realized that he couldn't even get close to her. At first, Khan thought it was him, but he had no family. Then it dawned on him that this child was clearly not him. It was the child who should have been here instead of him. But he had no idea what was going on here, and he couldn't waste time on it. After that, he went outside and saw a lobby in front of him. But this is impossible because the master did not make any buildings. But a portal began to open before him. But out of that portal flew little Izel, but she was much smaller than her. After which, Khan asked if she wanted him to enter the rift between space and time. But she didn't answer, and Khan went inside him anyway. And then he saw something that was very shocking. It was the dungeons of the coming, and they began to open. After that, they began to warn him very loudly about the difficulty of the level. He began to feel afraid because there was so much pressure. He was literally hit by less, but he didn't want to get up. His hands were falling due to the great pressure, and he himself gritted his teeth in fear, trying to calm himself down. After which, he went into berserk mode. And at that very moment, he was able to overcome his fear. Then he heard a voice behind him. It was the same level 999 player again, who was happy to meet him. But Khan couldn't understand why he was here. But on the other hand, he was glad, because it was the one who was able to drag him here, and he wanted to kill him right now. But with the level he had, Khan had no chance. After all, he destroyed a group of Diora heroes in less than 10 seconds, and among them were 5- and 6-star heroes. But Khan was sure that if he had brought him here, he could send him back. This player was very happy, because without such self-control, he would have died at the very beginning. But Khan wondered if it always happened like this, with such a headache. To which this hero replied that no, because Khan was special. And this place where Khan was now was a gift to him, because it was all she, a great ranker, could do for him. But this person began to transform before our eyes. But Khan could not understand who she was who was standing before him. The appearance of this person began to emerge. Khan could not understand who was standing before him. And at that time, this girl couldn't figure out how to best introduce herself. But Khan was sure that Isel would be the same when she grew up, and then told her that she could just pretend to be ugly. To which she replied that it was very rude. After which she said that he definitely thought she looked like little Izel, but she didn't copy Izel. Izel was made in her image. She was just a small copy of her. After that, she called the copy number and said, "Doesn't the number of downloads in Choose Me match?" After that, Khan had a business card from the corporation's CEO in his hands. But this girl had a lot of different names. Depending on the situation, she simply chose which one to use. But after that, Khan stepped forward sharply. After which he asked if she was one of those who had dragged him here. That girl said he hated her too much, because she didn't expect him to drag her down either. But she had no intention of doing it, and she said he could just call it an accident. After which Khan began to insist that she take him back, because he didn't care how it turned out. After the threats, she said that he was only a 1-star, and he already had such extraordinary requests. But Khan was sure that everything would change soon, and he would reach her. And then she wanted to decide whether to kill him right now or not. Then she fired a black arrow of fire straight at Khan. But Khan didn't have time to dodge, and she hit him right in the heart. After which, this arrow began to pierce his armor. She was digging deeper and deeper into his body. Khan began to groan in pain, and his face changed. The girl was surprised that Khan did not even blink an eye when the arrow touched his heart. After that, Khan asked what she really wanted, because she had many chances to smear him, but she summoned him here, which meant a completely different goal. The girl replied that it was nothing special, she just wanted to talk to him. The world's 5th-ranked unstoppable destructive force, Master Loki, was her idol, and she was his fan. How many times had she been amazed by his performance, watching in the headquarters when the surveillance with Solar was being raised as a priority? And she couldn't believe she had ignored him then. That's why she came here, to tell the truth about this world. Then I asked him what he thought about the plot of this game. After all, users didn't really think about the story when they downloaded the gacha game. They were more interested in the content. And she herself is the same. To be honest, the plot of Choose Me was too spontaneous and stereotypical. There was nothing special to look at, and after climbing a few floors, most of the craftsmen forgot about discovering the world. After that, she pointed to the same city on the fifth floor and asked if he knew where it was. To which Khan said that he didn't even want to know. But the girl replied that it was a pity, because she likes to thicken the paints. It was the continent of Tanea and the city of Nelson on the Heim Peninsula, the very place where they had met on the 10th floor. But as far as he could see, only ruins remained. After that, she started showing all the cities they had been to before on other floors. They were not alike, and all were destroyed by monsters. She named an infinite number of them. It seemed as if they would never end. All these regions were in terrible condition. They looked like abandoned cities in this game. After that, she asked if he thought this world would be different from others. After all the continents were like that. Most of the hundreds of millions of worlds ended up like that one day. There was a book that predicted the end of this world. It was a bad ending. Everything will end, and even the characters wanted to change the ending, and the answer to the question of what to do was very simple. It was necessary to summon a character from outside. Someone who will observe, help, and make decisions. Khan simply needed to force them to change the story, even if the setting and credibility were broken and space and time were confused. There were higher-level beings who could change the course of history simply by watching. That's what the game Choose Me was created for. After this speech, Khan just froze, without saying a word. Then he smiled and said he expected some drama, after which he asked why she told him all this. And she replied that she was offering him cooperation. But Khan couldn't believe it. And after that, he hit her in the head with an arrow with all his strength. Khan said that he had hoped to hear something real, but instead she was feeding him some kind of delusion. After that, she asked again whether he agreed or refused. But Khan only sent her very far away, with confidence in his eyes. After all, she had summoned him to this hole. He had gone through a lot of suffering, and now he was offering cooperation. He would never work with someone like her. He said she could kill him if she wanted, but he would crush her head first. After that, she started approaching him and said that he was too aggressive and she felt offended. But on the other hand, Khan understood that he could tease her as much as he wanted, but he couldn't kill her now. She was a level 10 character. And then she said that Khan was disappointing her because she had spent a lot of effort to summon him here. She held him in very high regard, more than any other master in Choose Me. Those who were above him didn't even come close to comparing to him. After all, this Loki was the best craftsman. After that, she showed him the notification that appears after completing the training. And he was the only one out of 100 million craftsmen who took this advice seriously. After which, she began to move him to the 81st floor of the Delphier, where he had been 6 months ago. Out of hundreds of billions of users, only he and 4 other masters were capable of protecting that floor, which was why all users from that rank and below had gathered on the 79th and lower floors. The floor that gave him more gray hair. But Khan couldn't understand why she was showing him all this. So she replied that it was simple, and suggested they see what had happened to her. And then she told him to sit down, because there is no truth in the legs. Then she asked him how he could see everything with his own eyes instead of just watching through a screen. It didn't even specify. The main goal of Choose Me is a game with a random order of levels, the difficulty of which periodically depends on luck. But all the rankers who reached level 80 lost, and therefore this floor was called the Wailing Wall. Khan was among them. He knew how to clear the 80 floor, but he couldn't understand why she was showing him the recording. After which she said that he just had to look and he would immediately understand everything. After clearing level 79, he boldly stepped onto level 80, and most of his heroes, including the main group, died. It was hell, and that was the only word he could use to describe the place. a place where it was impossible to survive. That was what the 80th floor was to him. There were fragments of chaos, despair, and hatred of the 100th level. Khan immediately realized that it was debris, and it was they who were responsible for the extreme difficulty of the 80th floor. Then she asked if he knew it too. Does he know that in the game Choose Me, the difficulty of the floors depends on the account itself, and the chances of a successful call are also related to the account? After that, she addressed him as Loki and asked if he thought the fact that he never got a single 5-star hero was a coincidence. It wasn't even a matter of luck, it was just that there were no more heroes left in Nilkara. And also with difficulty. According to the company's decision, Wilger, one of the most destructive accounts, had heroes of the 5th rank. This was worse in every way, this game. And it still remained a mystery to everyone how he was able to reach level 78. After which, a portal began to appear in front of Khan. Khan was alarmed, as he did not expect such a turn of events. Heroes recognized as the strongest in Nilfgaard began to emerge from the portal. They began to take a step forward, and Khan recognized them immediately. Their clothes and everything else spoke of only one thing: that they were the same high-ranking, quote-unquote, Big Five throughout the game. They began to fight high-level monsters. And these monsters were also incredibly strong. They all started attacking one of these heroes at once. The effect of tactical command and the level of objects was maximum. They had a level map and a tactical screen at their disposal. The master who controlled these heroes could change the order simply by clicking and dragging them. After that, arrows began to appear throughout the map, placing the heroes in positions. These arrows flew at incredible speed and were located all over the map. Looking at this, you could tell that this master had incredible battle tactics. To which the girl replied that this was the tactic that got Khan to level 80. Capturing strongholds to raid the enemy is a complex process, but the goal is simple. After which, she told Khan to pay attention to their actions and watch carefully. She wanted to show in this way who he was to them. And that's why he was one and only Loki's master. And these high-ranking heroes immediately said that his orders, as always, were perfect. With such a master, defeat was unacceptable for them. It was obvious to both them and him. Then a message came that the video time limit was running out. In 10 minutes, the battle was to begin, and they had to get ready. Among them was the King's Arrow, Nihaku Gastfell. Also, the King's Spear is Modin Naiduk. An incredibly strong guy is the Sword King Legion. Among them was also the Eyes of the King, Jernay Sid. And the last one is the Flame of the King, Cirrus Argent. After 10 seconds, the mission began, and the monsters rushed at the heroes. There were an incredible number of them, and they were very strong. After which Cirrus began attacking them with fire, which destroyed them in a split second. That girl started saying, "Isn't it amazing?" They had sincerely sworn allegiance to the Khan. That the Starborn are called the strongest on the entire server, that no one except the Starborn themselves can defeat them. She began to convince him that the Khans are real monsters. In fact, skill was not the most important thing. More important was how they perceived their master. The heroes who climbed the tower learned the truth and fell into despair. Who are they, and who keeps them as toys or pets? But Khan was different. He was the only one who acted and ruled in the lobby. On the server, Khan was considered the king of Nilfgaard, and his people also considered him so. Even now, his heroes were desperately searching for him. They knew he had fallen into the game itself. And she told him to think about it, because what kind of hero would spend months searching every corner of the world just to find a master? Did he think characters in other hobbies were capable of that? His method of playing was unique, but at the same time paradoxical. She would never have thought of such strategies in her life. And it was very strange that the master never used synthesis. After all, this is usually how players controlled their heroes. And if useless or soulless individuals appeared, the master ruthlessly got rid of them. and those who remained were intimidated by the fear of the same participation. Even if they were low-ranking heroes with potential, the master would turn them into a sacrifice for high-ranking characters. But Han never had a 5-star character, only Cirrus, who was 4 stars. Everyone told him his account was a failure, advised him to quit the game, but he wouldn't listen. After all, in real life, he is used to such injustice. He was abandoned as a child and was bullied for it his whole life. But Khan said that was not true, and that he used synthesis, but did so as rarely as possible. To which she replied that other masters use synthesis several times a day, but not him. Everyone knew this in comparison. It was similar with the other one. Before he became famous, other masters treated heroes like toys and threw them away when they got bored with them, as if they were disposable. Even if the heroes had low rank but good potential, he never gave up on them. If the lobby is controlled by fear, the game is doomed to failure. And he rewarded those who proved their effectiveness and punished the useless. Then she asked if he knew an interesting fact: that all the characters in this game were real, living people. And he had no idea how, but with such methods, it would be impossible to come if he were not in the know. This was the conclusion she drew from everything she saw and heard. The characters were so realistic that it was hard to believe because their behavior seemed to be just programmed, and each one reacted to the same command in their own way and executed it uniquely. It was an incredible mechanic, but still he had no idea they could be human. That girl really wanted to talk to him in person, but unfortunately, that would be problematic on Earth. To which Khan replied with a smile on his face that he shared her sadness. After all, then he would have come to the nearest forest and buried her alive. After all, she caused him to have a strong dislike for himself, and he would never forget that. Considering that she had greatly disappointed him. After all, he had nothing to do with either Nick or the Nilfgaardian Union, because he was on Earth, and it doesn't knock you from a sick head to a healthy one. That girl said that if his heroes heard this, they would be very sad. But Khan pretended not to care. At the same time, Khan understood that she certainly wouldn't have called him just to climb the tower, since Nilfer's team was doing a great job. He had suffered almost no losses in the campaign to level 80, even level 90, where the first rank was stuck, was within their reach. But Khan said he would not cooperate with them, and for her to stay away from him, because all he wanted was for her to stay away from him before the limit of his patience was exhausted. The girl said there was something about him that would make him the hero who would save Mobius. But that didn't matter. She just wanted him to come up to her floor, and for that, she was willing to put up with this kind of treatment. And then Khan wondered if the appearance of the Dark Apostle on the 10th floor was her doing. To which she replied that yes, and so that he wouldn't get angry, she stopped her interference from the 15th. After all, that union could have given him a very good reception even without it. After all, there was the same difficulty of the 5th rank as in, if he didn't try, the chances that the master would give up are about 90%, although everything could change if he accepts her help. This time, she began to boast about her name, that if he went to the top of the tower, she would return him to where he came from. And she added something else, that she would give him half of what Mobius had promised her. She wanted to make him the main shareholder of the corporation. But he asked only one thing, that she never come into his sight again. He didn't believe her, because these promises that she would bring him back, and not empty-handed, simply didn't fit in his head. Then, when she started to speak, Khan shot her in the head again. That was his final answer. He understood that the higher he climbed, the more he would pay for it, and he was not going to depend on anyone, not even her. He decided to return home with his own hands, with his own strength. Then when she started to speak, Khan shot her in the head again. This was his final answer. He understood that the higher he climbed, the more he would find for it. And he was going to depend on someone for the squall, so he decided to return home with his own hands, on his own strength. After which she said that without such strength of spirit, it would have been impossible to climb to the top of the tower, and decided to forgive him for his audacity. After that, she decided to show them something incredible. A large golden gate appeared in front of them. She decided to show him the real prologue. Choose me. She specially prepared it to show Khan. Bright light filled the entire room. She decided to show him the very place where he would have to fight in the future. A city where humans and non-humans live together. It was a city called Tanya. Monsters invaded this peaceful and prosperous continent. The country found itself torn apart by dark forces and creatures no one had ever seen before. But there was hope, and this was one of the masters who needed to save this world, and to do that, conquer the tower. Most of the heroes were on the side of the master himself and were ready to help him. And the very future lay in their heavy hands. The future of this world and this city was in the hands of the master. A large number of enemies stood in their way, and powerful opponents awaited in the following lands. After which these gates began to say that the Khan should gather on this tower, on this peak. After all, they were waiting for only one thing, Loki, to end it all. But Khan told her to just stay away from him and not touch him again. After which Khan increased his level, and now he had 2 stars, and a new image was generated. Finally, the skill level and potential were increased, and Khan was glad it was all over. After that, Khan returned to the city where he met Aaron. He asked what was going on, and Khan said it was something like development, adding that he would soon go through it too. After which Khan asked what the news was, and Oren said that there was no news and everything was as usual. But Khan wondered who this girl was next to Aaron. Was she his younger sister? And it was to her he wanted to return. His main goal was to gather on the tower and get to the ground. If anything changed, it was only his mood, which became even worse. After all, whoever threw him into this game, and whatever his name, he will still pay for what he did. Then the next day, the server started throwing an error. Masters in the lower levels of the tower continued to experience server disconnections, and apologies and explanations were even posted. But the problem was precisely related to the appearance of the Dark Apostle on the 10th floor. After that, Izel came and started congratulating Han on his promotion. She noticed that Khan was unhappy. Then Khan said that he had met her original, after which he said that it was the CEO of Mobius. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, but Khan added that he wasn't complaining, even though nothing would change anyway. He was going to climb the tower, and Izel was supposed to help him with that. After which, Izel took out a gift card that Han could use to buy anything. Khan asked if it was a gift from her, to which she replied that it was a gift from the master. This was a reward for heroes who performed well. Its value depended on the cost, from simple purchases with diamonds to expensive ingredients. They were not free, but could be obtained through events. The master must have been surprised that the hero was climbing the tower on his own, while he himself had done nothing. After that, Khan refused and said that he did not need this card. Izel couldn't believe that he would seriously refuse such a gift, because with it you could buy delicious food, chic clothes, and cool decorations. After which she asked if he wanted anything else, as Khan was about to go to bed. But Izel stopped him and wanted to give him the statue, Combat Comrade. Khan asked what it was and why he needed it. Izel replied that it was also a gift from the master. After that, he threw this gift aside and could not understand why it was not possible to come up with something adequate. After all, he understood that the other heroes would be indignant if the master rewarded only one. It was worth rewarding everyone who showed themselves well. Each hero had his own tastes and wishes, and they would not be happy with soulless random gifts. If he couldn't use it, he didn't need it. Especially since he already knew about the best gifts and hobbies of the heroes of his city. And he didn't understand at all what the master was thinking at that moment. He wondered if the master was surprised, or if he didn't care. And it was at that moment that the rift between time and space began to open. After all, his current low level was not an obstacle. The biggest problem was internal enemies, which needed to be dealt with quickly. And one of the first enemies turned out to be the master himself. Khan guessed that he was a novice, but he behaved very badly. The tension was at its peak, but that was to be expected, given the constant training and adventures on the 10th floor. A true master must take care of his heroes, and this master had no idea how the game actually worked. When Khan saw the next task, he was shocked. After all, they had started being sent to the main dungeon, and the current floor level was the 11th. Then he said to get ready, because it was the 11th floor. Jenna was surprised because she couldn't understand why they would be sent there right away. One term was trending among players. I'm just awesome. This meant that the player left all the passing to the heroes, believing that they would defend the tower on their own thanks to their skills alone. Before sending heroes to higher floors, they had to be trained at lower levels. So the fact that he immediately sent them up there only proved his utter stupidity. He already considered himself very experienced, but Han couldn't understand how they could reach the 100th floor with such a master. After that, they went to the 11th floor. Everything there was like a cemetery, a pile of monster skeletons that gradually began to move. Suddenly, they all stood up and started growling loudly. Then Khan sharply said for everyone to take their positions. One of the reasons why Pick Me was so heavily dependent on luck was because the game's difficulty was based on gacha. If good heroes emerged, the path became easier. But if they were unlucky, a thorny path awaited them. And Khan wondered what fate had befallen their master. After all, he synthesized the first 4-star with him, and 4 out of the 5 he received last time died. But that didn't mean the master was a failure. At the beginning of the game, Khan worked hard. He regularly built buildings, trained heroes, and crafted items. The master acted according to his strategy. But things changed dramatically after the 5th floor. After he completed a mission where everyone was supposed to die, he lost his way. For the 5th time, he bought the hero's summons without even fulfilling the necessary conditions, and then sent them to the 10th floor without correcting their mistakes. The list could go on and on. But the main problem was that the master confused the hero's talent with his own. After all, a master who is completely dependent on his heroes suffers from coolness. After some time, the floor was cleared, and Khan raised his level again. Then they returned to their seats and dispersed to their rooms. Khan called out to Izel, and she appeared immediately. Khan was surprised that whenever he called her, she always came at the same moment. But he didn't call her just like that. He wanted to find out something. He understood that her answers were limited, but he wanted to hear at least some of the truth. Izel couldn't decide for a long time whether to tell him or not. But in the end, she agreed to answer all his questions just this once. The first thing he asked was what the original was called. Izel replied that the director had a lot of names, more than 100 million, and each time she came up with a new one. But her first name was Tell. Khan, upon hearing this, was very surprised and thought that everything was the same in his world. After clearing the 10th level, each master was given an individual lobby name. If Master Tell was real, then the fate of each world was in the hands of its master. The current number of worlds exceeded hundreds of millions and was growing every time. After that, he asked, "What is a Mobius strip?" Izel said that was the name of their company, to which Khan replied that he didn't mean that at all. Then Izel explained that it was a spiral galaxy with endless rows of worlds. After that, it became clear to him why, in an account with individual missions, heroes never repeat themselves. This meant that for each master, his world was unique. Then Khan realized who the woman was. Then he asked if the master was an ordinary person. Izel replied that of course, and the master could not be anything else if he did not live on Earth. But Khan meant something else. He was asking if Tell had done something to him. Izel was very surprised by this question. Then she abruptly disappeared and told him to wait a minute, she would check. Khan decided to stop worrying about Mobius and all these problems. There was no point in dealing with it now. At this point, Izel turned around and told him not to worry about anything. The master was 100% a normal user because she had asked the other directors. Such an intervention was associated with great risk and many requirements. Then night came, and everyone went to bed, waiting for the next day. The next day, training continued. Khan concluded that all the problems were just the result of bad play. And I realized that I was right. The master simply caught the awesomeness epidemic. All the symptoms began to worsen, and Khan understood that sooner or later, something bad would happen. Therefore, They continued their training every day. Khan trained with the others, practicing his lessons. 3 people attacked one Khan, and it was very difficult for him. He realized that the awesomeness of their master was only evident during the training stage. And if he takes all the necessary measures and returns to normal, then everything will be fine. After that, they started training together as a team. The players of Choose Me agreed on the same method of treating this disease. Get rid of the hero on whom the master depends the most. In their case, that meant getting rid of Khan. The next day, the master entered the game and immediately sent them to the 12th floor. After all, they had just cleaned the 11th floor yesterday, which meant it hadn't even been a day. And now they had to clean the 12th. That meant more than 2 floors a day. Then, when they were about to go into the time rift, Khan stopped abruptly. He asked Azel what level the master had chosen, to which she replied that he chose level 12. But the Khan knew, and then he suddenly thought about what to do. A hero who could defend his opinion or ask the master for something from time to time without even expressing dissatisfaction. After which, the Khan abruptly said that he refused to go on the mission. But Khan spoke very seriously and wasn't even joking, which surprised Azel very much. To which Jenna was also surprised because she didn't know that you could refuse if you didn't want to go. And Han said that you could always refuse the task. Tatiana asked if those who had previously refused to go there had been dragged along a little, to which Khan said that they simply didn't know anything. And Azel began to persuade him to change his mind because it was dangerous, to which Han said that thoughtlessly throwing them into the dungeon was completely wrong. But Khan knew in advance what the potion was afraid of and what it wanted to tell him. She wanted to tell him about the synthesis. And was it possible to abandon the dungeon hike but not the synthesis? If the master loses his temper, you can easily feed him to one of the heroes. But even knowing and understanding, he still confidently declared that he wasn't going anywhere. The silence began to scream loudly that he had not thought of them, and that they could not fight without him. Tahan said that it was their choice, and he was not going to stop them. After which he clenched his weapon in his hands with all his strength. Oren did not turn around and walk towards the Khan and said that if he was not going, then he would not be either, and refused to participate. Jenna also said she wouldn't go because he should have told her earlier, and also refused. Tamulka didn't understand what she would be doing there alone, so she also refused to participate. Then came a warning to order the Khan, and Izel said that she didn't write it. Gina asked what would happen to them now, but Khan just stood there silently, not saying a word. After which he smiled and said that they would just wait and see. But he was very curious about how the master would react to such behavior. After all, the master was clearly shocked by what he saw, because it never occurred to him that the characters would ever refuse to follow his commands. After which, Izel began calling the Edith team. They approached the Khan and the latter and could not understand why they had been summoned, why they did not go. Khan said that they decided not to go. Edith was shocked by what she heard. After which, Khan told everything that had happened before they arrived. But Edith considered this a senseless act, because if he could not prove his usefulness to the master, he would die. She wondered if he thought the master would like it if he went against his orders, to which Khan said that she would kill herself if the master ordered them to. After all, he thought they were fighting for survival. They had no chance that a hero would have any kind of loyalty. They all fought only because they wanted to live. Teddy said they were leaving because they needed to get stronger, and they didn't want to get into synthesis. After which they went into a time rift. Jin asked what would happen to them then, to which Han replied that he didn't know, and that it was all the master's will. After that, he decided to give her one piece of advice. If he ever got into synthesis, she should never disobey orders again. But the latter were sure that Khan would survive everyone, because he had no willpower. Khan just smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, because they literally grew before his eyes. At this point, reports began to arrive that injuries had begun to occur on the Edith team, and apparently the 12th floor was much more difficult than the 11th. After a while, the Edis were able to break out of the dispersal and complete the floor. Khan asked how their lives were, to which Edith simply remained silent. Then, breathing heavily, she turned to Khan. She looked at him with great anger at the master and told him how he could disobey orders. But Khan said it was easy and explained how. After which, everyone refused and Group 2 could no longer be used. This was very bad, because the two main groups were knocked out. Now he could not enter the main dungeon. Although they will not obey the master now, they will behave as usual, and they will not abandon training. All dungeons are open for 3 days. As compensation, they needed to replenish their potion supplies because they had to raise their levels on Aaron. They can go through the daily dungeons on their own, so they go there. And the master could do whatever he wanted, because if he couldn't handle such a crisis, they wouldn't be able to see the top of the tower. Izel began to worry that Han would be sent to synthesis, to which he replied that he would choose a painless death rather than die on a mission. After all, in the end, this problem wasn't that difficult to solve, and what was said in the council was that he could simply synthesize the hero who would provoke a riot. Of course, after that, the hero's stress levels will go through the roof, and Bogdan's fighting spirit will be at rock bottom, and they will start to obey. Then he can appease them with gifts or strengthen the bond to lift their spirits. Although the master wasn't smart enough for that. The next day, they went to the daily dungeons to gather elemental stones for rebirth. Molka was with Han, and Jenna was with Aaron. They split up into 2 farms of 2 different dungeons, and they managed to get regular elemental fire stones. But they continued their training, and Han's shield and sword technique reached level 6. He had reached a point where much more complex exercises were needed to further his development, and he had to find someone to be his sparring partner or add penalties to his training. But he gave Molly a task because she specialized in only one area. It was to practice telekinesis until she discovered a new skill. But that day, the master didn't enter the game, and the next day either. Izel began to worry that the master hadn't been in the game for a long time, and whether he had already left. But at that very moment, the wizard entered the game, and the download was complete. Edith hoped the master had come to his senses, but Khan said he didn't think so. After all, if such a disease were so easily treated, it would not be so well known. Han's thoughts were very clear and obvious, and he decided to use the currency he received as compensation for Veronica to change the raid group. He got the rare Hero Stein. He also got the hero Maisel and Tassir. Edith and Khan realized that several newcomers had joined them. If they were like Mauka and Rododric, they would have to cast lots, but Khan said they wouldn't need to because any of them wouldn't be able to join their group. After that, they went out into the yard, and those new heroes started arguing among themselves. Tassir was already showing hostility towards Maisel, and she was also showing hostility towards him. Their quarrel almost escalated into a fight, after which a message came that hostile relations had formed, and the master had to carefully monitor the characters' relationships. Khan went straight to them and was surprised that they had already started arguing before he arrived. Stein started running towards Khan. But after that, he started to return, greeted them, and said that he was a knight who was still undergoing training, and could they please install this couple for him because they weren't listening to him at all. But they didn't even want to listen to him because who would listen to a host who just happened to be brought by a mother with rich parents? This knight began to shout loudly that he could accept the insult on his side, but they had to respond to his parents. The relationships between the heroes were very important. There were combinations of heroes that gave bonuses if they were in the same group. However, there were also those assemblies that, on the contrary, reduced the indicators of the participants. So they arranged a mission with weapons. There are 2 exits from the Gate of Challenge. But they began to attack each other and tried to teach the knight manners. But when they tried to attack the knight, Izel protected him with a shield. After which she started shouting loudly, asking what was wrong with them. Why were they arguing among themselves? And then she introduced herself as the master's trusted representative, and for them to stop because Izel was much stronger than them. And the knight began to have some memories, and the word master stuck in his head. The woman replied that they should get rid of those 2 because she couldn't breathe the same air with them. After that, she pointed to Khan and said that if we need to unite into groups, she wants to go to Khan. What they can't do is join the group themselves. Only a master can do that. After that, the master created a third group and began to open the rift between time and space. But Khan left. Edith asked where he had gone, to which Khan replied that he had gone to sleep. What about them? Khan was sure that they would not return. But after a while, reports began to arrive that they were in a dying state. This was expected for Khan, so he wasn't shocked. Then came the news that the three of them had already died. But Khan was just trying to sleep. But the message sounds were too loud, and Group 3 died. They lost. After which, Izel ran to Khan. The master left the game, and Izel began to cry loudly. She couldn't understand what to do in such a difficult situation and how this could even be possible. She started to panic that the master would delete the account or that the account would delete itself in 6 months. But Khan said that in those 6 months, the lobby had been flooded for a whole year and a half. But Izel said they couldn't build something without a master. She began to panic that she would just dissolve like all the others. But Khan said she was just a drama queen and to calm down, because they didn't know for sure if he would leave the game or not. And he added that she should just relax because the master wasn't that nervous. If he were, he would have left long ago. But Khan couldn't understand why she was so panicked and wondered if she would die if they didn't gather at the tower. Izel confirmed his guess, which greatly shocked Han. He couldn't believe what he heard, that she was really going to die. After all, with this situation in this game, she will simply disappear. This shocked Khan very much. After all, he understood that almost 6 months had passed, and he realized that there was absolutely no time left. The next day, the master entered the game again. He started buying the gold set and made an advanced summon right now. After which, in the rift of time, new heroes began to appear again. It was a rare hero knock-in who immediately asked what kind of place it was and wondered if there were any girls here. The next rare hero was Bernard, who immediately wanted to visit this interesting town and just eat. Next was Jilan. He was curious to know who the leader was in this place and who would guide him to his lodgings. Khan said that the newcomers needed a lesson and asked Arena if he wanted to do it. One of them started telling Khan that if he didn't tell them who they were, they would simply die. To which Khan replied that he would listen to him at the training ground. Then he said that Edith was not suitable, but Izel replied, "Okay, then delicacy is a manifestation of your group." But Nokin didn't wait until they reached the training ground and began attacking Khan. But at first Khan just stood there, not moving, as if waiting for a blow. And then he started hitting the newcomer with all his might. He rolled 3 times, and once again, it was a bad strategy. It seemed like the master had planned to add a couple of 1-star players to round out the groups. If a master combines low-level and high-level heroes, then it is necessary to adapt to their ambitions. If possible, pros release 5 spins at once. And Khan said he would regret it because they would have to learn on the fly, but a real battle awaited them now. At this moment, a rift in space and time began to open, waiting for the newcomers to assess their abilities. The trio didn't interrupt each other, which was a good thing. One of them was injured, but he passed the test. It seemed as if the newcomers had mastered their roles and received a gift from the master. After that, a few days passed, and they all trained. During one of the training sessions, Izel asked if something was bothering Han, but he couldn't understand what she was talking about. After all, because of those people, they could lose their positions. Nokin continued to train, but abruptly turned back. Seeing Khan, he began to sweat with fear, remembering the day they arrived. Then he turned sharply in the other direction, just to avoid looking in his direction. After which, he said to leave them alone and not pay any attention to them. Time passed. They were missing a mage, but the overall balance was good. The third group was growing without a single loss. She said that everything was going smoothly with the master, and one day the third group was discussing why the others didn't go on the mission. They were sure that the master had simply given up on them. They decided to go and have a little fun, but they decided to leave only Molka because their group needed her. Tahan heard this conversation and said, and this is a very interesting point of view. Nikon asked what brought him here, to which Khan replied that he just wanted to drink water, and that they should not be shy and continue discussing. Khan noticed that they had no concept of teamwork because they considered their group members to be one-star people. But it was not without problems, but their group broke through to the 14th floor. As it turned out, floors 13 to 14 were easy, but 12 seemed especially difficult, or they were just lucky. But no one in the third group has yet reached level 10, so the master will throw them out for synthesis anyway. At one of the training sessions, Molka said they would continue running because the third group would soon catch up with them. To which Khan replied that he was doing what he had to do and would not stop Molka if she wanted to move to the third group. What Payne replied that she didn't want to be with them because she didn't like them, to which Khan replied that then she just had to wait and their time would come. After that, I started wondering if she was able to absorb the whole ending, to which she replied that of course she did. After which, she began to demonstrate to him the skills she had acquired. She learned to cast spells without verbal commands and, as Han believed, she was at a training level. To which Khan praised her, saying that it was incredible progress. But at the same time, the master didn't develop further at all. There were good builds in the lobby, but they were overpopulated with heroes. Basically, the places for construction were open even after the 10th floor. It was time for him to start a third-level building, but there was not a hint that he was going to do this. And he gave all his attention to the third group. Preparations for the level 15 raid were progressing successfully for all of them. But the new group members sensed that the master liked them and started showing their edible faces, while it was just a matter of nagging Chloe to give them more meat and stealing couches from the common area. But if they successfully passed level 15, then that would be bad. Then the next day, the third group began to be gathered in the square. They were pleased that they were finally being sent to the next floor. Jenna wasn't unhappy about this because they worked so hard and everything that should have gone to them was going to the third group. And when they went to the 10th floor, there were no people on the square at all. But here, everyone came out to look. After which the rift between time and space began to open. Nick started shouting loudly that when he returned, he would ask the master to arrange a barrel for them so that they would wait impatiently. Tahan was sure they wouldn't return, and Aaron asked what would happen if they completed a successful mission. After which Khan said that if they passed the 15th floor, they would have to obey the master or they would all die. According to Khan, the third group could have passed the 15th floor if the levels they would have been on meant the group would definitely die and the heroes would successfully complete it. This happens, but if they pass, the master will become more confident in himself and they will die. After which he said that if they return, they will have to obey the master and not resist. Or, if they throw Khan into synthesis, they will throw him into synthesis first. But whether they would clean this floor or not was just a game of roulette. After that, they arrived at the place and Nick could not understand what kind of place it was. But people stood in the square waiting to see how it would all end. Everyone was tense because they couldn't even imagine how it would all end. But Edith and Khan's group seemed ready for any outcome. And all they had to do was just wait. But it had already been 5 minutes since they had logged in, and apparently everything was fine with them as he hadn't received a single system message yet. Suddenly, within a second, a message came that the mission had failed, and the entire group was dead. The group was simply annihilated, and they all lost. From which Khan concluded that this was a special mission. After all, they were killed in just 5 minutes. After that, an earthquake started, and Jay couldn't understand what was happening, and the master left the game. And Ezel said that the master threw his phone out of anger. And then Ezel said that they had big problems and asked the Khan what they should do. After that, Khan told them to return to training and there was nothing more for them to look at, but said that the third group had been destroyed. And they were removed before the main part even started. They didn't even earn any awards for the floor, but they just entered. They still confirmed that their abilities are nothing. After this incident, the master did not enter the game for a long time. But they still continued their training every day during the master's absence. But one day, Ezel flew to Khan, who started crying again. What should they do? But Khan said that she was going to sleep. After all, life went on. They would wake up and eat, train, have lunch, train again, and then even more training until dinner. But Izel said that it's been 10 days, the other one-star ones are starting to get lazy. After all, they began to believe that they now had their hands free and had nothing to fear, because there was no master or synthesis, except for a few people who didn't even go to the daily dungeons. But Khan said that if it's 10 days in the lobby, then only 3 days have passed in the real world. And then at the same second, the master entered the game again. He took a screenshot, the image was saved in the gallery. But Khan couldn't understand why he was doing this. And then the master left the game again, and Izel could no longer understand why he came back after so many days just to take a screenshot. But Khan said that he didn't just show up, but took a screenshot of the game. After that, he started joking that he didn't know why he took the screenshot, maybe for a keepsake. After that, I asked Izel what her hobby was, to which she replied, it was surfing the internet. And then Khan realized that Izel had an internet connection. And then he smiled. But Izel couldn't understand the smile on his face. And then he said that she had to help him with one thing. After which, he said he wanted to join the network from his room. But Han was sure she could do it, and Izel said, of course she could. But it's not that easy to fit into other dimensions, and for that they were also given fines. She will have to put together all the elements of inaction after the master. If he watches, it will take about an hour. If he wants to write a post and leave a comment, then there will be even less time left. But Khan said that it sounded really difficult, to which she replied that it exhausted her every time, and she couldn't access the Ragnaloka blog forever. But still, Khan needed to do it himself, if possible. But Izel began to tremble with fear, because she understood what the consequences could be. But for Khan's sake, she decided to try and take a risk. Although these were big risks, she wanted to do everything she could for him. After that, she opened her keyboard and started trying to get online. After which, she said that she wouldn't last long anyway. After that, Khan began using it as a mini-computer, searching for the information he needed. But he really hasn't visited this game site in a long time. After that, I decided to look at the board with requests for help. After which, Khan smiled sharply, because his guesses were correct. His guess was that the wizard had posted a request for help on the game's official website. After that, he began to look at his portrait in the games section. But all the comments didn't help. On the contrary, they began to humiliate him. And Han had too little time, because Izel was already at the limit. And he was able to send the master all the game work from his cloud storage. And he decided to do it to help, and hoped that the master would be able to change. And then they started writing in the comments that it was the legendary Oki. But then, only Khan thought that it was possible to write anonymously, after which he said that she could close her computer. Why did Khan say that he had deleted all his game records and various other small things? After which, Izel suddenly came to her senses. She said, did he really throw his heavenly book at him? After all, there were rumors that the attack tactics, which were generally available and known, were incomplete. And if not a guide to Loki's raids, then it was said that this book contained all the knowledge about the game. But she was partly right. He sent him his game progress logs, analytics that had been developed over 2 years. It was almost a thesis. He couldn't say that it contained all the information about the game without exception, but it contained everything he had managed to write down himself. He wasn't sure the master would read it, but the volume of notes spanning several volumes of the Warriors of the World was not written for the eyes of others. In any case, if he just reads it, he won't be able to understand. But for Khan, it was still very exciting. He was curious to see how it would end. Will he lose interest in the game and never play it again, as if asking again? And then the next day, the master entered the game again. At that time, Khan was throwing a dagger, sitting on a bench upside down. He thought that finally the master had entered the game. At that moment, Izel appeared before Khan and called out to him. After which, she presented him with another gift from the master, the combat statuette, Comrade. Then he took the statuette in his hand, but Izel was sure that he would break it. But at that moment, Khan said that before sending this letter, he had slightly changed the end of the document. He wrote that the master should give a combat comrade to a hero he likes several times. Khan was pleased that the master had read everything from beginning to end. And did he need an irresponsible master? If he really was going to climb to the very top of the tower, he had to be at his level, not lower. Otherwise, it will be impossible to control him. Perhaps he has not fully understood the essence of his achievements. But if the master had the will, he would become a compass. After which, Isel asked Han, what if the master hasn't changed? To which he replied that it was unlikely. He then asked her when he would be able to log on again, to which Isel replied that it depended on how quickly she found the intervention point. Khan asked what it was. What was happening at this moment? To which she replied that it was what the main office used to maintain connections with cause, effect, and rules. When a master is online and active, intervention points accumulate. As you level up, the points accumulate faster. And Isel also received diamonds. They were the physical embodiment of the points, precious stones that hold the power of creation. Human money can be a huge disaster. Virtual currency is good, but cash is better. If you deposit cash, you get bonuses of 1% of the amount. But Khan said that only 1%. That sounds very greedy. After that, Han told the last Jenny and the last to go stretch their legs on the floor because they were already covered in dust. After which they withdrew their refusal to fight. After which they headed to the Rift of Time. There, Molka was generally unhappy that they were going on an assignment. Aaron said that even the master had changed his behavior, and there were only 4 of them. They were missing 1 participant. After which, Khan told Edith to have the master temporarily join her in the first group. After that, Edith went to them and asked if they had canceled their order to participate and what was up with the master. But Khan said that she would soon find out everything. After which, she also withdrew her refusal from the second group's assignment and joined the first. After which, they entered a rift in time and space. After that, they went to the 8th floor, and the gates were about to open soon. They needed to get ready. After which, the bright light began, and they were transported to the task. It was the 8th floor, and it was time to show the results of their training. After which, they heard strong running in their direction and loud screams. They were goblin riders running towards them, growling. After which, Movka started using thiogenes to twist them. After which, the goblins began to rise from the ground. After which, they all began to be carried away in different directions. But at that time, she began to cover them with a pile of earth on top. At that time, Jen started shooting with arrows. Her attacks were monotonous. She hit every one of them. Then Molka began to use her firepower. But this time, her firepower was much faster than previous times. Khan noticed the difference because now she could code in 10 seconds what previously took 40. But Khan also kept up and continued to attack. And Edith stood aside and couldn't understand why they had even called her with them. They cleared the floor, and Han thought that if Jenna could now shoot very quickly, he could finally trust her with the rear. Edith said it was fun to watch them, which made Han think she hadn't yet fit into the group. She was smart, but she would soon find her place. Molka began to skillfully control magic, heaven and earth compared to previous times. After that, Khan said that there was still a lot of work to do and it was not time to relax. But Molka replied that she no longer believed him because he deceived her every time. After that, the master decided, why not use and start researching the results of the observations? This was the basis for an effective functional lobby. After that, Khan went with Molka to the magic hall. She couldn't understand why he had brought her there, to which he said that she wouldn't have to exert herself physically. She needed to do research on heroes, buildings, and dungeons. Then, Isel suddenly appeared next to her and scared Molka. She asked her not to pop up out of nowhere like that again, but Isel didn't show up of her own accord. Then she turned her attention to the table and said that Molka only needed to solve the problems and place them in the container. But Molka replied that she studied at a magic academy, and why did she need all this? To which Isel said that it was the master's order. At that time, Khan stood nearby and began reading books on magic. and Molka set about studying what she had once studied at the academy. After a while, she received a research unit, and her current speed was 10 diamonds. And a dozen in that time was very few, but expected, considering that she had no research skills. Then Isel told Molka to train 3 times a day, to which she replied that if she did that, her brains would melt. After all, it wasn't easy. She already felt like she was dying when she tried to decide, and she was simply being driven around like some kind of slave. A way was needed to keep up the pace without losing time. Then, Khan told Isel to send a request to the master. The Khan wanted to give Molka a fur coat. After all, she really wanted it, and it was payment in advance. But Khan said that if she didn't want it, she should give it back. To which she replied that she didn't say she didn't want it. After that, the master continued to make changes. Send heroes into daily dungeons. Create weapons in the central workshop. He formed a new group which included new arrivals. The master had definitely changed, and Khan believed that these changes were for the better. At that time, Molka turned to him. She could use fire magic and was not bad at theory, but she thought Han was very talented and asked if he had any interest in learning magic. After all, it would be very difficult for her to study alone, even with the books she had. It was very difficult. Although he had 2 stars, it was only a starting class. With 3 stars, he could choose a category. In the current situation, he could become a warrior, and if he met certain conditions, he could open the way to a hidden class, one of them, the swordsman mage. However, this feature did not mean that this class was strong. He preferred to focus on one thing. But Molka said that he should let him know if he changed his mind. Khan immediately understood that she suggested this because she didn't want to study on her own. After which she pouted and sighed heavily. And then she asked what Khan's life was like before he came here. To which he replied that he was a farmer. But she didn't believe him. After which he told her to focus on her tasks. Molka was the daughter of a famous family, but her relatives died during the war. Suddenly, a bright light shone in front of them. It was like a large blue stone, and Molka couldn't figure out what it was. To which Khan said that this was the beginning. After that, the research on the heroes' reactions was described to the first level, and the goddess of the lobby began to bless them. A small blue light flew towards Molka. As a result, 3 options appeared, and the master chose to study the heroes' reactions for 30 points. After that, Molka felt unwell. Then Khan told her that she tried to say the statistics window. And she said this, and a window with her statistics appeared in front of her. All her skills were listed there in numbers. The third group died because they didn't understand the mission. The heroes weren't aware of the floor clearing word, so they didn't see the system notifications. And studying the heroes' reactions solved this problem. They listed strength, intelligence, HP, agility, and skills. These were her skills, and Khan said they went to the others to tell them. Khan went out into the yard, and there Aaron was already shouting that a ghost was running after him. He started trying to run away from him, but he chased him. After which Khan grabbed Aaron, saying that it was not a ghost. After which this blue light passed to Aaron. I even enjoyed it to some extent. After that, it became clear to Jenny that Han was constantly watching because she kept hearing him constantly mumbling something to himself when something was happening. After that, when evening came, they headed to the local tavern and discussed what had happened today. It turned out that there was a concept of skill characteristic levels, and thanks to them, they could establish themselves stronger. Sometimes, after the battle they felt against the forces, it was a leveling up. They could not believe that such a thing was even possible. Silence asked how he knew about it, and Khan said that he just didn't come across it. But Jen said he probably knew because he got here before anyone else. And he had much more experience than all of them, but for now it was suspicious. Then she said that she should keep her secrets. They say that this advice was really useful, but Jin said that all of Hanny's recommendations were awesome. But Molka said that she just wanted to appease him. Said Khan decided to tell them everything from beginning to end if they lived to see the end. After all, then it will be time to say goodbye to them. The next day, Word of the stat window spread throughout the lobby. Most could see some of the characteristics, most likely due to the low level of wolf training, and some could not summon it at all. But they still continued to train every day. Khan trained with Jenna, who shot arrows at him, but Khan was already skillfully able to dodge each of her attacks. Jenna wondered, this is also a skill of reflecting everything that is around. But Han said it was also a skill, to which Jenna said it was unfair, because she couldn't even deflect a single blow. She didn't even think that if there was a reflecting skill, it would exist and counteract it. After which, she thought about countering the blow. After which, Khan abruptly disappeared from her sight. Suddenly, he appeared behind her and started attacking her. He hit her, but she fell to the ground screaming, because she thought he wanted to kill her. To which Khan said that everything would be fine because they were in the lobby. It would be difficult to raise their skill level unless they increased the difficulty of the training. Then he told her to be much more determined than she is now. After which, Han began to attack her, but Jenna dodged the attack. After all, the old training wasn't so fun anymore, and now they had to fight with real weapons. The training city had no rules. From that moment on, their training methods changed. They were in the battle of the enemy until they were on the verge of death. After which, they started training all day. The people there thought Khan was incredible. It was interesting to see who he was in a past life. But they immediately denied that he was a farmer. At that time, Jen and Han continued their training, but did not understand what kind of training it was. And then Khan said that if she was going to try, then let her go, because Aaron was still waiting for her. But Aaron said he would be patient because she was determined to seriously try again. After which, she began to throw her head in different directions. And at that moment, Khan began to attack her. But at that moment, Jen's dagger appeared near his eyes. Khan was able to dodge the attack just a second before the blow and was surprised. It was Jenna who threw the dagger at him, right in the face. Then Jin's eyes flashed with a bright red light. After that, she gained a new skill of detecting a weak spot and started shooting arrows at it. Khan could barely dodge her arrows as they flew at incredible speed. Khan wondered how she had learned this now. To which she replied that she really wanted to, because he said that if there was a skill that would counteract your defender, then she just thought about it. Khan was surprised that she had gained her new skill just by wishing for it. To which Jean said that it simply would never happen again. Make him dodge the first arrow, then the second, and third, aim for a weak spot, or add a few decoy arrows. And with the skill of circling around your finger with arrows, throwing traps became much more difficult. Then came a message that Jenna had upgraded her basic bow skill to level 6, which surprised Han, because he was surprised that she had improved her skills at such a time. But the arrows continued to fly in his direction. Khan noticed that she was getting stronger each time, and at this rate, he could only hope that he wouldn't lose to her. People who watched all this could understand whether they were human at all, because they were incredible, but their gift also left a mark. But Aaron also watched all this and even drooled from the unexpectedness. And in his eyes, it was unsurpassed, and before him was pure talent. After that, he started to get nervous, clenching his weapon tightly in his hands. But at the same time, he began to tremble, because he understood that in this case, he would find himself right behind them. After that, their training continued day after day. Jin acquired her new skill and continued to study with Han. But Khan also kept up and improved his sword skills, but he couldn't close the distance. The shield was only to be used as a last resort. After all, they were training to gain new skills. Khan needed to learn to dodge and track targets. In this case, he had to dodge and track where the arrows were flying. If he can detect targets, arrow tolerance, then it would greatly increase his skill. But the last moment, when it ended near Khan's eye, he discovered a new skill. But in the seconds that counted, Han was unable to instantly break all the arrows flying at him, after which he attacked Jen. But she barely managed to dodge his blow at the last moment. But in a moment, everything went quiet, and they stopped abruptly. Khan stood over Jen and said it was his 19th victory over her. Aaron had the basics of spearmanship, pain threshold, fire resistance, just 3. And Jenna had the basics of bow and dagger, weapon switching, rapid fire, weak spot detection, hawk eyes, and wolf movements. To which Khan said that you have a lot of skills. It doesn't mean you're strong. It all depends on the interaction with your level. If a hero has incompatible skills, he does much more good than harm. His skills, Berserk and Cold Blood, were a special case for this example. But the scientist had 9 skills, she was higher than the Metalon. But Aaron only looked at her enviously, because they were far from that. At that time, after training, Khan went to combine items. He wanted to make an object out of that ordinary stone. After a while, he started making it. But it was an unsuccessful combination attempt. All the items were destroyed. After which the master began the ascension. Khan was level 12, Mavka was level 8, and Aaron was level 9. So not level 10, but the master sent Jenna to be promoted. Khan's rise was unusual due to the intervention of the shadow. He thought he would never see anything completely new from what he had seen before. After some time, a message came that it was not completed, and now it has 2 stars. After which she returned with no expression on her face. After all, she had a terrible dream that the forest next to which she had lived before was on fire. But Khan said she forgot about it because it wasn't something to worry about. But behind a nervous smile, Jenna said it was just a stupid dream. After which, Han asked if there was anything else, to which Jen replied that the night was like a feeling of a stone weight falling off your shoulders. The normal process of ascension awakened forgotten memories, from which it could be concluded that all the characters initially had amnesia. And in the 4th or 5th, Zerkia realizes the truth. Who was summoned here, and what will happen to this world? He was curious. After which, after a while, Aaron's first ascension occurred. He had no idea what the dream was. He had motivation, and it became even greater. After practice, Khan left the training field because he had other things to do. To which Aaron said that Khan works many times harder than him. He should push himself harder. Tahan said that you can destroy your body if you overexert yourself. After which Khan exhaled sharply and heavily. But in a moment, he went into Berserk mode. He decided to upgrade his Berserker abilities as well. Aaron just silently watched him train. And then he stopped, looking at the ground. Then, turning around, he walked away. Khan became stronger, but still could not concentrate power where he wanted. If he concentrates his Berserk, he becomes stronger, but the effectiveness of his skills drops and he loses his composure. If they could achieve synergy, they would have united long ago. At that moment, Edith approached him and told him that he was working until night. He asked what brought her here. She wanted to ask something. The last name will go to the 12th floor. His group is made up of people who are not used to fighting. Originally, Jenna was a forester, Aaron was a hunter, and he was a farmer. After which she sighed heavily and asked what she was curious about. She wondered if he had killed anyone before. Tahan said that her group had already climbed to the 12th, and she wanted to know how ready they were. To which she replied, yes, for the sake of survival. Khan said that he was here at the cost of other people's lives. 3 were synthesized with him. After which he said that would be his answer, which surprised Edith. To which she said that Khan killed those aggressive wolf mercenaries. Han said, is she trying to insult him? Everything that appeared in the level is considered monsters. She will just have to remove them. She might have seen it that way, but not his group members. It was true, but he needed new companions. But Khan knew them well, and she didn't need to worry about anything. After which the route of space and time opened up. They wondered if they would get to the 11th floor again, but they were sent to the 12th. Khan said they weren't worried and just did their job to keep it from happening. But Khan was curious about what awaited them on the 12th floor, what they should prepare for. After which, they began to teleport to the next floor. They appeared in the middle of the city. Their task was to destroy all enemies. But there were no enemies on the horizon, and Jenny wondered where they were. After which she abruptly turned her attention in the other direction. Then she saw something and froze in place. There were knights standing there who sharply told them to stand still, after which they laid down their weapons and called out their names. I couldn't understand what was happening. After all, there were soldiers standing in front of them who wanted to kill them. Edith began to spill out and show her hostility. Khan was in a serious mood and was already working out a plan in his head. But their group stood still and didn't even move. Oron began to shout that they were not monsters, but ordinary people. Khan asked if he was going to fight them in that case. Aaron said that wasn't the point, because they could just talk to them. To which Mafka said that she completely agreed because they could find out any information in this place. They all believed that senseless killings should be avoided. After which, he asked Jen what she thought about it. After all, they were different from ordinary NPCs. They could see them. This meant that these people were their enemies. But Khan said that they were taking up arms. But they didn't want to fight, they just wanted to talk. To which Khan said that if they didn't want it, then let them try to stop him. Khan was serious. They faced a very difficult choice. After all, for all of them, Khan was not just some strategist, but something more. After which Khan sighed heavily and calmed down. After which he said that they did whatever they wanted. Aaron thanked him and said he would try to talk to them. After which he headed in their direction to talk to them. He greeted them and said he wanted to discuss everything. But these warriors were only for themselves. After all, they were dragged away by someone for some unknown reason, and from where? But they couldn't explain how it happened and why he wouldn't come closer. But he told Aaron to leave the weapon there because his friends were very timid. They had no intention of fighting, and he had nothing to fear. They would simply turn back. After which Oren put his weapon on the ground. There, Khan stopped him and told them to approach them themselves without weapons. But he was told that the symbols would be complex, to which Khan said that if they only left swords, it would be unfair. But then some knights stopped the commander-in-chief. After which, 3 of them threw their weapons on the ground and decided to approach them. After which, they said that they had disarmed themselves and would like them to do the same. After which, Khan threw his sword and shield on the floor and said that this would be enough. After which, one of the knights began to approach them to talk. But Oren had hoped for a calm conversation. But the knight said that he kept hearing the voice in his head and could not stop it in any way. And that voice was speaking to him right now in his head. Khan wondered what this voice was saying in his head, at which the knight's body began to become covered with veins. But his body seemed to transform, and his speed became much greater. This voice had always told him to kill them all, and suddenly changed. These knights began to attack them sharply. But Khan was ready for this, because he had seen this happen when he was a master hero himself, who refused to fight. After which they began to attack Khan and Aaron. This surprised Jen very much. She did not expect such a turn of events. After which Khan began throwing daggers at them. He hit them with daggers right in the head. After all, compromise did not exist in this world. Whoever they were, there was still no compromise. You will fight to the last until you die or are killed. This world is much crueler than reality. But the latter began to help kill those who remained. And after a while, all the knights were already on the floor. After which Khan called Oren. He said that either you kill in this world or you will be killed. Does he still want to solve the problem with words? After his words, Aaron thought. And without thinking twice, he said that he would fight to the last. But such a sharp change of position changed Edith very much. Jenna decided to fight too, because if they don't kill them, they will kill them. But it was all good because Jenna was ready for this turn of events. After which she began to attack them with arrows together with him. After which Movka began to conjure her spells and potions. But Edie said she had no need to worry. After all, in this world, it made no difference who your enemy was, a monster or an ordinary person. If you have chosen group members, pay more attention not to strength or talent, but to the psyche, the desire to survive, and the willingness to do whatever it takes. And these guys were beasts in men's clothing, and they need to run for office before the fight. After which, these monster knights began to attack one after another. Edith couldn't figure out what was wrong with them. But Han's group was not far behind and also dealt a strong blow. They were very grouped together. It was difficult to inflict damage. At that time, the magic of Mavka really surprised everyone around. She also kept up and showed her skills to the fullest. Oron also kept up and dealt damage to each of these knights. They killed the knights one by one, damaging them. Tahan considered them mere weaklings compared to them. But at the same time, their armor was good, but there was no construction or organization. Tahan was confident of his victory. After that, one of them began to beg for his life because his wife and daughter were waiting for him at home. He had to return to them. Tahan said he wouldn't be able to return. This knight's eyes began to redden even more. An invisible magic began to grip him. A lot of blood started flowing from his mouth. Then a second later, he died himself. But they thought they were very strange knights. They were just brainwashed. And Edith had encountered that before, but never so many at once. But if you take into account the previous event, then she was already killing them. Khan began to look at the bodies and the blood that was around them. Khan paid attention to the blood because it was black, thick, just like his own. It was impossible to say that yet because he had very little evidence, and he was also cleared. But again, the best player on this floor was Khan. Khan said to get used to it and adapt, just like he did. After all, monsters and humans were no different. If they were told to kill on the floor, they had to kill. It was expected that levels 14 and 15 would be full of humanoid monsters. Their equipment, faces, and builds were all different, but some things remained the same. They were all hostile towards them. This made the task easier and allowed them to be killed without pity. But fighting against human monsters increases stress levels much faster than fighting against ordinary monsters. The master noticed this and decided not to push them to the limit. After the stress, he gave them a day of rest. After a few days, they raised their levels enough to deal with floor 15. At the starting ranks of Mavka and Edis, the girls did not gain experience as quickly. This was a disadvantage of those heroes, the higher the starting rank. They also actively earned a workshop and equipment thanks to each summation. Khan could carry most of the things. Khan was equipped with a basic health potion and could carry it with him. Izel said he didn't miss them because they were very expensive. At that moment, she missed one of them. It crashed to the ground and they didn't have another basic health potion. After which, Khan was angry with her because she herself said that they were very expensive. After which, the Khan gave them all a health potion. After which, Izel told them to obey Han well if they wanted to survive, and not to relax. And finally, they reached the 15th floor. Beloved had no idea what it would be like in a month, because it definitely wouldn't be as plot-driven as on the 10th floor, but he was sure they would manage if they acted as usual and didn't rely too much on him. After all, he only had 107 stats, compared to the development of a 3-star hero. 2 months had already passed since he got here, and he had never taken a break. Han noticed that the master had turned on the video recording and said that he wanted to record the game. This was a good habit. After all, it will be quite useful for leveling up skills like Kanan and about sentibility. Now, the master had no opportunity to intervene in the mission to change the stages above. They had to remember 2 important things before the mission. The first is that the mission is personal. Khan asked them to remember the goddess statue he had told them about in level 10. The essence of the mission was that they would die if there was devastation. Similar conditions existed in level 15. The third group died in less than 5 minutes and didn't even have time to enter the battle. Failing the mission due to ignorance of the consequences, death occurred. The first thing they had to do was figure out what the mission was. And they didn't have much time, at least 15 minutes. If they automatically fail the mission and do nothing, then everyone will die. That's the second important thing they need to remember. During the exchange and the terror, they tactically took into account that they only had a quarter of an hour. It was very little, and the mission was time-bound. 3 minutes to gather information, after which they begin the mission. After that, they began to teleport to the 15th floor. They arrived in a city. It was very crowded there. Lots of people, children, women. Everyone was talking very loudly because there were too many people. They arrived right in the middle of this city. Khan began to look around and listen to people. People were just discussing their everyday problems. Tahan immediately noticed that they hadn't seen them. They were NPCs. Unlike the 10th floor, everything was very peaceful here. After which, Khan received a message that the type of mission was defensive, and the task was to protect a certain person. Khan sighed heavily, realizing the essence of their mission. After all, in this large crowd, they needed to find someone to protect. Khan concluded that the third group had probably panicked when they saw the crowd and couldn't understand what the mission was about. They didn't know who their enemies were, and without the experience of the 10th floor, they probably thought their enemies were the residents. There were two possibilities for their death. Either they were attacked by the enemy while they were killing the townspeople, or someone they were supposed to protect died. Simply put, if they didn't want to repeat the fate of the third group, they had to find a target. After that, Khan began to give orders. Their task was to protect someone before they were found, because soon they might die, and they would be there. Jen didn't know who to look for, because there were no monsters here, only people. Khan asked if anyone was familiar with this city, to which Aaron replied that he had been a merchant here before. They found themselves in Adalita, a crossroads that allowed for extensive trade. After which, Khan asked if there were any notable places here. Aaron replied that in the center of the city there was a temple of goddess worship, a popular sacred place with snow-white halls of silver, one of 3 huge temples, not counting the holy city. It seemed like everyone was heading there, because, most likely, some important event was taking place there. Khan told Edith that they would go to the temple together and that she should back him up. Edith started jumping to get onto the roof. In a moment, she was on one of the rooftops. This roof offered a view of the entire city. The latter walked among the people, making their way to the temple itself. At the threshold of the temple stood 2 guards, guarding the place. These guards turned their attention to the crowd. They drew attention to the ladder and said that they could not enter. Khan hit one guard with all his strength to get around them. The second guard began to try to react to what had happened. He didn't have time to say a word when Khan kicked the other in the face. Khan began beating them both until they lost consciousness. Then he stopped abruptly, stopped beating them when they lost consciousness. Khan said that now they understood. They were being seen. And that meant they were their enemies. Cavalry soldiers at level 10 couldn't see them, so it was a little easier. But these knights who met them now could not be classified as ordinary NPCs. Khan calmed the group down and said that he hadn't killed them, but they looked like they had one foot in the grave. After which, Khan turned his attention to the rich people standing in the center and asked Aaron if this was the same silver hall. After that, they headed there, and an old man began to emerge from the hall. Then he stopped abruptly on the balcony and looked into the crowd. He began to look at each person and count how many had arrived. Then, coughing and banging his stick on the floor, he spoke sharply. He abruptly silenced them and ordered silence. After that, Mola recognized what he had done. He had inhabited the voice with magic. Khan said they didn't have time, they had to get to the temple. Given the scale of the events, they most likely have to protect the main figure in this. Then the Khan sharply told them to get out of the way if their lives were precious. The people began to shout that they had weapons with them. The knights defending the area asked if they were heretics, to which Khan just smiled and said nothing. He didn't say anything but hit the statue of angels with all his strength. Then the statue fell with a loud crash and shattered. After that, Khan wondered if heretics were acting like he was now. After which the chief knight ordered him to be killed, and a message came about the first level of difficulty. She seemed to be saying that he was very rude, that he shouldn't act like that. Khan asked if they believed in religion, to which they replied, no, and they only believed in him. They had to get through these knights and break forward. Their goal was definitely in the temple. After which they abruptly began to run forward and attack the knights and break through. They began to attack Khan, but he was able to easily dodge with his shield. After which the Khan began to attack them with his sword and kill the knights. But the knights did not lag behind and also attacked Khan. Khan could dodge and attack them with incredible agility. Any attempt by the knights to harm Khan was futile. They were overthrown one by the force of Khan and others. Khan said they continued to run forward and try to get everyone out of the way. The head knight began shouting to the knights to stop them, defending the temple. Khan said they didn't have time, they just had to push forward. He was sure that their target was hiding somewhere inside. He didn't know where, but he felt that they would all die soon. He was sure they only had a few minutes left. He couldn't find time for all this, they would just die. After which Khan went inside the temple, finally breaking through. Khan began shouting at Mavka to destroy the walls with telekinesis. She began to lift all the furniture high off the ground. After that, she started hitting the ground with all her might. One of the preachers was inside and asked who they were and what they needed. He wondered how they managed to get here. Khan saw that nothing had changed in the moon window, which meant that everything was under control. After which he realized that there must be entrances in the corridors. At this moment, the knights ran inside and continued to attack them. Then they said that they should take the right part and he should go to the left. The others said that they would not be able to catch up with him soon. The knights began to run straight towards Aaron to kill him. They began to attack him one by one, but Khan was unable to instantly dodge the attacks. Tahan, no matter what, as if they weren't there, continued to run forward. He ran quickly up the stairs and couldn't figure out who they were supposed to find. If that old man was surrounded by their target, then he thought that the heiress of the sun must be their target. After that, he ran to the very top of this tower and was waited for at the entrance. It was a holy knight who unleashed the wrath of the goddess upon him. The Khan, paying attention to him, did not stop and ran on. The knights were offended because he did not even introduce himself. But Han continued to run forward through the corridors, trying to find this girl. He checked absolutely every door to find the very person who needed to be protected. And he couldn't figure out where else she could be because he had broken down almost all the doors. After which Khan realized that not everyone could see them. He began to panic because there were less than 3 minutes left and time was almost up. After that, he ran into one of the rooms and broke down the door. When he went inside, he saw only flowers in front of him, like a garden. After which, he began to take a step forward. He began to look around, but there was not a single person, only flowers. Then, walking further, he saw another glass door in front of him. He saw silhouettes in those glass doors. A moment later, another knight appeared before him. Tahan was already starting to get angry because they had very little time left, and the knights were only complicating the situation. But it wasn't just one knight, there were 3 of them. They surrounded Khan and tried to attack him. They began to shout in unison that Khan's death would come now, after which they started fighting and shouting loudly. The prophet came to Her Majesty and addressed her. The residents were already waiting for her in the square, and she asked if there was a problem in the garden. The preacher said that invaders had arrived, and she didn't need to worry because they would take care of them. At that time, the Khan continued to fight the knights. He dodged as best he could, but these knights were much stronger than the last. After which, blood poured onto the flowers. The 3 of them, one against the other, began to attack Khan from all sides. He realized that they were on a completely different level than the soldiers who were below. Their power level was much higher. Khan could barely dodge their attacks. However, Khan managed to harm one of them and hit him in the leg. The soldier began to writhe in pain, after which he stopped abruptly and began to hop on one leg. Khan continued to attack him to kill him. In a moment, one of the knights was already headless. After which, Khan began to attack another knight who was behind. Khan could barely dodge and attack another knight at the same time. He instantly pulled the sword from the other knight's leg and attacked the second. after which he struck his face with his sword with all his strength. There remained the third and last knight, with whom it was necessary to take revenge. He struck him in the leg with his sword to finish him off. This knight was incredibly agile and tried to dodge every attack. Khan was determined to finally end it all. He hit him with all his strength in the face and tried to fight him off, after which he concentrated his power in the two swords he currently had. He began to attack with all his might from both sides. The knight could barely contain such an onslaught, after which he simply broke down. But Khan took this opportunity, struck him with all his strength, and killed him. At that time, Her Majesty told the preacher that she was grateful for the chance he had given her and would never forget it. At that moment, Khan came out to them. The preacher looked around sharply, not expecting this. Khan was serious about going through this floor and protecting the girl. The preacher didn't understand how he was able to break through the guards and rise so high, then waved his staff. Khan could not believe what he saw. This grandfather turned out to be a swindler, which surprised everyone. He wasn't aiming at Khan, but at the girl standing across from him. Khan reacted sharply and swung at him to attack. The preacher turned around abruptly and was unable to do anything. Suddenly, at that very moment, he was killed by Khan. But even though Khan left him without a head, the magic still continued to work. This magic began to shoot straight towards Her Majesty. People started running in different directions, screaming. After all, the prophet did not try to attack the heretic in his opinion. They had to protect Her Majesty and get her out of there. Khan said she didn't have to know who he was. Her Majesty began to shout that he was a mercenary, that he had come to beat her. He grabbed her head sharply and bent her down. They began to shoot arrows from high otags from different directions. Suddenly, the downed arrows flew downwards. She tried to figure out what was going on, but Khan said he couldn't. Real mercenaries came and were going to kill her. They began to attack not only with arrows, but also with small daggers. They tried to attack her with the help of magic. The arrows had almost reached Her Majesty. She didn't have time to dodge. Khan was able to easily repel all attacks with the help of his shield. He saw that these daggers were poison. They were clearly hunting her. It was obvious from the start. Tahan tried to dodge her every attack. Edith also helped with arrows to help Khan as much as possible. The Khan did not lag behind and killed them with sword and shield. There were a considerable number of mercenaries. There were a lot of them. From various sides, they continued to attack Her Majesty and the Khan. They launched daggers one after another and Rasengans. Tahan was able to dodge every attack with ease. He harmed every one of those mercenaries. Edith said that this damn wall was really high and you had to fiddle around to climb it. She said there were 2 more left. They needed to be eliminated. Then she turned her attention to the child who was nearby. Her Majesty began to shout that this was not a city where people could just run away. She didn't have time to finish when arrows flew at her again. Khan said that she was confident in her decision because if they left, she would simply die. He told her to follow them if life was precious, or she would die here. Then I asked her about her answer. The girl froze, not knowing what to say. She exhaled and said, "Okay," and followed him. They received a message that the mission was completed and this girl had joined the group. The mission was changed and the target was run. Khan expected this because he knew it would be easy for them to stay separated. He told Edith to prepare to descend. They needed to hold back the enemy as much as possible. The last ones arrived and told them that there was very little time left, and the soldiers were already gathering below. Khan said they remembered her face because this child needed protection. This was surprising for the latter, as they never thought they would meet her in such a situation. Khan said it doesn't matter at all who she is now. He said they would descend down the rope and provide a safe path to retreat. Edith said she found this path on the left side, where there are fewer soldiers. The route is difficult, but it will be easy to hide. They decided to proceed in this order. Edith went first, followed by Aaron, Mavka, and Jenna. The mook was supposed to create a wall of fire so that the enemies wouldn't reach them, and Aaron would go down and make sure that no one interfered with the descent. After which, they all abruptly began to do what he said. and Edith began to go downstairs. After her, Oren went down. Khan said they were next, and she was with him too. He grabbed her tightly, and they began to descend. Fire arrows began to fly at her to kill her. She just screamed in fear and couldn't understand what to do or what was happening. After that, it was all over, and he told her to follow him. Only Movka remained, barely making it down. At that time, Oren continued and continued to protect them all. He shouted loudly and tried to protect everyone. At that moment, a poison dagger flew towards Oren's body. He began to get very nervous and scared. The knights kept attacking them. Khan received a message that Oren was bleeding and poisoned. At that moment, Khan turned to Oren, but he said that everything was fine with him. Blood began to flow from Oren. Jenna was the last to start going downstairs. She was glad to finally get down because she thought she would leave the last layer of skin there. They had secured the objective, the group members were safe, now they had to get away from the battlefield to complete the mission. Khan started shouting that she had to run to the left if she wanted to live. The knights did not want to let them escape and capture the witch and the robbers. Khan immediately understood that they meant this girl. One of the knights started running out of the wall and shouting that he would not pass any further, but Khan hit him with all his strength. They began to defend Her Majesty from different sides. The knights intended to kill them all. Edith went the other way and said they were going there. Khan asked about the route. Edith replied that she knew where to go and they would get to the outskirts. Mavka began to destroy everything around her with her telekinesis. And with the help of a stone, she tried to harm everyone. They reached the outskirts of the city. We decided to take a breather and gain some strength. Khan said to stand still for 5 minutes, but they continued to retreat. The blockade of Mavka did not last long. They will soon be found, and it will be bad if they are cornered. If the speaker manages to recharge their magic to level 3, they will be able to continue their journey and complete missions. Khan asked Oren how his wound was. He was breathing heavily and didn't know what to say. Khan realized that everything was very bad with him. Khan began to look closely at Oren. His wound was bleeding profusely. The poison was spreading throughout his body. The pain didn't subside even after the potion. Jenna wondered if there was a way to cure Oren. He asked Her Majesty if she had any healing skills. After all, sometimes you would encounter NPCs with special abilities. She only apologized because she couldn't help in such a situation. Khan couldn't figure out what to do, and Oren began to choke. It was a very difficult situation because they could not leave Oren. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. It was a very difficult situation for everyone. It was impossible to cure him with ordinary potions. At most, he could move normally in this state for 10 minutes. He had no antidotes, and there were no NPCs who could cure him. Oren told Han that he would leave them if they did not keep up with him. After which, Oren decided that this difficult moment had come. He decided to bide his time while he could still move so they would leave him. But Khan just stood there silently, making up a plan in his head. Jean wanted them to leave this place together. But in Aaron's eyes, it was completely impossible. Oren noticed every day that Khan had become stronger. But not only him, but also Jenna, and it oppressed him every day. After all, no matter how much he trained, he stayed in one place. He kept thinking every day that he was simply too weak to do anything. Khan asked Movka what she thought about it. She said the decision was his. Khan said logically that if they had to choose a more effective option, they should leave it. Their target could not defend itself. Surrounding Oren and protecting him was virtually impossible. Protecting one man was a difficult task, and he was silent about 2. After that, Khan made a very difficult decision for himself. He took out the potion and drank it. At that moment, he threw the potion at Oren. Oren could not understand why he was given the potion because it would not help him and would not restore him. But it would not allow his condition to get worse. Khan said they took out their supplies and gave everything to Oren. They packed a small bag with everything that was left. After which, he gave it to Oren, saying that he drank 1 potion every 10 minutes. Oran considered it a waste, to which Khan replied that he had decided so. They decided to split up. The first group included Khan, Edith, and the child. They were supposed to protect her. The second group included Mavka, Jenna, and Oren. They were tasked with protecting Oren until the child escaped. The enemies needed the child. If she ran in the opposite direction, she could reach safety. When Oren wanted to object, Khan told him to be silent. It was obvious that it would be very difficult to make it to the exit because the gate was guarded by a bunch of soldiers and it would be extremely difficult to protect the child. Khan said they will take a different approach. The first task on the floor was to find the target, rescue, and escape. The new goal was to escape, and Khan knew they would not be allowed to complete the mission peacefully. Then they decided to try to blend in with the crowd and escape. Khan was serious about this plan. He was also determined to escape from this place with everyone.